Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Matthew. I know a lot of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening from. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs as I stepped out of the ranger station, ready to begin my morning patrol. Towering pines stretched to the sky, the first rays of sunlight peeking through their branches. I had been a ranger at Willow Creek National Park for 5 years now, ever since moving to the area from my hometown of Chicago in search of a simpler life. Growing up, I always loved the outdoors, camping, hiking, fishing with my dad and brothers. But after college, I found myself stuck in an office job, miserable under the fluorescent lights. One day, I just couldn't take it anymore. I quit, packed up my meager belongings, and drove west until the skyscrapers gave way to rugged peaks. When I landed the park ranger gig, I knew I had found my calling. The pay wasn't great, but I got by. A small cabin came with the job, which helped stretch my tight budget. Out here, I didn't need much anyway. Just me, the wilderness, and an occasional weekend trip into town for supplies and to see friends. I loved this place with its untamed beauty. But recent events had me on edge as I walked the trail, hand resting on my holstered sidearm. For the past month, campers had been reporting strange sightings in the backcountry, glimpses of an upright wolf-like creature stalking the woods. We'd also found mutilated deer carcasses and large, unsettling tracks. The locals had a name for the mysterious beast, Dogman. At first, I chalked it up to overactive imaginations and too many beers around the campfire. But with more witnesses coming forward, the stories gained traction. As a ranger, it was my job to investigate and keep the park safe, dogman or not. I just hoped it was all a bunch of tall tales. Lost in thought, I rounded a bend in the trail and froze. Not 20 yards ahead, a mangled body lay in the underbrush, blood staining the fallen leaves. My heart hammered as I drew my gun and crept forward. But as I got closer, I relaxed slightly. It was a deer, not a person, thankfully. I holstered my weapon and knelt to examine the kill. The deer's throat had been torn out, its belly cavity ripped open and entrails spilling out. I'd seen animal attacks before, but this was different, unnatural. A prickling sense of dread washed over me, and I glanced at the surrounding forest. It was unnervingly still and silent, like the birds and creatures sensed a predator nearby. Swallowing hard, I reached for my radio to call it in, but my hand brushed something wedged under the deer's shoulder, a scrap of fabric snagged on a branch. I tugged it loose, bits of dried blood flaking off as I held it up. The color drained from my face. It was a piece of a park ranger uniform, one of my own. I sat in the ranger station, staring at the scrap of bloodied fabric on the desk in front of me. The frayed edges taunted me. It had to be a coincidence. A hiker wearing green, an old rag, anything but what I feared. Another deer? Joe, my supervisor, asked as he strode into the office. His weathered face was etched with concern. I nodded, mouth too dry to speak. I'd hiked back as quick as I could, checking over my shoulder with every rustle of leaves. Joe sighed and collapsed into his chair. That's the fourth one this month. I hate to say it, but maybe the Dogman stories aren't just stories. You don't really believe that, do you? My voice sounded weak even to my own ears. Monsters in the woods made for spooky campfire fodder, not real life. I don't know what to believe anymore. Joe dragged a hand across his grizzled face. But something's out there, and we need to find it before a camper gets hurt. I swallowed hard, fingers brushing the rough fabric on the desk. I found this, caught on the deer. I held it out, not quite meeting Joe's eyes. He frowned and took it from me gently, as if it might crumble. This is... I know. My nails dug into my palms. Do you think, could it be the missing ranger, Cody? Cody was new, just started at Willow Creek a few weeks ago. Young guy, freshly trained and green as they come. He'd gone out on patrol 4 days ago, and no one had heard from him since. Didn't show up for his next shift. Never checked in. Joe exhaled slowly, setting down the scrap. Don't go jumping to conclusions. Could be anything. Cody probably just got turned around out there. Maybe lost his radio. But I could hear the uncertainty threading his gruff voice. Rangers don't get lost. If Cody was still out there, he was in trouble. "I'll take a search party to his last known location," Joe said. "You stay here. Keep an eye on things and man the radio." I opened my mouth to protest. There was no way I was staying behind. Not with Cody out there and the dog man roaming. Not after finding that torn shred of uniform. But the hard set to Joe's jaw made me reconsider. "Okay," I said, "but check in regularly. And be careful." "Always am." Joe straightened his hat and stood. "We'll find him." He said it with conviction, but I wasn't so sure. Fear churned in my gut as I watched Joe stride out of the station, calling for backup on his radio. Unbidden, my gaze strayed to the scrap on the desk, green fabric marred with rust-colored stains. Monsters weren't real. But if not the dog man, then what? Or who? A shiver crawled down my spine despite the warm morning sun beaming through the windows. For the first time since coming to Willow Creek, I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The hours ticked by with agonizing slowness as I waited for word from Joe and the search party. They'd left at first light, fanning out into the rugged backcountry of Willow Creek. But as morning stretched into afternoon with no updates, my worry gnawed at me like a living thing. I busied myself with tasks around the station, paperwork I'd been putting off, inventorying supplies, recalibrating the temperamental coffee maker. But my mind wandered incessantly to Cody, Joe, and the shadowy menace lurking in the woods. As the shadows lengthened, and my fifth cup of burnt coffee went cold in front of me, my frayed nerves got the best of me. To hell with staying put. I needed to do something. I strapped on my pack, making sure my emergency supplies were all in order. Then, with a last glance at the silent radio, I slipped out into the waiting forest. I knew these trails like the lines on my palm, the well-worn paths as familiar as my own heartbeat. But as I hiked deeper into the woods, everything felt different. Sinister. Like the branches were grasping at me, the undergrowth waiting to pull me under. "Get a hold of yourself," I mentally chided. "You've trekked these routes 1,000 times." The growing unease was just runoff from the stress and lack of sleep. Still, I found myself straining to hear over the crunch of my own footsteps. For a telltale rustle in the brush, a distant scream, anything. But the forest was unnaturally hushed, like it was holding its breath. Even the birds were oddly silent, the usual riotous chorus of chirps and trills muted. I was a mile from the station when I smelled it, a cloying, coppery tang that turned my stomach. I knew that scent. I'd come across enough wounded animals and gutted deer to recognize it instantly. Fresh blood. My pulse kicked into overdrive as I eased off the trail, following my nose with a growing sense of dread. A cold sweat slicked my neck and trickled down my back. I slipped my gun from its holster, the weight both steadying and terrifying in my shaking grip. And then I saw it. A shock of green fabric through the dense foliage. A boot, a leg. I crashed through the brush, my breath coming in ragged gasps. No, 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 no. I broke into the small clearing and stumbled to my knees. It was Joe. His body was splayed out on the forest floor, head wrenched at an unnatural angle. Sightless eyes stared at the leaf-strewn canopy. Blood painted the ground black, still shiny and wet. A hoarse cry lodged in my throat as I reached a trembling hand toward his neck, already knowing what I'd find. No pulse. His skin waxy and cooling under my fingertips. I rocked back on my heels, reeling. Then my gaze snagged on the torn flesh of his shoulder, fabric and skin alike shredded, on the viscous tracks in the blood. Paw prints, large and clawed, not human, leading away from Joe's body and deeper into the darkening forest. I shot to my feet, gorge rising. I had to get out of here, had to radio for help. But as I spun back toward the path, heart galloping against my ribs, I heard it. A low, guttural growl that skittered down my spine like ice water. I froze, finger curling around the trigger. Slowly, I turned. There, crouched between the trees, was a hulking shape, a flash of red eyes, matted fur and bared fangs. The dogman stepped into the clearing, lips curling back in a feral snarl. And then it lunged, time dilated, seconds stretching into infinity as the beast hurtled towards me. My mind went blank, training evaporating like mist. I was a trembling rabbit, transfixed by the gleam of teeth and claws. The dogman's hot, fetid breath billowed across my face, jolting me into action. I squeezed the trigger wildly, the gunshot cracking through the forest like thunder. Once, twice. The creature yowled, more surprise than pain, as the bullets whizzed harmlessly into the trees. I backpedaled, tripping over Joe's lifeless legs. The gun tumbled from my grip as I crashed to the ground, knocking the air from my lungs. The beast advanced, red eyes glinting with feral hunger. Scrabbling backwards, I fumbled for my fallen weapon. Dry leaves and pebbles bit into my palms, abrading the skin. The dogman loomed over me, nearly 7 feet tall, standing upright. Drool dripped from yellowish fangs as it drew back one massive, clawed paw. My questing fingers brushed cold steel. With a surge of desperate strength, I snatched up the gun, rolled to my stomach, and fired. The bullet tore into the creature's shoulder at point-blank range, spraying my face with hot droplets of blood. It reeled back with a piercing shriek, the sound reverberating through my skull. I didn't wait to see if it would counterattack. I launched to my feet and ran, tearing blindly through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms. My heart battered against my ribs like a caged bird as the forest blurred by. Over the drumbeat pulse in my ears, an enraged roar shook the woods behind me. Heavy footfalls pounded after me, snapping twigs and crunching leaves. The creature was giving chase. I crashed through a tangle of thorny vines, my uniform snagging and tearing. I had to get to the station, radio for backup. But as I dodged between towering oaks and sentinel pines, my sense of direction faltered. Every gnarled trunk looked the same, the shadows deepening and shifting. Was I even going the right way? The cold pit of fear in my stomach told me I wasn't. I was getting turned around, confusion and adrenaline eroding all my wilderness training. Another rookie mistake that could cost me my life. The padding footsteps drew closer, each thud vibrating through the earth. My legs burned, my breath sawing in and out in ragged gasps. I couldn't outrun the beast, not in its element. I needed a plan, a place to hide or hole up until I could get my bearings. As if in answer, the woods opened up before me. I stumbled to a halt at the edge of a small clearing dominated by a ramshackle cabin. The windows were boarded over, the roof sagging under years of fallen leaves and pine cones. A Forest Service logo was barely visible on the weathered door, one of the old backcountry ranger huts, long abandoned. A guttural snarl sounded behind me, too close. I bolted for the cabin, my feet skidding on the leaf litter. I hit the door at a run, practically falling inside as it gave way under my weight. Whirling, I slammed it shut, throwing the rusted bolt across. The click of the lock was still echoing when a heavy body crashed against the ancient wood. The frame shuddered as the creature scrabbled and pawed. I lurched back, raising my gun in shaking hands. Would a few inches of rotting timber be enough to keep the beast at bay? I wasn't betting my life on it. I had to secure the cabin. Then maybe I could catch my breath, gather my wits, and figure a way out of this nightmare. Edging backwards, I scanned the dusty, cobwebbed interior for anything I could use to barricade the door. But the single room was entirely empty, save for a crumbling stone fireplace and a trap door set into the floor. No furniture to shove against the buckling entrance. No handy cache of weapons or supplies. The trapdoor caught my eye again as the creature battered relentlessly at the weak spot. Did it lead to a cellar? A way out? Or was it just a vault of blackness waiting to swallow me whole? I had to choose. Try to outlast the creature in this rickety box, or descend into the unknown darkness and pray it held salvation instead of something even worse. The cabin door groaned, hinges wailing. Thin cracks spiderwebbed through the beaten wood. It wouldn't hold, not for long. My mind was made up before I consciously realized I'd decided. I lunged for the trapdoor, ripping it open to reveal a black maw and ladder leading down. The dank, loamy scent of earth bellowed out, undercut by something that turned my stomach. Decay, ancient and foul. I holstered my gun and gripped the ladder rungs, damp with mold. Anything was better than being cornered. As the beast hurled itself at the failing barricade with renewed vigor, I lowered myself into the abyss and let the trapdoor thud shut above me. The ladder creaked and swayed as I descended, the rotted wood threatening to splinter under my white-knuckled grip. Damp earth scent filled my nostrils. It was pitch black, the world shrinking to the square of weak light leaking around the trap door above me. I climbed down until my feet hit packed dirt, the walls close and oppressive on every side. Fumbling at my belt, I extracted my flashlight and flicked it on. The feeble beam danced over roots snaking across the low ceiling and down the sides of the shaft. At the very edge of the light, a darker patch resolved into a tunnel leading away from the ladder. Above, the trapdoor shook as the dogman slammed into it. Dust and debris rained down, catching in my hair and prickling my scalp. The creature snarled, a sound of crazed fury that sent icy tendrils slithering down my spine. I had two choices: stay cowering under the dubious shelter of the trapdoor and pray it held, or plunge into the tunnel and hope it led to escape instead of a dead end. The trapdoor shuddered again, the rusted hinges squealing. The heavy thud of pawing claws rasped across the aged wood. Splinters drifted down like macabre snow. My chest seized as realization crashed over me. The beast had made it inside the cabin. It was just feet above my head, only the rotting boards between us. The trapdoor wouldn't keep it out, not for more than a few seconds. Pulse hammering in my throat, I plunged into the tunnel. Better to risk the unknown than wait like a cornered rabbit for the dogman's jaws. The flashlight threw distorted shadows on the curving walls as I ran, bent nearly double in the cramped space. Tree roots gave way to crumbling brickwork, damp and furry with moss. An abandoned cellar passage? The spongy floor muffled my footsteps and caught at my boots like grasping hands. My breathing echoed raggedly off the close walls. Behind me, I heard the trapdoor finally splinter and give way. A thud as the creature dropped heavily to the dirt. I pushed my burning legs faster, terror a live current sizzling through my veins. The tunnel twisted and turned, disorienting me. I had no idea which direction I was going anymore. Away from the creature, that was all that mattered. But how long could I keep running? How far did this passage go? A hoarse baying echoed off the bricks, far too close. The beast had picked up my scent. Heavy footfalls and the skitter of claws on stone dogged my heels as it barreled after me. I could almost feel its hot breath on the back of my neck. My foot caught on a loose stone and I stumbled, barely catching myself on the slimy wall. The flashlight tumbled from my grip, hitting the ground and going out with a muffled pop. I scrabbled for it blindly, fingernails scraping brick. But it was gone, lost in the cloying darkness. I lurched onward, arms stretched out in front of me. I had to keep moving. I was a rat in a maze now, blundering through the black. Seconds stretched into years as I groped along the tunnel, expecting at any moment to hit a dead end or feel fangs sink into my flesh. But the creature's snarls faded as I pelted through the dark, drowned under the thunder of my own pulse. The dank air grew fresher, no longer heavy with the reek of mold and wet earth. The ground sloped upward under my boots. Was I close to another exit, a way out of this subterranean labyrinth? Hope flared in my chest as I pushed myself forward with a final burst of desperate energy. And then I was tumbling, falling, the ground giving way beneath my feet. I flailed, a scream lodging in my throat as I dropped into nothingness. I hit cold water with a splash, the impact driving the air from my lungs. I sank into the icy depths, my sodden jacket and boots dragging me down. I kicked feebly, clawing for the surface. My head broke through and I sucked in a lungful of air, spluttering. My thrashing limbs brushed silt and rock. Squinting into the gloom, I could just make out a narrow underground creek, the waters black and swift. The dim glow of daylight filtered down through a break in the stone above me, a tantalizing promise of escape. But the creek was too deep, the current too strong. It tugged at me, pulling me inexorably downstream. I scrabbled for a handhold on the sheer walls hemming me in, my numb fingers slipping on the slick rock. From behind me came a splash and a gurgling growl. The creature had followed me into the water. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The dogman's eyes burned red in the darkness as it paddled towards me with powerful strokes, its matted fur slicked to its body. Its muzzle bubbled, jaws gaping hungrily. Fear launched me into motion. I struck out against the current, fighting for the shard of daylight. The water pummeled me, tried to force me under, but I kicked and clawed with everything I had left. The beast closed in with terrifying speed. 10 feet, 5. I could hear its breathing, the churn of its passage. My heart battered against my ribs like a caged bird. I wasn't going to make it. I was going to die here, in the dark, so far from the sun and sky. Then my groping hand hit a tangle of exposed tree roots breaching the water. With a sob of relief, I fisted my fingers in the slippery tendrils and heaved myself upward. I hauled myself out of the creek, scrambling on hands and knees up an embankment of crumbling soil. Flopping onto my back at the top of the rise, I looked up at a canopy of trees arching dizzyingly overhead. I'd made it out of the tunnels. Crazed laughter bubbled up in my chest, bleeding into a whimper. Out of immediate danger, maybe, but I was far from safe. As if to punctuate the thought, an enraged howl cut through the forest, echoing off the close-set trees. The creature erupted from the underground creek in an explosion of frigid spray, its bulk heaving out of the water. Its murderous eyes locked on me as it shook itself, fangs bared. I shoved dripping hair out of my face and rolled to the balls of my feet, one hand dropping to the gun still holstered at my hip. At least that hadn't been lost in the creek. "You don't know when to quit, do you, ugly?" I growled, more bravado than I felt. The dogman licked its chops, a disturbingly human gesture. In answer, it threw its head back and loosed a bone-chilling howl. And, to my horror, more howls rose in answer, drifting between the trees like fog. A chill rippled through me, colder than the creek water. The beast wasn't alone. There was a pack. Of course there was. How had I ever thought there was only one? Shadows detached from the forest, loping forward on misshapen legs. 1, 3, 6 pairs of glowing eyes cut through the gloom. The dogman took a step towards me, lips skinning back from jagged teeth. The others spread out, forming a loose half-circle, penning me in. Hitting the end of the tunnel had dumped me straight into an ambush. I tugged my gun free, knowing with grim certainty that I didn't have nearly enough bullets. Not for this, but by God, I'd go down fighting. Planting my feet, I leveled my pistol at the lead dogman's chest, stared into its hellish eyes, and bared my own teeth in defiance. The creature lunged, I squeezed the trigger, and then they were on me, a tangle of coarse fur and snapping jaws, tearing into yielding flesh. My agonized scream shattered the forest's silence, then cut abruptly short, choked off in a froth of blood. Darkness, deeper and more absolute than the tunnels, dragging me down, away from the pain, the fear, a final mercy. I slipped into it gratefully, the snarls of the feasting beasts fading to static in my ears. It was over. It was done. I'd lost. Let oblivion take me. My last thought, as everything went dim and distant, was that at least I wouldn't have to discover what the dogmen did with the bodies after. At least that horror would be spared me. Then the abyss swallowed me whole, and I knew nothing more. That's the last anyone saw of Ranger Jenna Wilder, and the last anyone heard of the dogmen of Willow Creek. After she and Joe failed to check in, the Forestry Service sent a team to the area. They found Joe's ravaged body, signs of a struggle, and so much blood spattered across the leaves. But no sign of Jenna, just her backpack torn and discarded at the edge of the forest, streaked with gore that wasn't entirely her own. The official explanation is that Jenna Wilder went mad, snapped under the pressure and isolation, the responsibilities of the job, that she murdered her fellow ranger before fleeing into the wilderness, never to be seen again. But those who were privy to Joe and Jenna's last frantic radio transmissions from that final day whisper a different story, one of hulking beasts and the Forestry Service's efforts to cover up generations of dark secrets skulking in the woods. Even now, seasoned rangers refuse assignments to Willow Creek, and if you go deep enough into the forest, following twisting game trails until the canopy grows dense enough to block out the sun, you'll find an old cabin sinking back into the earth, paw prints dried into the splinters of the ruined door. On the nights when the moon is swollen and gravid, painting the leaves silver, some say you can still hear the howls, rising over the wind, undeniably, horrifyingly close to human. You might catch a glimpse of misshapen silhouettes slipping between the trees, feel eyes burning into the back of your neck, the itching certainty that you are not alone. But it's probably just your imagination. Everyone knows there's no such thing as dogmen stalking the forests, that Ranger Wilder was unhinged. The story's just a shared delusion. Just remember, stay on the marked trails, never hike alone. And if you hear a howl in the night, a prickling at the base of your spine, don't look too closely into the darkness, because some secrets are buried for a reason, and some horrors are better left in the shadows, where they wait, endlessly patient, eternally hungry. Ever since I was a kid growing up in rural Wyoming, I've loved the great outdoors. While other kids were glued to their video games, I was exploring the vast wilderness around my family's property, hiking through dense pine forests, fishing the crystal clear streams, and camping under the star-filled night skies. I knew from a young age that I wanted to make a career out of my passion for nature. So when I graduated high school, I enrolled in a forestry program at the University of Wyoming. For the next 4 years, I immersed myself in studying wildlife biology, forestry, and outdoor recreation. My dream was to become a park ranger, dedicating my life to protecting and preserving the wild places I held so dear. After college, I was thrilled to land my first park ranger job at a remote national forest in northern Wyoming. The pay wasn't great, but I didn't care. I was doing what I loved. My duties involved maintaining trails and campsites, conducting wildlife surveys, and educating visitors about leave-no-trace principles and bear safety. I spent my days roaming the vast wilderness, marveling at its raw, untamed beauty. Golden eagles soared overhead, elk bugled from distant ridges, and the wind whispered through the towering pines. Out here, I felt truly alive and at peace. But despite the fulfillment I found in my work, I still struggled to make ends meet on a park ranger's meager salary. Student loan payments, car repairs, and other unexpected expenses piled up. I had to pinch every penny and live as frugally as possible in my tiny rustic cabin. Some months I barely scraped by. Still, I wouldn't trade this life for anything, I told myself. Protecting these wild lands was more than just a job to me. It was a calling. Growing up, I heard the stories and legends passed down by my Native American friends about the mysterious creatures and spirits that roamed these woods. They spoke in hushed tones of the skinwalkers, medicine men who could transform into animals through occult rituals. I always wrote them off as nothing more than spooky campfire tales, the kind of stories told to frighten misbehaving children. But that all changed during my second year as a backcountry ranger, patrolling a sprawling wilderness area along the Wyoming-Montana border. That's when I came face to face with an evil I never imagined could be real, an evil that would forever shatter my world and haunt my darkest nightmares. That fateful morning began like any other day, as a park ranger in the remote Wyoming wilderness. I woke up at dawn in my small patrol cabin, made a pot of strong black coffee, and geared up for a day of solitude in the backcountry. I had an area of about 50 square miles to cover, crisscrossed with trails, rivers, and densely forested ridges. Beautiful but unforgiving country. As I stepped out into the crisp mountain air, the sun was just cresting the eastern peaks, setting the dew-soaked meadow grasses ablaze in the early light. Can't beat that view, I said to myself, sipping my coffee and taking in the serene vista from the cabin porch. In the 2 years I'd been posted at this remote ranger station, I never got tired of these quiet, peaceful mornings before I set off on patrol. Just me, the mountains, and the abundant wildlife. I checked my backpack to make sure I had all my gear. Water, rations, maps, compass, headlamp, bear spray, first aid kit, my trusty buck knife, and of course my Park Service radio and satellite phone in case of emergencies. Even in this modern age, cell reception was non-existent out here. Around 7 a.m., I shouldered my pack and set off down the trail at an easy pace, my hiking boots crunching the pine needles underfoot. I planned to trek up to some backcountry campsites about 10 miles out, check on the facilities, and clear any fallen trees or obstructed trails along the way. Normally, I relished my time in the woods, listening to bird songs and soaking in the vast solitude. But today, something felt off, a strange tension in the air I couldn't quite place. The forest was oddly still and hushed, like all the creatures were collectively holding their breath. An involuntary shiver ran down my spine despite the warm summer air. "Get a hold of yourself," I muttered. "You're just spooked from those stupid stories growing up." I walked on for a few more miles, lost in thought. Then, without warning, a blood-curdling scream rang out from a dense stand of trees up ahead, shattering the eerie quiet. I froze in my tracks, the hairs on my neck standing straight up. The wailing cry, almost human but not quite, sent chills through my entire body. Then it abruptly cut off, leaving only terrible silence in its wake. My heart pounded against my ribcage as I stood paralyzed on the trail, listening intently for any other sound. But the forest had gone deathly still once more. No birds, no squirrels, not even a breath of wind through the leaves. Unnerved, I unclipped the bear spray from my belt, but knew I had to investigate in case someone was hurt. With a deep breath, I ventured warily into the trees. My shoulders were tense and my mouth dry as I stepped off the trail into the dense forest. Branches clawed at my sleeves as I pushed deeper into the underbrush toward where the scream had originated. I kept my bear spray up and ready, my knuckles white around the canister. Every snapping twig under my boots made me flinch. The woods had an eerie, oppressive feel, like something vile was watching from just beyond the edge of my vision. Soon, I reached a small clearing choked with brush and wildflowers. My heart nearly stopped at the scene before me. Deep crimson splashes of blood stained the green foliage, smeared and pooled in the dirt as if painting a macabre abstract. In the middle of the gory tableau lay the torn, lifeless body of a mule deer. "Jesus!" I gasped, feeling lightheaded at the sight and stench. I'd seen my share of animal kills before, but never anything like this sheer carnage. The deer hadn't just been brought down and eaten, it was ravaged. Flesh and fur were strewn everywhere, entrails spilled on the ground in gruesome ropes. Bite marks scored the exposed bones. But this was no normal predator kill. As I knelt down to examine it more closely, an icy dread flooded my veins. No mountain lion or bear did this. The wounds were too vicious, too intentional, ritualistic even. And no four-legged hunter I knew of was capable of the agonized, almost human wail I'd heard. My mind flashed back to those haunting skinwalker stories from my childhood, the ones I'd always laughed off as folklore. According to legend, skinwalkers were once shamans who become corrupted by greed or vengeance. They traded their humanity to gain the power to shapeshift into the creatures whose skins they wore: wolves, bears, owls. But the transformation twisted and darkened their souls. Skinwalkers were said to stalk the night as malevolent, nearly immortal entities, feeding on terror and human flesh under the full moon. Depraved, intelligent, and possessing occult powers, they lived only to spread suffering. Some legends claimed they could read minds, mimic human voices, manipulate their victims' perception. I felt ridiculous for even entertaining such far-fetched notions, but staring at the grisly remains of the deer, I couldn't completely suppress the horrifying question. What if those native stories held a grain of truth? Could something indescribably evil, neither animal nor human, actually roam these woods? No, it was insane, impossible. There had to be a rational explanation. Swallowing hard, I raised my park radio to call it into HQ with shaking hands. But as I looked up, my blood turned to ice in my veins. There, on the far side of the clearing, stood the silhouette of something that made no natural sense. It had the general shape of a man, but was far too tall, limbs too long and angular. A tangled pelt of matted fur covered its body, and under a crown of twisted antlers, two gleaming eyes burned into mine. Not animal eyes, but horribly, intelligently human. Eyes that radiated pure malice. In that awful gaze, I knew the native legends were true. I was staring into the face of a skinwalker. For several terrifying heartbeats, the creature and I stood locked in a silent standoff across the blood-soaked clearing, neither of us moving a muscle. Fear rooted me in place, turned my limbs to lead. No matter how much my brain screamed to bolt, to flee this walking nightmare, I couldn't get my body to cooperate. The skinwalker cocked its head to one side, considering me with a predatory, unsettlingly human intelligence in its gleaming eyes. Up close, I could see its form was stuck in a grotesque halfway point between man and beast, as if the transformation had gone horribly wrong. Antlers protruded from a misshapen human-like skull. Glinting fangs poked out of a nearly lipless mouth. Razor claws tipped long, almost simian arms. Never taking its hellish eyes off me, The skinwalker began to make a strangled, gurgling sound deep in its throat. With a stab of horror, I realized it was laughing. A harsh, guttural approximation of human laughter, mocking my terror. Then it spoke in a raspy but chillingly articulate voice that sent spider legs of revulsion skittering up my spine. Little ranger, all alone in the woods," it taunted in a sing-song cadence. "No one to hear you scream when Skinwalker feasts on your flesh and drinks your sweet marrow." I'd never been so petrified in my life. My heart battered against my ribcage like a panicked bird. I felt my gorge rise, tasted bile in the back of my throat. The cloying stench of death and decay emanated from the creature, choking my nostrils. It took a loping step forward, then another, slowly closing the distance with a predator's supreme confidence, savoring my fear-frozen immobility. Fight or flight instincts finally kicked in as it drew within lunging range. Adrenaline jolted through me, and I did the only thing I could. I ran. I crashed wildly through the underbrush, sprinting blindly like a spooked deer. Branches whipped my face and roots grabbed at my ankles. The creature's rattling laughter echoed after me, horribly close behind. I could hear it crashing through the foliage in pursuit, closing the gap with frightening speed. "Run, little man, run!" it howled gleefully, the sound distorted by the rushing of blood in my ears. "The hunger will catch you. The hunger always catches you in the end." Chest heaving, pulse roaring, I ran for my life back toward the trail and didn't dare look over my shoulder. I had to make it back to my cabin, had to radio for help, evacuate any campers in the creature's path, assuming the skinwalker didn't tear me apart before I could warn anyone. After several frenzied minutes that felt like hours, I finally burst from the tree line onto the open trail, legs and lungs burning. The sudden brightness blinded me for a moment, and in that split second of lost momentum, a great weight slammed into my back, hurling me to the ground. I yelled in pain and fear as I landed hard, the air crushed from my lungs. The stench of rotting flesh filled my nostrils. I felt a blast of hot carrion breath on the back on my neck as wicked claws pinned me down. "This is it," I thought wildly as I struggled in vain. "This is how I die. Alone in the woods I loved, ripped to shreds by something that shouldn't exist." A sob broke from my throat. The creature lowered its horrendous face next to mine as it hissed, "Time to feed, little ranger, but slow, oh so slow. Skinwalker likes to savor the screaming." As the skinwalker's razor claws tore into my shoulder, I cried out in anguish, thrashing desperately to get free. White-hot pain seared through me as the creature's jagged teeth sank into the side of my neck, worrying at my flesh like a predator with a fresh kill. The sickly sweet stench of my own blood filled my nose as it flowed freely, soaking my uniform. I felt my struggles weaken, my vision blurring at the edges as shock began to set in from the sudden blood loss. "So this is what it's like to be eaten alive," I thought dimly. "Yes, little ranger, your fear is so sweet. Skinwalker will feast well tonight." The abomination gloated, its fetid breath hot on my face. It dragged a long, blackened tongue up my bleeding cheek, savoring the coppery taste with obscene relish. I shuddered in revulsion, struggling feebly. But as I felt my life force draining away, as the vicious creature poised for the killing blow, a sudden flare of defiance rose up in me from some hidden reserve. No, damn it. I would not die whimpering and helpless like a rabbit in a snare. If I was going down, I'd go down fighting to my last breath. With my one free arm not pinned under the skinwalker's bulk, I frantically groped for the bear spray canister still clipped to my belt. Just as the monster lunged for my exposed throat, I managed to fumble the safety off, pointed over my shoulder, and depressed the trigger. The effect was instantaneous. The concentrated pepper spray hit the skinwalker directly in its malformed face, right in those burning eyes. It reared back with an ungodly shriek of pain and rage, clawing at its face as the caustic chemical seared into its eyes and airway. The sound made my skin crawl, but it bought me a precious second. I rolled away and staggered to my feet, nearly blacking out as blood loss and adrenaline made the world spin. The skinwalker was still yowling, temporarily blinded, but I knew the bear spray would only hold it off for moments. I had to run, had to put as much distance between myself and it as I could. I lurched into the fastest, shambling run I could manage in my weakened state, leaving a trail of blood droplets in my wake. My lungs sawed and my vision swam, but I forced myself to keep moving. In my pain-soaked haze, I had the vague notion of following the trail back to my patrol cabin. It had an emergency first aid kit, a radio to call for help, and a gun locker. After an interminable stumbling flight through the woods, my cabin finally came into blurry view. I half fell against the door, leaving a smear of blood on the weathered wood as I fumbled for my keys. At last I got the door open and staggered inside, collapsing to my knees on the rough floorboards. Every movement agony, I dragged myself over to the wall and propped my back against it, pulling my mangled shoulder as best I could. The wounds were deep and ragged. I was losing too much blood, my head swimming, but I had to call this in before I passed out. Gasping through gritted teeth, I forced myself to focus long enough to grab the radio and switch to the emergency channel. "Dispatch, come in," I panted. "This is Ranger McCaffrey. I have a major incident to report, some kind of animal attack." It wasn't a lie exactly. How could I even begin to describe what was out there? I gave them my coordinates and requested an immediate medevac before the black tunnel narrowed my vision completely. The radio fell from my numb, blood-slicked fingers as I slid toward unconsciousness. But before the darkness took me, a horrible sound cut through the foggy depths. A long, warbling howl rose over the forest, chilling me to the marrow. The skinwalker. It was still out there, and it was calling to me, summoning me, letting me know the hunt was still on. I awoke to blinding light and a rhythmic electronic beeping. Blinking groggily, I realized I was in a hospital bed, IV line snaking into my arms, my shoulder and neck swathed in thick bandages. The astringent smell of antiseptics filled my nose. "Ranger McCaffrey, can you hear me?" A voice filtered through the fog, and a woman's face swam into focus above me. A nurse, judging by her blue scrubs. "You're at Mercy Hospital. You've been unconscious for nearly 2 days. How do you feel?" 2 days? I tried to respond, but found my throat too dry and raw to form words. The nurse held a cup of water with a straw to my cracked lips, and I drank greedily. The cold liquid soothed my parched throat. "What happened?" I finally managed to rasp. "How did I get here?" "The medevac team found you nearly bled out on the floor of your patrol cabin," the nurse said gently. "You're very lucky. Another hour and you might not have made it." Fragmented memories came crashing back. The mutilated deer carcass, the skinwalker's mocking laughter, the agonizing slash of claws and fangs, my frantic flight through the woods. A shudder racked my battered body. It hadn't been some fever dream. The attack, the creature, it was all sickeningly real. "I have to talk to the authorities," I insisted, struggling to sit up and sending a bolt of pain through my ravaged shoulder. "There's something evil out in those woods. It's not an animal, it's monstrous. It will kill again." "Easy, Mr. McCaffrey, please lie still," the nurse said, gently pressing me back to the bed. "You've been through severe physical and emotional trauma. The rangers and wardens conducted a thorough investigation of the attack site, but found no conclusive evidence of the creature you described." "No evidence? How is that possible?" "But the deer," I whispered hoarsely. "All the blood, my wounds." She shook her head sadly. "I'm sorry, but analysis of your injuries indicates a bear attack, not whatever it is you believe you saw. I know your mind may be trying to process the trauma, but you have to accept that what you remember may not reflect reality." I stared at her in mute shock. A bear? Is that what they'd convinced themselves of rather than face the impossible truth? Or had the skinwalker somehow obscured the evidence of its existence, manipulated perceptions like the legends claimed? I felt a rising sense of despair and isolation. How could I make anyone believe the horror I'd faced out there? They'd write me off as unhinged, delusional. Maybe I was losing my mind. But deep down, I knew the truth, even if no one else could accept it. In the days that followed, through the agonizing process of surgeries and skin grafts and psychiatric evaluations, I tried to bury the memories, to go along with the bear attack narrative. But every night I awoke shaking and sweat-drenched from nightmares of the skinwalker's malevolent eyes, its guttural laughter, the feel of its rancid breath on my face. Even as my physical wounds began to heal, I knew I'd never truly recover. That creature was still out there in the wilderness I once called home, and it had marked me, its vicious presence indelibly seared into my psyche. And on nights when the moon hung swollen and silver in the sky, I swore I could still hear its eerie, warbling howl rising over the forest, summoning me, letting me know that it was waiting patiently to finish the job, to taste ranger blood once more. I knew someday I'd have to answer that call. I'd return to those woods to face the skinwalker again, to settle the score once and for all, even if it cost me everything. There could be no peace for me otherwise. Only then would I learn if the evil that walked like a man could truly be killed, or if it would be my own bones left cracked and scattered in that dark forest. I've always loved the great outdoors. Growing up in a small town in rural Maine, I spent my childhood exploring the dense forests and rugged mountains that surrounded our little community. So when I graduated high school and had the opportunity to take a summer job as a park ranger in the remote wilderness of northern Arizona, I jumped at the chance. The pay wasn't great, but I was desperate to get out of Maine and experience something new. Little did I know, this decision would change my life forever. After a long drive across the country in my beat-up old car, I arrived at the ranger station, eager to get started. I was greeted by Frank, the gruff old park supervisor, who gave me a quick orientation before handing me my uniform and sending me on my way. My job was to patrol the vast network of hiking trails that crisscross the park, assist visitors, and keep an eye out for any signs of trouble. It seemed like a dream come true, getting paid to spend my days hiking through some of the most beautiful scenery on Earth. But from the very beginning, something felt off about the place. Maybe it was the eerie silence that hung over the forest, broken only by the occasional gust of wind rustling through the pines, or the way the shadows seemed to flicker and dance at the edges of my vision, even in the bright midday sun. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just nerves. But deep down, I knew there was more to it than that. As the weeks went by, I settled into a routine, rising early each morning to patrol my assigned section of the park. Most days were uneventful. I'd hike for miles without seeing another soul, stopping only to admire a particularly stunning vista or rest beside a gurgling mountain stream. But every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of something moving between the trees, just out of the corner of my eye. A flicker of motion, there and gone in an instant. At first I assumed it was just a deer or an elk, but the more it happened, the less certain I became. Then, the reports started coming in from hikers, whispered rumors of strange sights and sounds deep in the woods. A distant, bone-chilling howl that cut through the night, like no animal any of them had ever heard before. Eerie, human-like figures glimpsed darting between the shadows of the pines. Campsites ransacked and torn apart by an unknown force. Food stores raided and scattered. Frank waved it all off as nonsense, the overactive imaginations of tired hikers and campers spooking each other with tall tales around the fire. But I wasn't so sure. Something was out there. I could feel it watching me, tracking me through the trees as I hiked the trails. The feeling of unseen eyes on my back, the hairs on my arms prickling with a primal, instinctive dread. It all came to a head one chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped low behind the mountains, painting the clouds in brilliant shades of fiery orange and deep crimson. I was hiking back to the ranger station after a long day on patrol, my legs aching and my stomach grumbling, when a distant scream cut through the twilit forest. At first I thought I must have imagined it. Maybe it was just a bird or the wind whistling through a canyon. But then it came again, a piercing, terrible shriek that made my blood run cold. Without thinking, I took off at a sprint in the direction of the sound, crashing through the underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. As I ran, the screams grew louder, joined now by what sounded like a fierce struggle, grunts of exertion and snarls of animalistic rage. I burst into a small clearing and skidded to a halt, my breath catching in my throat at the sight before me. A man lay crumpled on the ground, a camper, judging by his torn and bloodied uniform. Crouched over him was something. At first glance, it looked like a massive wolf, all matted fur and rippling muscle. But something was horribly wrong. The creature seemed to shift and blur before my eyes, its proportions twisting and warping grotesquely. One moment it was lupine, the next almost human, but never fully either. The thing turned towards me, slower than it should have, and I saw its eyes. Not the eyes of a beast, but strangely intelligent, blazing with a cold alien hunger. Its muzzle wrinkled back in a snarl, revealing needle-sharp teeth. Saliva dripped from its jaws, hissing as it struck the forest floor. Blind terror gripped me. I fumbled for the can of bear spray holstered at my belt, my fingers clumsy and numb. The creature lunged with blurring speed. I managed to aim the spray and depress the trigger just as it crashed into me, a solid wall of fur and muscle. Choking, acrid mist filled the air. The thing howled in pain, releasing me and reeling backwards. I scrambled to my feet, gulping lungfuls of the biting chemicals, and took off as fast as my shaking legs could carry me. I didn't look back, not once. Somehow, I made it back to the ranger station. I burst through the door and slammed it behind me, startling Frank out of the doze he'd fallen into in front of the crackling potbelly stove. It all came pouring out of me in a babbling rush. The screams, the thing in the woods, the injured camper. Frank listened, his weathered face hard and unreadable. When I finally ran out of words, chest heaving, he sighed and dragged a hand over his stubbled chin. "Kid," he said slowly, "I think there's something you ought to know about this place." Frank leaned back in his chair, the ancient wood creaking under his weight. He took a long pull from the flask in his hand before speaking again. "The local tribes around here, they've got stories, old stories passed down through generations. They say these woods are different, that there are things out there, creatures that ain't quite animal, ain't quite human. They call them skinwalkers." I shivered, remembering those eerie, intelligent eyes, the uncanny warping of the creature's form. Frank nodded grimly, as if reading my thoughts. "Reckon that's what you saw out there tonight. I've been working these parts for going on 30 years now, and I've seen my share of strangeness. But I ain't never seen one bold enough to attack a person like that." He stood abruptly, his chair scraping across the rough wooden floor. "We gotta call in the authorities, get that injured fella some help. And kid, I know you're shook up, but I need you to keep quiet about what you saw, all right? Last thing we need is a panic. Bunch of Tin Star Rangers and weekend warriors thinking they're gonna bag themselves a monster." I nodded numbly, not trusting myself to speak. Frank clapped me on the shoulder as he passed, his hand heavy and reassuring. "Get some rest. We'll head out at first light, see if we can track down our mystery camper." But rest was a tall order. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing lunging at me from the darkness, all teeth and claws and sinew. I tossed and turned on my narrow bunk, watching the shadows creep across the walls as the night drew on. At some point I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, Frank was shaking me awake, thin gray light filtering through the dusty windows. We set out in his ancient pickup truck, bouncing and jouncing over the rough forest roads. The woods blurred past outside, a mess of spindly trunks and skeletal branches snagging at the pale sky. Neither of us spoke much. The gravity of what we might find weighed heavy in the close confines of the cab. We pulled into the deserted campground and got out, the doors of the truck slamming like gunshots in the stillness. I led the way to the clearing where I'd found the injured man, retracing my frantic path from the night before. But when we got there, there was no sign of him. No blood, no torn clothing, nothing. Just a few scuffed patches of earth, already sifting back into anonymity. It was as if the whole thing had never happened. Frank frowned, scanning the tree line. "You sure this is the place?" I nodded, my mouth dry. "Positive. He was right here, I swear it." Frank blew out a long breath. "Well, he ain't here now. Could be he made it out on his own, I suppose. Or..." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't have to. An icy finger of dread crept up my spine as I followed his gaze out into the silent, watchful forest. Out into the territory of the skinwalker. The next few days passed in a haze of unease. We filed an official report on the missing camper, but with no evidence to go on, there wasn't much the higher-ups could do. Life at the ranger station went on, but there was a pall hanging over everything now. a shadow that couldn't quite be shaken. I threw myself into my work with a kind of desperate intensity, hiking farther and faster than I ever had before. Some part of me hoped that if I just kept moving, I could outrun the memories, outpace the gnawing fear that had taken root in my gut. But no matter how many miles I put behind me, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched, of some malevolent presence dogging my steps through the wilderness. It all came to a head about a week after the incident in the clearing. I was out on a solo patrol, pushing my way through a particularly dense stretch of underbrush, when I stumbled into a small, hidden glade. And there, in the center of the clearing, was a sight that stopped me dead in my tracks. A circle of stones had been laid out on the forest floor, each one intricately carved with symbols and glyphs that made my eyes water to look at. In the middle of the circle, a fire pit had been dug, the charred remains of some unidentifiable substance still smoldering in its depths, and scattered around it, glinting dully in the dappled light. Bones. Dozens of them, some small and delicate, others thick and heavy with age. I took a stumbling step backwards, my gorge rising. This was no hiker's campsite. This was something else, something ancient and dark and unutterably wrong. And then, from the shadows at the edge of the glade, I heard it, that low, sibilant hiss, like the whisper of a serpent in the grass. I whirled, my hand scrabbling for my bear spray, but it was already too late. The skinwalker lunged from the tree line, a nightmare made flesh. It was different than before, somehow more solid, more real. Its form still shifted and warped, but now I could make out details. A flash of yellow fangs, the sleek ripple of powerful haunches, eyes that burned with a feral, murderous intelligence. It hit me like a freight train, slamming me to the ground, fetid breath hot on my face. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but its weight pinned me down, claws sinking into my shoulders. And then, as suddenly as it had attacked, the creature froze. Its head snapped up, nostrils flaring, as if catching some scent on the breeze. For a long, breathless moment, it remained motionless, poised above me like a statue carved from shadow. Then, with a snarl of frustration, it released me and bounded away into the trees, leaving me gasping and bleeding on the forest floor. Shaking, I dragged myself to my feet, wincing at the deep gouges the thing's claws had left in my flesh. I knew I should get back to the ranger station, report what had happened, but something stopped me. Call it stubbornness, call it pride, call it the desperate need to understand. I couldn't let this go. Not now. Not after everything I'd seen. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I set off in the direction the skinwalker had fled, following the trail of broken branches and churned earth. I didn't know what I was going to do when I caught up to it. I just knew I had to try. I tracked the creature for hours, pushing myself harder than I ever had before. The pain from my wounds faded into the background as I focused all my attention on following the faint signs of its passage. A tuft of fur snagged on a briar here, a paw print in the soft loam there. As I went, the forest seemed to change around me. The trees growing older, taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted with age. The air grew heavy and still, thick with the green smell of rot and growth. I had the unsettling feeling that I was moving backwards in time, slipping into some primitive, primordial world where the normal rules no longer applied. Just as I was beginning to think I'd lost the trail, I broke through a wall of dense foliage and found myself in a small clearing. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, just another anonymous stretch of forest floor carpeted in fallen leaves. But as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized that the ground before me was pitted with strange circular depressions. They were too regular to be natural, too precise to be the work of any animal. No, this was something else. A memory surfaced, unbidden, a snippet of conversation overheard late one night as Frank swapped stories with some of the older rangers. They'd been talking about the history of the area, about the tribes that had called these lands home long before the first settlers arrived. And they'd mentioned something about sacred sites, hidden places deep in the forest where the barriers between worlds grew thin. Dreamers' circles, they'd called them. Places where shamans and medicine men would come to seek visions, to commune with the spirits of the land. Places of power and of danger. And now, standing there in that silent glade, staring down at those uncanny rings gouged into the earth. I knew that was where I was. I could feel it, the same way I'd felt the skinwalker's presence stalking me through the trees. There was an energy here, an almost palpable sense of watchfulness, of barely restrained hunger. A twig snapped behind me. I spun, reaching for my bear spray, but my hand closed on empty air. And there, emerging from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, was the skinwalker. But it was different now, changed. It stood upright, its form more human than animal, though still unnaturally elongated and distorted. Its yellow eyes gleamed with a cruel, cunning intelligence as it regarded me across the dreamer's circle. "So," it said, its voice like the rasp of a whetstone on an old blade. "You found your way here after all. Persistent. I can admire that." I swallowed hard, fighting down the surge of terror that threatened to overwhelm me. "What are you?" I managed to croak out. "What do you want?" The thing smiled, a ghastly stretching of lips over far too many teeth. "Want? I want what I've always wanted. To feed, to hunt, to taste the hot blood and feel the sweet flesh tear." It took a slinking step forward, head cocked to one side. "As for what I am the wild heart of these woods, the spirit of the hunt incarnate. I am the reason your kind whisper of monsters in the dark." Another step, bringing it to the very edge of the circle. I could smell it now, a rank musk that made my eyes water and my stomach roil. "I've been here since before your people set foot on these shores. I'll be here long after the last of you is dust and bone. This is my land, my territory, and you're trespassing." It lunged, a blur of shadow and sinew and slashing claws. I threw myself sideways, rolling desperately out of its path. Leaves flew, dirt sprayed. I came up running, crashing headlong into the trees. Behind me, I could hear the thing's pursuit, the heavy thud of its footfalls, the eager panting of its breath. I ran like I had never run before, ducking and weaving, hurdling fallen logs and splashing through icy streams. But it was always there, just a hair's breadth behind, toying with me, savoring the chase. I burst from the tree line onto a narrow ridge, barely managing to skid to a halt at its crumbling edge. A sheer drop yawned before me, plunging down into a mist-shrouded ravine, and behind me, blocking the way back, the skinwalker emerged from the shadows of the pines. I stood frozen, trapped between the snarling horror at my back and the yawning abyss ahead. The skinwalker stalked forward, its yellow eyes glinting with malice. "End of the line, little prey," it hissed. "No more running. Time to it never finished the sentence." Because at that moment, a thunderous crack split the air, and the creature staggered, black ichor spraying from a gaping wound in its chest. Frank stepped out from the cover of the trees, a smoking rifle clutched in his gnarled hands. His face was set in a mask of grim determination as he worked the bolt, chambering another round. The skinwalker snarled, its form rippling and contorting with rage. It lunged at Frank, a blur of tooth and claw, but the old ranger was ready. He fired again and again, each shot striking home with uncanny precision. The creature howled, its cries rising to an unearthly shriek that set my teeth on edge. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet began to crumble, the edge of the cliff giving way. I scrabbled desperately for purchase, but it was too late. I felt myself falling, the ravine rushing up to meet me. The last thing I saw was Frank, standing tall against the writhing fury of the wounded skinwalker, a lone figure silhouetted against the pale sky. Then the mists swallowed me, and I knew no more. I awoke to the steady beep of a heart monitor, the sharp smell of antiseptic stinging my nostrils. A hospital. I was alive. It took weeks to recover from my injuries, both physical and mental. The official story was that I'd been attacked by a rogue bear. Frank saw to that. The families of the missing campers were told the same thing. Tragic animal attacks. Their bodies never recovered. But he and I knew the truth. And though we never spoke of it again, not directly, I could see it in his eyes every time we passed in the halls of the ranger station. A shadow, a haunted knowledge of the things that lurked in the untamed dark of the forest. I handed in my resignation a month to the day after I got out of the hospital. I couldn't stay, couldn't spend another night with the whispering of the pines in my ears. and the prickling certainty of being watched on the back of my neck. The forest wasn't mine anymore. Maybe it never had been. The night before I left, I dreamed. I dreamed of running through darkened woods, the baying of some huge, unseen beast echoing behind me. I dreamed of eyes, yellow and terrible and infinitely cruel. I dreamed of blood on leaves, of broken bones and spilled meat, of snarling jaws and rending claws, and a hunger that could never, ever be sated. I woke shaking, drenched in icy sweat, hands clenched white-knuckled in the sheets. Outside, a lone wolf howled, the sound raising the hairs on the back of my neck. A farewell and a warning, a promise of the hunt to come. Because I knew deep in my bones, in that place that remembers ancient terrors, that it wasn't over. That no matter how far or how fast I ran, it would always be out there, waiting for me in the savage heart of the wilderness, watching, hungering, the skinwalker, stalker of the in-between places, the watcher in the woods. I had been working as a park ranger for the past 5 years, ever since graduating college with a pile of student loan debt and few job prospects. The pay was meager, but the solitude suited me. I had grown up in the suburbs of Chicago, the cacophony of city life always ringing in my ears. Out here, the only sounds were the rustle of leaves, the occasional bird call, and the howling of coyotes under the moonlit sky. But that silence felt heavier lately, like a physical presence lurking behind each gnarled tree trunk. More and more, I had the unsettling feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The forest almost seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. For what, I couldn't say. I shook off a shudder and continued down the narrow dirt path. As a ranger, it was my duty to patrol these woods, keeping an eye out for lost hikers, maintaining the trails, and generally ensuring the safety of the forest and its visitors. Usually it was uneventful, more battling paperwork and fixing washed-out footbridges than anything truly dangerous. But then the disappearances started. At first it was just a few backpackers who never checked in at their designated campsites. Search parties were sent out, but no traces were ever found. Not a scrap of torn clothing, not a single boot print or snapped twig to mark their passage. It was as if they had simply vanished into the ether, the hungry forest swallowing them whole. Unease skittered down my spine at the thought. I had never been a superstitious man, but something about those unexplained disappearances chilled me to my core. Ancient legends clung to these mountains, tales of dark creatures that stalked the shadows. The local tribes rarely spoke of them, as if merely uttering their names might summon them forth. But you heard whispers, wendigo, skinwalkers, beings that were not quite human and not quite animal, but something in between. I tried to shake off such dark imaginings. I was a man of science and reason, after all. Whatever the cause of the disappearances, there had to be a rational explanation. But out here, miles from civilization with only the towering pines for company, it was hard not to let my mind wander down eerie paths. My radio crackled to life, startling me out of my brooding thoughts. "Steve, you there?" "Over." It was Josie, the only other ranger currently on duty. There was an odd tightness to her voice. I unclipped the radio from my belt. "I'm here. Over. We just got a report of another possible 231 near Bear Creek. A couple backpackers are overdue at their checkpoint. Can you swing by and take a look?" 231. Missing persons, my least favorite kind of call. I swallowed hard. "Roger that. I'm on my way. Over and out." I altered course towards Bear Creek, quickening my pace. Maybe the hikers had simply gotten lost or turned an ankle. Maybe for once this would have a happy ending. But deep in my gut, a cold dread unfurled. I couldn't escape the feeling that something was out there in the forest. Something ancient and hungry, with watchful eyes and sharp teeth. And it was waiting for me. The shadows lengthened as I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the anemic autumn sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy overhead. Bear Creek burbled somewhere up ahead, but otherwise the forest was deathly still. I should have reached the overdue backpackers' last known campsite by now. The couple, a young married pair from Oregon, had planned to trek a well-established loop over the course of 5 days. But they never arrived at the checkpoint ranger station to sign out 2 days ago. It wasn't totally unheard of for inexperienced hikers to underestimate the distance or take a wrong turn, but something about this felt different. An icy tendril of fear crept up my spine. As I crested a rise, my radio crackled to life again, breaking the eerie silence. "Steve, I found something. Quarter-mile off trail, due south of the creek." Josie's voice sounded strained, almost breathless. A cold sweat broke out along my brow. "What is it?" I asked, already moving in her direction, leaves scattering beneath my boots. "A campsite. There's a tent, but it's—" She trailed off, and I heard her inhale sharply. "You better come see for yourself. And step carefully." An ominous note hung in the air as the radio clicked off. I broke into a light jog, dodging low-hanging branches and mossy logs. What had she found? Minutes later, I spotted a splash of bright blue through the trees. A nylon tent, haphazardly pitched in a small clearing. "Josie," I called softly. "Over here." Her voice sounded small, haunted. I pushed through a dense thicket of brambles and found her standing in the center of the campsite, her face pale. She pointed at the ground. "Look." I followed her finger and felt my blood turn to ice water. The dirt around the tent was heavily disturbed, clawed up into furrows as if by a wild animal. But it wasn't the signs of struggle that made my heart seize painfully in my chest. It was the footprints. They started out boot-shaped, like any human footfalls, a man's size 11 and a woman's size 8. But then, a few yards from the tent, they changed. Elongated, sprouted claws, morphed into something distinctly inhuman, like a cross between a wolf and a man. "What? What could do something like that?" Josie breathed, hugging her elbows to her chest. Even an experienced ranger like her looked spooked. I swallowed hard, my mind spinning. Maybe a bear or a mountain lion, if the hikers startled it near its den. But the words sounded hollow even to my own ears. No animal I knew of left prints like that. Steeling my spine, I approached the tent, already dreading what I might find. With a shaking hand, I unzipped the flap and peered inside. It was empty, save for 2 abandoned sleeping bags and scattered gear. No blood, no bodies, just a thin film of dirt and leaves. But the bag on the left, the woman's, judging by the floral pattern, was shredded, the goose-down innards strewn across the floor of the tent as if torn by knife-like claws. I rocked back on my heels, my heart thundering against my ribcage. The word pulled itself up from my throat on a hoarse whisper before I could stop it. A word I had been trying not to even think since the rash of vanishing started months ago. "Skinwalker." Josie shot me a look that was part confusion, part dread. "What did you say?" I pushed to my feet, brushing off the knees of my cargo pants. The word felt heavy and sour on my tongue. "Nothing. Probably just a bear. I'll call it in, get a proper search party assembled." But I couldn't meet her eyes as I said it, because I knew, deep in my marrow, that this was no bear attack. No cougar or wolf or anything else of earthly origin had torn through this campsite and stolen away the 2 innocent people sleeping here. It was something older, darker, a being out of folklore and nightmare, and it was still out there, watching from the shadows, waiting, hungry. The next morning dawned cold and gray, mist curling around the trunks of the towering evergreens. I hadn't slept, spending the night listening for the chilling screams rumored to announce the presence of a skinwalker, cold sweat dampening my scalp. A search party had been organized to comb the vicinity of Bear Creek for signs of the missing backpackers, but I couldn't shake the tight knot of dread coiled in my gut. Somehow, I knew they wouldn't find a trace. Josie and I joined in the hunt, eyes straining to pick out any clues between the endless trees. A scrap of fabric, a broken branch, anything. But like the others who had vanished, it was as if the young couple had been erased from existence, leaving only churned earth and ripped nylon as testament that they had ever been here. My skin crawled at the memory of those eerie, misshapen footprints. I was so focused on searching for signs of passage that I almost missed the low whine emanating from a nearby oak thicket. I froze, breath catching in my throat. "Did you hear that?" Josie cocked her head, brow creased. After a moment, she shook her head. "I don't hear any—" The whine came again, louder this time, rising into an almost human keen of distress. The hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention. "There. It sounds like an animal in pain." Gun at the ready, I slunk towards the dense bramble, motioning for Josie to stay behind me. It could be a wounded deer, or something more ominous. Every nerve in my body felt electrified, hyper-alert. Gritting my teeth, I shoved aside a tangle of undergrowth and felt my blood turn to ice. A wolf lay on its side, half hidden under a massive fallen oak bough. No, not a wolf. As my eyes adjusted, I picked out details that sent my heart jackrabbiting into my throat. It was too large for one. Legs strangely elongated. Patchy fur gave way to what looked horribly like human skin. And the eyes that rolled towards me were dark brown, brimming with an intelligence that froze me to my marrow. "Steve, what?" Josie battled through the bushes to reach my side, and choked off with a strangled gasp as she caught sight of the awful thing. "Don't move," I hissed out the corner of my mouth, never taking my eyes off the creature. Its sides heaved with pained breaths, blood oozing from a wound on its abdomen. But even injured, a skinwalker was not a being to underestimate. If the legends held any shred of truth, it could shift its form at will, lure us into a deadly trap with stolen voices. Slowly, so slowly, I raised my rifle to my shoulder, sighting along the barrel. The creature released another low whine, and I swore its eyes shifted from animal gold to human brown and back again. My finger trembled against the trigger. This close, I couldn't possibly miss. One shot would put the dark being out of its misery and ensure it never preyed on another innocent soul. I knew I should pull the trigger, but that keening cry sounded so human, so agonized. I swallowed bile, aim wavering, a snap of twigs, a flash of tawny fur to my left. I startled, and in that split second, the skinwalker surged to its feet, a guttural snarl erupting from its throat. Josie screamed. I squeezed the trigger on pure instinct. The shot went wide as a heavy weight barreled into me, sending me crashing to the forest floor in a tangle of limbs and snapping teeth. Claws like knives ripped across my shoulder. Hot blood sprayed. I smelled fetid breath, glimpsed a twisted face that blurred the line between man and beast. I lashed out, felt my fist connect with a jaw that cracked under the blow. The creature wailed, an enraged and agonized sound. Then its full weight settled on my chest, shoving the air from my lungs. Spots swam before my eyes. Dimly, I heard Josie shouting my name. A grinning muzzle full of dagger teeth filled my vision. I scrabbled desperately for my fallen rifle, but my clumsy fingers found only damp leaves. So this was how it ended. Alone in this godforsaken forest, my throat torn out by a mythical monstrosity that couldn't possibly exist. The skinwalker's breath scalded my face. I braced for the killing blow, eyes slamming shut. A deafening crack split the air. The weight on my chest vanished. I sucked in a ragged gasp, eyes flying open again. The creature lay unmoving, an arm's length away, its misshapen skull a pulpy ruin. Gore steamed on the carpet of leaves. A few yards back, Josie lowered her rifle with shaking hands, ashen-faced. "A headshot," she stammered, sounding dazed. "Just like Call of Duty." A half-mad bark of laughter ripped from my throat. I collapsed back into the leaves, giddy relief and adrenaline making me lightheaded. The pain in my savaged shoulder burned like fire, but I was alive. Somehow, impossibly, we both were. I met Josie's shell-shocked gaze over the corpse of the monster, 1,000 unspoken words passing between us. This was far from over. More questions than answers remained, but for now, we had survived. The skinwalker's reign of terror was over. At least, that's what I told myself as we radioed in our position with shaking voices. But deep down, a cold sliver of doubt remained. Because if a creature like this existed, what other horrors might be lurking in the shadowed corners of this ancient, secretive wood? The questions hounded me as I lay in a stark hospital bed 2 days later, my tattered shoulder swaddled in gauze and my blood singing with the fuzzy warmth of opioids. What secrets had died with that creature in the woods? How many others of its kind still prowled the wilderness, wearing skins that didn't belong to them? The skinwalker's carcass had been bundled away by stone-faced government types before I'd even gotten my bleeding under control, whisked off to God only knew where. When I'd tried to protest, to demand answers, I'd been shut down with ruthless efficiency, told I'd imagined things, that it had been a rabid bear, nothing more. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt, pinned under that nightmare bulk, breathing in the stench of its carrion breath. Despite the drugs muddying my thoughts, I couldn't stop my mind from spinning, puzzling, searching for some shred of sense in all of this unnatural madness. Josie believed me at least. She'd seen it too. But we'd been strongly advised to keep our side of the tale to ourselves, harangued with enough legal jargon and thinly veiled threats to ensure our uneasy silence. I couldn't blame her for biting her tongue, falling in line. Neither of us could afford to lose our jobs, our livelihoods. So we swallowed the bitter lie, signed the non-disclosure agreements, let the trauma fester in our guts like a poisoned barb. But in the dark of night, drugged and drifting, my memory played the scene over and over across the insides of my eyelids. The creature's uncanny eyes, more human than animal. The way its form had seemed to ripple and writhe, as if the skin it wore didn't quite fit. Its agonized whines, almost a pleading, and the look of hateful cunning on its face as it lunged. I bolted awake, a scream lodged in my sandpaper throat. My shoulders shrieked as I scrabbled for the light, the linoleum floor icy under my bare feet. For a moment I didn't know where I was, half convinced scrabbling claws would drag me back into the cloying dark. But slowly, bit by bit, reality reasserted itself. Sterile white walls, the faint beeping of machines, antiseptic tickling my nose. A shuddering breath left me and I slumped back against the bed, knuckling my eyes. It was over. I was safe now. Nothing more than a nightmare, a memory. The skinwalker was dead. But even as I mouthed the reassurances to myself, a creeping dread unfurled beneath my breastbone. Because there was one detail of that fateful encounter that I hadn't admitted to anyone, not even Josie. One moment that made me question everything I thought I knew about the skinwalker, about myself. In the split second before its jaws closed on my throat, before Josie's bullet pulverized its skull, the creature had spoken. A single guttural word, exhaled on a breath that reeked of rotting meat. Brother. And God help me, some buried part of me had known it was true, had recognized something of myself in its mad, hateful eyes, even as I had recoiled in horror. Now, curled up in the dimness of my hospital room, I dug my fingers into my hair until my scalp burned, a moan bleeding between my teeth. That single word haunted me, echoing in my skull on an endless loop. Brother, brother, brother. It couldn't be true, could it? I was human, fully human. I would know if I was something else, something other, wouldn't I? But a trickle of doubt wormed its way through my fevered thoughts. I had always felt different, set apart, as if I didn't quite belong in my own skin. For years I had chalked it up to garden variety awkwardness, a side effect of a introverted nature. Now I wasn't so sure. Memories flashed through my mind unbidden, the way animals shied from me, hackles raised, the sense that the forest was whispering to me just below the range of my hearing, the odd looks and sideways mutters from the native folk when they thought I couldn't hear. Had they suspected something? Did they see the darkness lurking under my skin, scent the taint in my blood? I thought of my parents, long dead. There was so much I didn't know, so many questions I had never gotten the chance to ask. They had both died when I was just a child, my memories of them hazy and sepia-toned. An accident, I had been told. But what if it had been something more, something unnatural? Unbidden, an image of the skinwalker rose in my mind again. The way it had looked at me in those final moments, feral and frightened, angry, betrayed. Had it known me? Had it recognized me? Fresh pain lanced through my shoulder and I hissed, doubling over. I couldn't keep chasing these dark thoughts in circles. Whatever that creature had been, whatever twisted kinship it had thought we shared, it was dead, rotting. It couldn't hurt anyone else ever again. But the seed of doubt had taken ruthless root. Because if there was even a chance that I shared some kind of twisted lineage with the skinwalker, then who was to say I wouldn't someday follow in its bloody footsteps? The possibilities terrified me. I thought of Josie, of the way concern and fear had warred in her eyes when she looked at me. Did she suspect too? Would she be forced to put a bullet in my skull as well, somewhere down the line? The idea made me feel sick. I needed answers. Real answers. not the redacted half-truths spoon-fed to us by the faceless agents who had descended on the woods. I had never known my parents, not really, but there was one person who had. My hand only shook a little as I reached for the phone. I hadn't spoken to my great-uncle Joe in years, not since I had moved out on my own. He was an eccentric man, a shambling hermit who lived alone on the family's ancestral lands up north. As a child, his wild eyes and ravings about monsters in the night had terrified me. Now I wondered just how much truth those liquor-soaked stories had held. He picked up on the third ring, his voice like gravel. "Who's this?" "Uncle Joe, it's me, Steve." A sharp bark of humorless laughter. Well, well, ain't you a voice from the past? What's the matter, boy? Finally got tired of pretending you're too good for your old uncle?" I flinched, but forced myself to push ahead. I need to ask you something. About my parents. About our family." The line went silent for a long, taut moment, save for the thin wheeze of my uncle's breathing. When he finally spoke again, his voice was razor-edged. "Figured it out, did you? I warned your daddy, you know. Warned him not to get mixed up with that woman. But he didn't listen, and now look what's come of it." My throat was so tight I could barely force words out. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about blood, boy. The bad blood. It's in you, sure as silver. Has been since the day you were born." The darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides, a crushing weight of dread and despair. What am I?" It came out as a breathless rasp. A long, heavy sigh rattled across the line. When my great-uncle finally answered, his voice was almost gentle, pitying. "You're one of the twisted ones, son. A skinwalker, just like your mama, and just like me." The phone tumbled from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. A single thought crystallized in my reeling brain, cold and leaden. If the skinwalker was my brother, how long until I became the monster? The drive up to my great-uncle's dilapidated cabin passed in a haze of shock and medicated fog. I probably shouldn't have been behind the wheel at all, my injured arm bound up in a sling and my head swimming with painkillers. But desperation drove me, an awful, gnawing need to wring out the truth no matter how much it hurt. Uncle Joe was waiting for me on the sagging front porch, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a shotgun across his knees. He looked even older and more weathered than I remembered, his hair gone entirely to silver, and his face like a crumpled road map. His eyes, though, those were the same, glittering and fierce, boring into me as if he could flay back my skin and see the corruption festering beneath. Maybe he could. "You look like hammered shit," he said by way of greeting, eyeing my bandaged shoulder. "Someone finally got tired of your ugly mug?" "Got attacked by a rabid bear," I muttered, the practiced lie bitter on my tongue. Lucky to be alive. My uncle barked a laugh, but there was no humor in it. "We both know it weren't no bear that done that to you, boy." He took a long drag off his cigarette, exhaling a plume of acrid smoke. "Might as well come inside. I reckon we got us some talking to do." The cabin was just as much a relic as I recalled from my handful of visits as a child, from the moth-eaten sofa to the nicotine-stained walls. But I wasn't a little boy anymore, and I picked out details I had never noticed before. Strange fetishes hanging from the rafters, a mortar and pestle crusted with the residue of God only knew what. A faded photograph on the mantel showing a much younger, cleaner-cut version of my great-uncle, with his arms slung around the shoulders of a lovely young woman with gleaming black hair and eyes that seemed to stare right through me. My grandmother, dead before I was born. Looking at her sent a wave of unease through my guts. There was something about her face, the shape of her eyes and the set of her jaw. "That's your great-grand, my mama," Uncle Joe said suddenly from behind me, making me jump. She was one of the old ones, the last of the true shamans. Could slip her skin as easily as shrugging off a coat. The blood never bred as true after her. An icy ripple worked its way up my spine. "What are you saying?" He fixed me with his uncanny stare, pinning me like a moth behind glass. "You know damn well what I'm saying, boy. I've been watching you all these long years, waiting for the day the blood would wake up in you." Bile lurched up the back of my throat, but I fought it down. "You're telling me I'm a skinwalker?" that I'm going to turn into some kind of monster. Wouldn't say monster. He cut me off, voice grinding. It's a gift, boy, a blessing. Or at least it was, back before the new people came with their guns and their god. His gaze went distant, jaundiced with old anger. Used to be the tribes honored us, revered us. Now they'd much as soon put a bullet in our heads. Maybe because you're murderers, I snapped, my temper suddenly flaring white hot. The image of that tent, the ragged claw marks, scorched behind my eyes. Killers. We're survivors, Uncle Joe snarled, jamming a finger under my nose. You think I enjoy skulking in the shadows, scavenging for scraps? It's in the blood, boy, an itch that's got to be scratched. So I'm doomed to be a monster, is that it? I lashed back, despair and anger surging up my gullet. To skulk around the woods wearing skins that don't belong to me, killing people for the thrill of it. My uncle regarded me for a long, taut moment. When he finally spoke again, his voice was lower, almost gentle. We've all got the beast in us, son. What matters is what part we choose to feed. He took a last drag off his cigarette, then stubbed it out on the scarred coffee table. Your daddy, he tried to outrun it, tried to pretend he was a normal man, even married one of them new people women. But he couldn't hide from the truth of what was in his blood. What's in your blood? I thought of my mother, her warm smile, the way she hummed as she hung laundry. The horrible suspicion rising in my chest choked the breath out of my lungs. The accident. It wasn't an accident at all, was it? My uncle's face contorted, ancient grief warring with a kind of grim satisfaction. He fought it as long as he could, but you can't starve the blood, not forever. In the end, it was a mercy, really. You were just a tyke, never knew what he'd become. A roaring filled my ears, drowning out the rest of his rasping monologue. Horror and revulsion fountained up my throat until I thought I would choke on them. My own father, a skinwalker, a murderer, just like my uncle, just like me. I'm not like you, I bit out through gritted teeth, shaking with the force of my denial. I won't be like you. My uncle sighed, shaking his grizzled head. Only one way this ends, boy. You let the blood free to run its natural course, or you eat a bullet. Same as your daddy. I reeled back a step, then another. He watched me go with something like pity in his gimlet eyes. Think on it. You try to outrun it, you'll just end up hurting more people in the end. The blood will out. It always does. His words chased me out of the cabin, nipping at my heels as I stumbled to my truck, retching. My hand shook on the keys as I peeled out of the rutted driveway in a spray of gravel. My own harsh, ragged breathing filled my ears, underscored by the frantic tattoo of my heart. I lied to Josie and the Rangers, of course, when they asked where I had been, why I had left the hospital without a word. A family emergency, I claimed. I think she knew I was hiding something, but she didn't press. Her eyes were shadowed with concern, and something more, something that cut me to the core. Fear. When I was finally alone again, I sank to my knees on the floor of my cramped studio apartment, arms wrapped around my head as if I could hold myself together through brute strength alone. A howl built in my chest, but I clamped my teeth on it until I tasted blood. My uncle's words chased themselves around and around in my skull, a maddening spiral. The blood will out. I thought of my father, his final desperate act. I thought of my mother, innocent and unsuspecting. Collateral damage. Was that my only choice then? A bullet to the brain pan before the monster inside me could slip its leash? A final fuck you to the bloodline that had cursed me? A memory surfaced then, slow and syrupy. The skinwalker, pinned and bleeding, the alien humanity in its twisted face, the terrible understanding. We were two sides of a fractured whole. Embracing the beast in my blood would mean death and ruin, a slow degradation into a thing of teeth and hunger. But rejecting it wholesale, cutting that vital tether, that way led only to a cold and lonely grave. Unless there was a third path, a way to accept the shadow inside me without being consumed by it, to feed the wolf, but to make it heal. I rocked slowly back onto my heels, a strange calm settling over me. I suddenly knew what I had to do. It wouldn't be easy. It would mean living with the weight of my dark inheritance every single day. But if there was even a chance that I could protect people instead of preying on them, I had to try. I pushed myself to my feet, jaw set. I had work to do. "You're back early," Josie remarked as I trudged through the front door of the ranger station, twigs and pine needles crackling off my mud-caked boots. She was bent studiously over a pile of topographical maps, but I didn't miss the way her eyes flicked to my face, searching for what? Reassurance? Some sign that her erstwhile partner was still mostly human after all? I managed a twitch of my lips that hopefully passed for a smile. Didn't take as long to clear that switchback as I thought. Slowest mudslide ever. Josie made a non-committal noise and went back to her maps, but I could feel the weight of her gaze between my shoulder blades as I shucked my sodden coat and heavy backpack. I knew what she was thinking, the same thing she had been thinking ever since that bloody day over half a year ago. I wished I could tell her that she didn't need to worry, that the rogue skinwalker had been an aberration, that the threat was over. But it would be a lie. The truth was the monster was always there, lurking under my skin like a splinter I could never dig free. But I was learning to live with it, to control it, even harness it in the name of something bigger than my own base hungers. And if the local skinwalker sightings and mysterious disappearances had trickled off to almost nothing, well, the forest kept its secrets, as would I. I forced another wan grin for Josie's sake and jerked my chin at the stack of maps. "Looking for a good place to build a summer home? I hear the ski property up by North Ridge might be a good investment." An unladylike snort. "Yeah, if you don't mind neighbors with a taste for long pig." Despite the mordant humor, the furrow between her brow eased somewhat. "Actually, I was thinking of taking some time off, heading somewhere sunny, a little beach town down in Mexico maybe, somewhere without so many, you know." She flapped a hand, a meaningful glance at the tree line beyond the station window. I felt a twinge of empathy and of shame. My secret might keep her at arm's length, but she still had to live with the knowledge that the forests we both loved harbored things that defied rational explanation, things with teeth and hunger and a twisted approximation of humanity. I could only imagine how heavily that weighed on her, even without the full truth. "Sounds nice," I offered lamely. "I'll miss you around here, but you should go. Get some sun. Put the bad stuff behind you." For a moment, Josie just looked at me, her dark eyes unreadable. Then a wry little half-smile tugged at one side of her mouth. "Bad stuff? That what we're calling it these days?" I opened my mouth, a deflection poised on the tip of my tongue, but she cut me off with a headshake. "It's okay, Steve. You don't have to. I know you're dealing with it in your own way, and I can't pretend to understand what that thing said to you. But I just want you to know." She trailed off, a look of unaccustomed vulnerability stealing over her face. "I just want you to know you're not in this alone, okay? When you're ready to talk about it, I'm here. I'm with you." A hard lump swelled in my throat and I ducked my head, pretending to fiddle with my still dripping coat. Thanks, Joss. That means a lot." An awkward beat, neither of us quite sure where to look. Finally, my partner blew out a breath and scooped up her maps, her usual brisk mask back in place. "Right. Well, I heard the Anderson kid got himself lost up a deer trail on the north side of Breakneck Falls, so I'd better go earn my princely government salary and haul his dumb ass home." "Better you than me." I managed a wavering grin. "I've got, stuff to take care of before nightfall." "Stuff, uh-huh." Josie's dark eyes were far too perceptive for comfort. "Just be careful out there, Steve. Bad things happen in the woods this time of night." My bitter chuckle sounded only slightly forced. "You don't know the half of it." She was out the door in a clatter of boots, leaving me alone with my troubled thoughts. I sighed, rubbing a hand over my face. The weight of my secrets, of the twisted legacy pumping through my veins, pressed down like an iron band around my chest. I wished I could unburden myself to Josie, tell her everything. She was the closest thing I had to a friend in this godforsaken wilderness, but I couldn't risk it. Couldn't risk her looking at me with even more fear in her eyes, or worse, pity. No, better to bear this curse alone, even if it meant living with a foot in two worlds, never quite belonging to either. I was a freak, an abomination, but maybe I could find a way to do some good with it, to turn this blood-soaked birthright into something more than death and savagery. I locked up the station and stepped out into the purpling dusk, tugging up the collar of my coat against the rising night wind. The hairs on my nape prickled, and I turned my head to scan the tree line, narrowed eyes piercing the veil of shadow. There, a flicker of movement, there and gone again between the reaching trunks. The mournful howl that shivered through the air confirmed what I already knew in my churning guts. My brethren were hunting tonight, and if I didn't stop them, innocent people would die, just as they always had, down through the long and bloody years. Heedless slaughter to feed a hunger that could never be sated. My lips peeled back from teeth that suddenly seemed too sharp, a growl rumbling up from the depths of my chest. The change rippled under my skin, begging to be set free, to hunt, to chase, to sink fang into yielding flesh and hot blood. I breathed deep, wrestling the beast back down. Not like that. Never like that. I would hunt them, yes, but as a man. The human in me was stronger than the monster. It had to be. Squaring my shoulders, I shrugged my rifle off my shoulder and chambered around. Silver, blessed under the full moon by the local Ojibwe shaman. A final gift from a wary people who knew what lurked in the dark, but were powerless against it. The gun was a comforting weight in my hands as I slipped into the whispering forest, placing each foot with care to muffle my passage. The night air shivered in my nose, freighted with familiar scents. Loam and mast, fur-bearers and ungulates, the ghost of wood smoke. And there, twining through it all like an obscene perfume, the rank musk of skinwalker. My pulse beat a war drum in my ears as I ghosted through the trees, following my nose. Overhead, an owl loosed a piping cry, a warning and a benediction. The breeze soughed through the branches, carrying the distant murmur of voices. Campers, out in the wild after all, posted warnings, oblivious to the danger. Not for long. I couldn't save the whole world. I probably couldn't even save myself in the final accounting. But I could save them. Tonight, now, I could keep the wolves at bay. I could feel the wildness rising in me as I flew on silent feet through the whispering dark, the call of my tainted blood. It might damn me in the end, but it might be just the weapon I needed. For the first time since waking to this nightmare, I felt something almost like peace settle over me. I knew my purpose, the road I had to walk. I was the warden of this place, the guardian in the long night, and I had work to do. Growing up in rural Montana, I always felt at home in the great outdoors. As a kid, while my friends were glued to their Nintendo 64S, you could find me exploring the dense pine forests and jagged mountain peaks that surrounded our small town. I'd spend whole summer days trekking through the woods, feeling the rough bark beneath my fingertips, inhaling the sharp scent of pine needles baking in the hot sun. Nature was my playground, my sanctuary. So it seemed only natural that I would end up as a park ranger. After getting my degree in forestry from the University of Montana, I landed a job with the National Park Service. They stationed me at Shadow Pine National Forest, a remote wilderness area straddling the border of Montana and Idaho. The posting was everything I could have hoped for. Thousands of acres of pristine forest, crystal clear alpine lakes, abundant wildlife. By day, I led tours, maintained trails, and aided the occasional lost hiker. But my favorite time was dusk, after the campers were zipped snug in their tents. In those quiet twilight hours, Shadow Pine Forest really came alive. I'd walk the hidden ranger paths, watching the deer peek tentatively from the shadowed tree line. A majestic bull elk might glimpse me with a sideways stare before melting back into the undergrowth. Overhead, bald eagles circled lazily through the purple sky. The nights were dark as pitch under the dense tree canopy, the silence broken only by the lively concert of crickets and frogs. It was heaven, until it all began to unravel. The first sign of trouble came early on a crisp October morning, just as hunting season was getting into full swing. I was out checking permits near a remote campground when the radio at my belt crackled to life. "Stan, you there? We've got a situation at Moose Meadow. Over." It was Jenny, my fellow ranger. I unclipped the radio. "This is Stan, go ahead. Some hunters found something strange out near the old homesteader's cabin. They say it looks like some kind of ritualistic site. Over. I frowned. The only people out here should be hunters, hikers, and us rangers. Strange how? Over. They said there's some kind of large circular structure made from antlers and bones, bundles of sage and other plants hanging from it, markings in the ground around it. Over. An icy chill ran down my spine as a childhood memory flashed in my mind. Growing up, the Apsaluk elders on the nearby reservation spoke in hushed tones of dark shamanic rituals practiced by the Navajo skinwalkers to the south. Rituals involving circles of bone, dark magic, and shapeshifting. But those were just legends, campfire stories to scare kids straight. Right? Okay, thanks, Jenny. I'll go check it out. Over and out. I returned my radio to my belt with a shaky hand and began making my way toward the old homestead. The forest that had always brought me such peace suddenly felt oppressive, sinister. Branches clawed at my olive-green uniform as I pushed deeper into the woods. After a half-hour hike, I broke through the dense trees into the clearing surrounding the decaying cabin. My breath caught in my throat. About 20 yards from the cabin was a large, circular structure, easily 15 feet across. It was made entirely of sun-bleached animal bones woven together with strips of leather. Antlers jutted out at wild angles. Bundles of dried sage, yucca root, and corn husks hung down from the macabre sculpture. Cautiously approaching it, I could see strange symbols etched into the hard earth around the circle's perimeter. With a jolt, I recognized some of them from my anthropology textbooks in college. They were ancient Navajo runes related to powerful war magic and shapeshifting. But this was no historical exhibit or gimmicky tourist attraction. It felt horribly, undeniably real. My head spinning, I turned away from the disturbing scene and walked unsteadily back to my Jeep. I'd have to call this in, bring in the authorities to document and dismantle the structure. But as I drove down the dirt forestry road, an unshakable sense of dread settled over me. I knew, with inexplicable certainty, that I had stumbled upon something that I was not meant to see, and that doing so would carry a terrible price. By the time I guided the sheriff's deputy and a bewildered anthropologist from the state university to the site, it had been completely dismantled as if it had never existed at all. The only trace was a faint circular discoloration in the grass where the bone sculpture had stood. Had I just imagined the whole thing? The anthropologist, an owlish man named Dr. Bonham, scratched his beard as he studied the area. Fascinating, he muttered. You said the structure had Navajo markings? Most peculiar. As the Navajo are a southwestern tribe, there haven't been any in Montana for centuries. He continued rambling about migration patterns and tribal practices, but I barely heard him over the ringing in my ears. The hair on the back of my neck prickled and I spun around, scanning the tree line. I had the uncanny sensation of being watched from the shadows between the ponderosa pines, but I saw nothing except gently swaying branches in the breeze. That night, safely back in my small Forest Service cabin, I poured myself a generous tumbler of bourbon and booted up my ancient laptop. I had to understand what I had seen. I spent hours combing obscure forums and message boards dedicated to southwestern Native American folklore and the paranormal. What I read chilled me to the bone. Across the boards, users spoke of the Navajo legend of Yi Naldlushi, he who walks on all fours, skinwalkers, shapeshift plus ing witches who performed gruesome rituals to gain unnatural powers and transform into animals to terrorize their victims. One creepypasta story in particular bore unsettling similarities with what I had seen. It told of a reclusive Navajo medicine man who transformed himself and his followers into were-creatures through circles of bone, offerings of human and animals' flesh, and ancient chants. They terrorized the community until they were driven out, disappearing into the wilderness. Had a Navajo skinwalker really followed some perverse vision to the woods of Montana? Was it still out there, watching, waiting? I slammed my laptop shut and tossed back the rest of my bourbon. As an atheistic man of science, I had always scoffed at the supernatural. But out here in the primeval forest that suddenly felt far less friendly, I found my skepticism wavering. Little did I know that the nightmare was only beginning. Over the next week, I threw myself into my ranger duties with a feverish intensity, trying desperately to shake the sense of unease that followed me like my own shadow. But Shadow Pine Forest now felt permeated by a lurking menace. The once comforting woods filled me with creeping dread. Strange things began happening. Small things at first, easy enough to dismiss as the manifesting stress and paranoia. My Jeep's engine sputtered and died on a lonely dirt road, leaving me stranded in the gathering dark until another ranger happened by. I returned to my cabin after a long day of trail maintenance to find it ransacked, my few valuable possessions smashed to kindling. After the third night in a row of waking in a cold sweat to unearthly shrieks and howls echoing through the forest, I began to crack. I called in reinforcements from the central office. A ranger never works alone in perilous situations, I told them. They obliged without question. But the most disturbing incident came when I least expected it. I was leading a nature hike for a small group of retirees, expounding on the medicinal properties of native plants with a forced cheer, when a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. We rushed toward the sound to find a college-aged couple, ashen-faced and trembling near a stream. I saw something, the girl stammered to me, her voice quaking with terror. It was crouched over a deer, eating it, but it wasn't human or animal. It was, I don't know what it was. She collapsed into racking sobs. Leaving the hikers with my fellow ranger, I followed a trail of blood spatters and torn earth to an embankment and peered over. The scene below defied comprehension. A carcass that may have once been a mule deer lay splayed out, bits of flesh and fur strewn in a wide radius. It hadn't just been killed, it had been shredded with a ferocious intensity. No natural predator could have done this. Yet even more disturbing were the footprints surrounding the kill site. They seemed to shift and warp before my eyes. In one spot, the distinct pad and claw marks of a wolf. In another, a bear's lumbering paw. Superimposed over both were bare human footprints. They led away from the carnage and vanished into the underbrush. I stumbled away, my mind reeling. It couldn't be real. Shapeshifters didn't exist outside of Hollywood schlock. But a treacherous voice in the back of my mind whispered that there were too many signs to discount. The bone ritual site, the sightings, the sense of being hunted. And now this grisly tableau straight out of a skinwalker legend. I had to get help. Had to warn others. But who would believe me? I was a rational man of science, not some raving conspiracy nut. If I voiced my suspicions, I'd be laughed out of the service, locked up even. So I kept my secrets close to my chest and hoped against hope that I was just losing my mind. But Shadow Pine wasn't done with me yet. The horror had only just begun. After the incident with the eviscerated deer, I couldn't shake the sense that something was hunting me through the darkened boughs of Shadow Pine Forest. I jumped at every snapped twig, every rustle of pine needles in the breeze. Sleep eluded me, and I began slipping up at work, missing radio calls and botching basic trails maintenance. My supervisor, usually an affable man, called me in for a stern talking to. I looked like hell, he said. Maybe it was time to take a little break, clear my head. The last thing I wanted was isolation. Being alone in this vast forest that suddenly seemed so malevolent terrified me in a way I couldn't express, because expressing it would mean confronting the dark truth taking root in my mind, that the skinwalker wasn't just real, but that it wanted me. I redoubled my research into Navajo witchcraft and legends of skinwalkers, combing Reddit horror boards and obscure cryptozoology sites late into the night. What I found only amplified my fears. Story after story spoke of people being relentlessly stalked through the southwestern desert by these shape-shifting witches, of family pets slaughtered as warnings, of guttural voices calling victims' names from the darkness, of a building sense of inescapable doom. It all resonated with a sickening clarity, so I took precautions, warding my cabin as best I could with lines of ash wood, bundles of sage, and protective amulets ordered from New Age shops on eBay. My behavior didn't go unnoticed. Jenny and the other rangers whispered when they thought I couldn't hear, casting me pitying glances. The panicked calls to the head office increased. Things came to a head when I showed up for my shift wild-eyed and haggard, reeking of the pungent herbs I'd tucked into every pocket. My supervisor pulled me aside, his expression grave. "Stan, I'm going to ask you straight. Are you using? We have a zero-tolerance policy for substance abuse. Or is this something else?" I almost wished I could say yes, I'd fallen into meth or oxy or crank. People would understand that. There were treatments, programs. But how could I tell him that I was being hunted by a shape-shifting creature out of Navajo nightmare? That I hadn't truly slept in weeks, haunted by unearthly shrieks in the night and glimpses of twisted forms darting between the trees? I'd be committed. Consigned to a padded room and papered under an avalanche of Thorazine. So I lied. Mumbled something about my father's failing health, troubles with my girlfriend back home. He seemed to accept it, slapping me on the back and telling me to take all the time I needed. I was no good to the rangers or the forest until I got my head on straight. Head spinning, I stumbled back to my jeep. Admitting the truth would land me in a straitjacket. But at least I'd be away from here. Away from it. I felt its malignant presence more acutely than ever, like a freezing fog bank engulfing my soul. Tears blurring my vision, I jammed my key into the ignition, thinking only of escape, of the long drive back to some semblance of safety and sanity. But the engine only sputtered and coughed. The dash lights flickered feebly and went dark. My tenuous grasp on composure snapped like a brittle twig. Cursing, I pounded the steering wheel and stumbled out of the dead vehicle. The ranger station was already dark, my co-workers gone home to their spouses and sitcoms and blissfully mundane lives. No help there. Panic curdling my gut, I shouldered my backpack and began the long, moonlit hike back toward my cabin. But with each crunching step through the detritus of the forest floor, the uncanny sensation of being watched, being hunted, grew until it was a physical pressure squeezing the breath from my lungs. I felt the weight of ancient ravenous eyes on me from the impenetrable dark between the trees. I was being herded, toyed with, a wounded deer limping before an unseen wolf. I broke into a stumbling run, logic overridden by blind animal panic. The night forest blurred into a smear of shadow, my ragged breathing drowning out the usual chatter of crickets and nightjars. I ran until my lungs seared and my legs gave out, sending me sprawling into the pine resin-scented loam. Chest heaving, I twisted onto my back, peering fearfully into the void between the towering pines. And there, materializing out of the Stygian gloom, stood a figure that belonged in no sane world. Not wholly man or beast or demon, but some horrible amalgamation of the three. Stooped, yet towering, with a hint of a snout and glistening canine jaws protruding from a distorted human face. Tattered rags hung from a body that continually warped between fur and bare flesh. But it was the eyes that destroyed me. Crimson-limbed orbs of pure malice and hunger flashing from sunken sockets. Eyes that spoke of eons of malevolent wisdom and insatiable bloodlust. Eyes that bored into my soul and knew my every secret shame and fear. The eyes of the Yi Naldlushi, lips curling back over dagger fangs glistening with saliva. The skinwalker spoke in a voice that echoed with the screams of 1,000 rent and devoured victims. "You are far from your people, little watchman of the pines. You have meddled in that which you cannot hope to comprehend, and now you are mine to feast upon." With a roar that shattered the night, the creature lunged, jaws agape, and I knew I was staring into the fetid maw of my own inescapable doom. To this day, I don't fully understand how I survived that terrifying night in the shadow-cloaked depths of the forest. Perhaps I had earned the favor of some benevolent spirit through my years of stewardship and kinship with the woods. Or perhaps the twisted creature intended to prolong my torment, to savor my soul-rending fear before the kill. What I do remember is a frenzied scrabbling through the underbrush, all rational thought obliterated by the thundering need to escape that which cannot be escaped. The grasping claws of branches and the sting of thorny brambles meant nothing. The searing of my lungs and the fire in my legs barely registered. The whole of my existence narrowed to a single imperative more ancient than thought: flight. Behind me I could hear the crashing pursuit of the skinwalker, toying with me as a cat does a doomed mouse. Its guttural growls and barks pierced the night, drawing ever closer. But by some miracle of adrenaline-fueled providence, I reached the dubious shelter of my cabin and slammed the door against the horror. a laughable barrier against such primeval witchcraft. Yet for the moment, the beast did not press its advantage, leaving me to cower in the unlit room, chest heaving, every nerve alight with terror. Through the thin cabin walls, I could hear the skinwalker circling, its claws scrabbling against the weathered logs, its predatory huffs condensing in the October chill. It was toying with me still, prolonging my agony for its perverse amusement. In the guttering light of a single kerosene lantern, I fumbled through the detritus of my research, seeking some arcane scrap of knowledge that might save me from the shapeshifter's depredations. But what protection was musty Navajo lore against a creature that had stalked the darkness since before the white man ever set foot on this stolen land? A soft scratching at the door froze the blood in my veins. Then the skinwalker's guttural voice oozed through the planks, unctuous with malice. Little Ranger, let me come in." It crooned in a parody of a nursery rhyme. "I only want to play wayward watchman of the pines, to feast on your sweet red marrow." I choked back a sob of pure terror, scrabbling for the relic Winchester rifle mounted above the fireplace, as if lid could end a nightmare given fetid flesh. But it was then, in my most desperate hour, that salvation came from the most unexpected quarter. As the skinwalker's keening howls rose to a fever pitch, a new sound cut through the night. The throaty rumble of a Jeep's engine, the crunch of tires on long, undisturbed dirt road. The creature fell abruptly silent, and I sensed its hesitation, its uncertainty. The skinwalkers struck from the shadows, picking off the lost and alone. They did not court discovery, for all their unnatural power. With a hiss like a kettle, the shapeshifter melted back into the night-shrouded forest, its malevolent intent still crackling in the air like ozone after a lightning strike. I remained frozen behind the barricaded door, hardly daring to breathe as that blessed Jeep drew closer. From outside came the slam of a vehicle door, the beam of a flashlight scything through the murk. A familiar voice called out, tight with worry, "Stan, you in there, buddy?" It was Rick, my fellow ranger and closest thing to a friend out here in the vast solitude of Shadow Pine. Sheer relief turned my knees to water, and I slumped against the barricade, suddenly overcome by racking sobs. I don't recall much of what followed, fumbling open the locks, collapsing into Rick's burly arms as he looked around the wrecked cabin in alarm, pouring out my impossible tale in a snarled rush. His skepticism warred with the clear evidence of my abject terror. Something had happened out here, something beyond the realm of natural science. In the end, it didn't matter if he believed the specifics of my story. He was my friend, and he could see I was in crisis. He bundled me into his Jeep, promising rest, safety, help back in civilization. As we bounced down the rutted forest road, I couldn't help twisting in my seat, peering into the whispering pines for some sign of my tormentor. But the skinwalker never showed itself again. Perhaps the intrusion of the modern world into its eldritch domain had driven it to ground, or perhaps it was simply biding its time, waiting to strike again when complacency crept back and the shadows seemed safe once more. I never returned to Shadow Pine Forest. Decades of therapy and medications have dulled the razor edges of that horrific night, rendering it more surreal nightmare than concrete memory. But when the wind keens through bare branches and an October moon drenches the world in feral silver, I still feel its predatory gaze prickling my neck, and I know with grim certainty that the skinwalker is still out there, patient, eternal, hungry, and it will always be watching for those foolish enough to stray lost and alone into its benighted domain. The sun hung low over the pines as I locked up the ranger station for the night. Another uneventful day patrolling trails and reminding tourists not to feed the wildlife. This was my life now, so different from the busy streets of Chicago where I grew up. I took this job as a ranger in the sprawling national forests of the Pacific Northwest to get away from it all after my divorce. The alimony payments were draining my bank account, and I needed a fresh start somewhere far from the painful memories. When I saw the help wanted ad for seasonal rangers, it seemed like the perfect escape. I had fond childhood recollections of family camping trips amongst the towering redwoods and rugged coastlines, but the romanticized notion of being alone in nature wore off quickly, replaced by a gnawing loneliness and isolation that seeped into my bones as the days grew shorter. My only human contact most days was my one-way radio connecting me to distant civilization. I filled the empty hours with books and more than a few glasses of cheap whiskey. As I hiked the half-mile through dense underbrush back to my small cabin, a strange feeling prickled at the back of my neck, like unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. I shook it off, blaming an overactive imagination fueled by the eerie ghost stories I'd been reading to pass the time. If only I had known then how real some nightmares could be. The next morning, I awoke to an urgent message crackling over the radio. A family of 4 had gone missing from their campsite on the far side of the forest. They'd planned to take a short day hike to a nearby waterfall, but never returned. Search and rescue missions were an unfortunate part of the job. Too many inexperienced hikers wandered off trail, underestimating the dangers posed by the untamed wilderness. I gathered my gear, backpack, first aid kit, topographic maps, and compass, and set off towards the trailhead. The missing family's camp showed signs of a hasty exit. A pot of half-cooked oatmeal sat abandoned on a still smoldering campfire. 2 small backpacks, likely belonging to the kids, lay unzipped next to a tent. No sleeping bags or other overnight supplies, so they hadn't planned to be gone long. I radioed in the scene details and my coordinates before starting down the faint path that led to the waterfall overlook, a popular photo spot. But something didn't feel right. A heaviness in the overcast sky, a stillness to the usually buzzing forest. Not a single bird call or chipmunk skitter broke the leaden silence. Half a mile in, a flash of color caught my eye just off the narrow trail. Tangled in a huckleberry bush was a torn piece of red flannel, stained with something dark. Blood, my own, ran cold. I carefully untangled the shredded fabric, hands shaking slightly. It matched the description of the shirt the father was last seen wearing. I radioed for backup and expanded the search radius, a sinking feeling growing in my gut. As I navigated my way through a dense copse of Douglas fir, the metallic scent hit me first. Then I saw it, a mangled hiking boot, laces trailing like tentacles across the forest floor. Next to it, a severed human foot, ragged edges of flesh and sinew swarming with flies. Bile rose in my throat. In 10 years as a ranger, I'd seen bear maulings, lightning strikes, and hypothermia claim lives. But this was something else, something sinister. The cuts were too clean to be from an animal, and no predator would take just a single limb. I numbly photographed the grisly scene with shaking hands and marked my location before retreating back to the main trail. My radio crackled with static when I tried to call it in, the signal blocked by the towering 200-foot firs. I needed to get to higher ground. That's when I heard it, echoing through the trees. A long, undulating howl that made every hair on my body stand on end. It sounded almost human, but warped and twisted, like a demon wearing a person's skin. And it was getting closer. Primal fear propelled me into a stumbling run, heart pounding against my ribs, lungs burning with each gasping inhale of the damp, piney air. The wail sounded again, impossibly closer, spurring me forward even as my boots slipped on the spongy earth and fern undergrowth. I crashed through a stand of young cedars into a small clearing and stopped short, the breath leaving me in a rush. A macabre display hung from the largest tree in the center, like a nightmarish mobile. 4 flayed human skins swayed gently in the breeze, hollowed eye sockets staring down in accusation. The horrifying realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. The lost family, their faces frozen in agonized rictuses, mouths gaping in silent screams, skinned alive and left as perverse ornaments. And standing beneath them, a twisted creature wearing one of their pelts, limbs too long and sinewy, spine contorted at an unnatural angle. A skinwalker, the embodiment of evil in some native legends. But until that moment, I had always dismissed the stories as myths. It turned towards me, pale eyes glowing with malice in its stolen flesh mask. A scream built in my throat, but before I could release it, an explosion of pain burst through my skull, and everything went black. I woke to the coppery taste of blood on my tongue and a throbbing in my temples. Groaning, I blinked hard, trying to bring my surroundings into focus. I was on my back, wrists and ankles lashed to stakes with rough twine, in the center of a small Hogan-like structure of bent saplings and mud. Animal bones and strange fetishes dangled from the ceiling on sinew cords. The air reeked of decay and smoke from the small fire burning in a ring of stones. And crouched next to it, the skinwalker, wearing a new, grotesque guise. The little girl couldn't have been more than 6 years old. Bile stung the back of my throat. I strained against my bonds until they cut into my flesh, panic rising like a cresting wave. This couldn't be real. It had to be another whiskey-fueled nightmare. But the pain was too visceral to be imagined. The creature cocked its head, a hideously unchildlike gesture, before speaking in a guttural rasp no human vocal cords could produce. "A new skin to wear, strong medicine to take. Your screams will give me power." It stood, limbs unfolding and lengthening, joints popping and cracking. In its hand, a wickedly curved obsidian blade glinted in the firelight. I thrashed uselessly, pleading and praying and bargaining to no avail. The skinwalker just laughed, a sound like brittle twigs snapping, as it knelt over me and brought the knife to my chest. White-hot agony exploded through me as the blade sliced into my sternum, a choked scream escaping my bloody lips. The skinwalker set to its grisly work, flaying me with horrific precision as I convulsed and wailed. Just as the edges of my vision started to darken and I prayed for the mercy of death, a deafening boom shook the Hogan, causing dust and grit to rain down from the roof. The skinwalker whipped its head towards the door with a furious hiss. Another shot rang out, closer this time, followed by shouting voices and barking dogs. The search party. They must have tracked me down. The creature snarled, torn between finishing its twisted ritual and fleeing. With a last hateful glare, it gathered up an armful of its grotesque trophies and burst out of the back of the structure, chanting something guttural and ancient-sounding. Within moments, a large raven burst through the Hogan wall and winged off into the night. That was a week ago. They tell me I was delirious with pain and blood loss when they found me, raving about monsters wearing human skins. The official story is that I was abducted by a transient, a drifter who was behind the other murders as well before escaping. But I know the truth. There's an evil that dwells in these ancient forests, one that can steal your flesh and feast on your agony, one that's still out there, and it knows I'm still hunting it too. Because sometimes, when the night is darkest and the forest is quietest, I swear I can hear its twisted skin chant on the wind, taunting me, calling me. I won't stop until I find it and finish what it started that night, even if it takes my last breath, because it already has my skin, and I'll be damned if I let it take anyone else's. I hadn't planned on becoming a park ranger, spending my days patrolling these remote woods. Growing up in rural Montana, I was always more interested in tinkering with machines and dreaming of life in the big city. But life has a way of throwing curveballs. When my dad got sick, the medical bills piled up fast. I had to drop out of college and move back home to help Mom take care of him and make ends meet. After Dad passed, I was desperate for work. The Park Service was hiring seasonal rangers, and I needed the money, so I took the job. At first, I hated the isolation, the long hikes hauling heavy gear, the basic living conditions in the rustic cabin they assigned me. I missed my workshop, my projects, my plans. But slowly, the forest began to grow on me. The solitude became less oppressive and more meditative. I started appreciating the simple beauty of a sunrise through the pines, the cheerful gurgle of a creek, the heart-racing glimpse of a bear or moose. This place has a way of putting things in perspective. That was 5 years ago. Now I'm the veteran ranger, mentor to the rotating cast of fresh-faced seasonal recruits. I know every trail, every campsite, the dens of creatures big and small. Protecting this place has become more than a job. It's a calling. But this morning, as I sipped my coffee and prepared for another routine patrol, I had no idea that evil lurked in my forest. Ancient, hungry evil. the kind of malevolent force I thought only existed in campfire ghost stories. By the time I understood, it would be far too late to escape. It started with the campers in Site 16. They were due to hike out yesterday morning, but hadn't checked in with the ranger station to confirm their departure. It wasn't terribly unusual. People often lingered an extra night to enjoy the scenery, but protocol required investigation. So I set out from the station, backpack loaded with emergency supplies, to hike the 5 miles to their remote site. The route was one of my favorites, following a burbling stream as it meandered through groves of towering Douglas firs and ponderosa pines. Normally the fresh air and dappled sunlight lifted my spirits, but today something felt off. The normal forest ambiance seemed muted, hushed. Even the ever-present birdsong was oddly absent. I tried to shake the uneasiness as I turned off the main trail onto the narrow path that led to Site 16. The campers had probably just overslept and would be embarrassed when I arrived to check on them. As I hiked the last quarter mile, I rehearsed a friendly but firm speech about the importance of communicating their plans to the rangers. But when I entered the small clearing, I knew instantly that something was very wrong. The campsite was in disarray, tent half collapsed, sleeping bags and clothing strewn about, supplies scattered. It looked like they'd left in a huge hurry or been attacked. Cold fear rising in my throat, I scanned the area for signs of the campers or any clues to what had happened. My eyes landed on a strange mark on the trunk of a big spruce on the campsite's edge. I moved closer to inspect it. The mark was a large oval with a thick straight line bisecting it, almost like an eye carved into the tree with some sharp implement, staring directly at the devastated campsite. I pulled out my satellite phone to call this in. Ranger Station, this is Steve. I'm up at Site 16. The campers are gone, site's a mess, no sign of them. And there's this weird carving on a tree, like a big eye or something. Static crackled on the line. Then broken, panicked words. Steve, back. Not safe. Found. Bodies. Skinwalker. The line went dead. My blood ran cold. Skinwalker. It couldn't be. Those were just stories, tall tales told around the campfire to send shivers down gullible spines. Bits of folklore about medicine men who could transform into animals, insatiable for power, for human flesh. They weren't real. But the ragged breathing, the primal dread in the garbled voice on the other end of that radio transmission, was all too genuine. Something had happened. Something terrible. And based on the abandoned disarray of the campsite that told of sudden violent flight, that something was still out here. Trying to quiet my own increasingly ragged breathing, I rapidly assessed my options. Obviously, I needed to reunite with the other rangers back at the station, regroup, and form a plan. We were isolated out here, at least a 2-hour hike from the nearest road, a place so truly remote that our handheld radios rarely worked. I eyed the carved eye on the tree. Was it watching me? Waiting? The back of my neck prickled and I spun around suddenly, expecting what? But there was only forest. Forest that suddenly felt more menacing than tranquil. I hefted my pack and started back the way I came, senses hyper-alert. The birdsong was still eerily absent. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot made my pulse hammer. But I saw nothing more alarming than a startled deer bounding away from the trail. After a tense eternity, the ranger station came into view. I half ran the last few meters, anxiety rising as I saw how ominously quiet and lifeless it seemed. Flinging open the door, I burst into the common room. Hello, Mick? Davis? Anyone? No response. I checked the radio room, the bunk room, the kitchen, all empty in various states of disarray, as if abandoned in haste. With a rising sense of dread, I reached for the emergency radio receiver. Ranger station to dispatch. I have a code red. Repeat code red. Please respond. Only silence and static. As I stood there, raw fear rising like bile in my throat, I caught a glimpse of movement outside. In the deepening twilight, a large, dark shape slipped between the trees, heading into the trackless forest. A shape that moved with uncanny speed and fluidity. A shape that was not quite human, not quite beast. The skinwalker was hunting, and I was utterly alone. For a terrifying moment I stood frozen, eyes fixated on the spot where the unnatural shape had melted into the murky tree line. The sight seemed to have short-circuited my capacity for rational thought. All I could think was, this can't be real. But the fear was real. The gut-clenching, pulse-pounding certainty that I was being stalked by a malevolent predator that was very real. I tried to force my paralyzed limbs into action. Think, damn it, think, what do I do? In all my training, in all the lore and stories, had anyone ever mentioned how to face a skinwalker and survive? Locking the station door felt laughably inadequate, but I did it anyway, handshaking. I ransacked the ranger station for anything that could serve as a weapon. There was a small axe for chopping firewood, a flare gun for emergencies. I grabbed them both, though I had no idea if they'd make a lick of difference against the thing out there. I needed a plan. The ranger station suddenly felt terribly flimsy, the thin log walls more like a cage than a fortress. The skinwalker had been heading west, towards the road. Did it know that was my only route to safety and potential rescue? Was it trying to cut me off, pin me down here? If I stayed put, I was a sitting duck, alone and under-equipped. My only chance was to slip out now and make a desperate bid for the road before the creature realized I was on the move. It was a terrible plan, but it was the only one I had. I crept out the back door, senses stretched to their limits. The forest was now cloaked in deep blue shadows as the last embers of sunset faded. I knew these woods so well, but in the gathering dark, every tree looked sinister, every bush a potential hiding place for unspeakable horror. I plotted the most direct route to the road in my mind's eye. 7 miles, as the crow flies, over rough terrain in the dark, with that thing somewhere out there. I swallowed hard and tightened my grip on the small axe, more security blanket than weapon. For the first hour, I made good progress, adrenaline sharpening my senses and propelling me forward. But as the darkness became absolute and exhaustion started to take its toll, each step became harder. And I couldn't shake the skin-crawling feeling of being watched, hunted. A twig snapped somewhere off to my left and I whirled, axe raised. My frantically scanning eyes registered a shape, a blur of motion. I opened my mouth to scream, and a terrified rabbit burst out of the undergrowth and bounded away. I sagged, gasping for breath, knees watery with spent adrenaline. It was only when I turned to resume my desperate hike that I saw them. Eyes, gleaming yellow in the moonlight, just a few paces ahead of me on the deer trail, watching. The skinwalker stepped forward. In the dim light, I could just make out its form. Not quite wolf, not quite man. Powerful, distorted, with an aura of ancient cruelty. I raised the axe in defense, knowing how pitiful it was. The creature seemed to almost laugh as it stalked closer. The skinwalker advanced slowly, savoring my terror. In a flash of moonlight through the branches, I caught a glimpse of its eyes, yellow, inhumane, glinting with a hellish hunger. I brandished the small axe before me, trying to disguise the trembling of my hands. Stay back. My voice cracked pathetically. The creature made a sound somewhere between a growl and a harsh, barking laugh. It was toying with me, a predator playing with its food. I scanned desperately for some avenue of escape, but I was hopelessly outmatched in speed and strength. And no one knew where I was. No help would be coming. The realization settled like ice in my guts. This was how I was going to die, alone in the dark, torn apart by an abomination that shouldn't exist outside of nightmares. The skinwalker lunged and I swung the axe wildly. In a blur of motion, it easily dodged the clumsy swipe. Then its powerful jaws clamped down on my forearm. White-hot agony surged from wrist to shoulder, and I screamed. The axe tumbled from my useless, mangled hand. The creature released its bite, and I crumpled to the ground, cradling the gushing wound. Through a haze of pain and blood loss, I fumbled for the flare gun at my belt with my offhand. My slick, shaking fingers closed around it. The skinwalker paced before me, yellow eyes gleaming, jaws slavering, savoring its victory, preparing for the killing strike. I knew I'd have only one chance. As it gathered itself to pounce, I raised the flare gun and aimed for its face, point blank. The creature's eyes widened in what might have been surprise. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot forward, a blazing crimson starburst, and struck the skinwalker right between its evil yellow eyes. The monster shrieked, an utterly inhuman sound of pain and rage. The flare seared and sparked, sending tendrils of acrid smoke curling from its fur and flesh. With a final agonized howl, the creature turned and fled, crashing through the underbrush until the night swallowed it. I collapsed back on the forest floor, flare gun slipping from my fingers, fading adrenaline leaving me spent. Blood continued to pulse from my savaged arm, and my vision started to tunnel. I was alive, but I was still miles from the road, miles from help, with 1,000 questions and no answers. As the dark haze crept in from the edges of my sight, one thought crystallized with terrifying certainty. The skinwalker was still out there. It would be back, and I had only made it angrier. I don't remember losing consciousness, but I must have. When I opened my eyes again, pale dawn light was filtering through the forest canopy. For a blessed moment, I thought perhaps it had all been a vivid nightmare. Then the dull, throbbing pain in my arm sharpened into searing agony, and the events of the night came crashing back. The ranger station, the abandoned campsite, the skinwalker, its teeth tearing into my flesh. The flare gun, the creature's agonized screams as it fled. I forced myself to sit up, head swimming. My mangled arm had finally stopped bleeding, the ragged bite crusted with dried blood, but it hung useless and deadened at my side. And an ominous heat was starting to radiate from the wound. Even if it wasn't bleeding out anymore, I knew I was in bad shape. I still had no idea what had happened to the other rangers. Were they dead? Had the skinwalker taken them like it had the missing campers? The thought filled me with a nauseating mix of dread and guilt. I staggered to my feet, swaying. I was weak, injured, and alone. But I couldn't just sit here and wait to die, or for that thing to come back and finish the job. I had to move. I oriented myself and set off in the direction of the road again, steps slow but determined. The forest, usually so familiar and dear to me, suddenly felt alien and threatening. Every shadow seemed to twist into the skinwalker's uncanny form, every forest sound an echo of its enraged screams, but no further attack came. As the sun rose higher and my halting steps finally brought me within sight of the blessed gravel road, I started to breathe a little easier. Against all odds, I had made it. Then my heart seized as I remembered. The road was still miles from town, miles from people, from help, from safety. We rangers were the only ones out here, and something had happened to the rest of them. As if in answer to my spiraling dread, the rumble of an engine cut through the forest quiet. A moment later, a Park Service Jeep came around the bend. It rolled to a stop a few yards from where I had stumbled out of the tree line. Two rangers, blessedly familiar, leapt from the vehicle, shock and concern etched on their faces as they hurried toward me. "Steve, thank God. We've been trying to radio you for hours. Couldn't raise anyone at the station, couldn't reach you. We found the bodies of the missing campers, or what was left of them." Their words started to blur together as I felt my knees buckle, my body finally giving out now that rescue was at hand. They caught me as I fell, eased me to the ground. "Jesus, what happened to your arm? Looks like a bite. We gotta get him to a hospital. Radio for a chopper." As they worked over me and the world started to recede into that gray haze again, I tried to force out the words, tried to warn them. It's still out there. The skinwalker. I saw their faces blanch, eyes widening with fear and disbelief. But I couldn't hold on to consciousness anymore. As I spiraled into the dark, my last thought was that at least I knew the truth now. Knew the ancient, hungry evil that lurked in the forests I had loved so much. I only prayed that knowing would be enough to help me stop it. My name is Ethan Walker, and I've been a park ranger for the last 15 years. I took this job out of a love for the great outdoors and a desire to help others experience the beauty and wonder of nature. Little did I know the horrors that lurked in the remote wilderness I patrolled. I grew up in a small town in Montana, surrounded by thick pine forests and rugged mountains. As a kid, I spent every spare moment exploring those woods, hiking, fishing, and camping with my dad and older brother. The forest felt like a second home. When it came time to choose a career, becoming a park ranger seemed like the natural path. I went through training, worked my way up, and eventually landed my dream posting at a sprawling national forest in the Pacific Northwest. The pay wasn't great, but I got to spend my days in the most beautiful scenery on Earth. I felt lucky, that is, until the strange occurrences began. It started with small things: eerie sounds in the night, footprints where there shouldn't be any, a pervasive sense of being watched. I chalked it up to the overactive imagination of a guy who spent too much time alone in the woods. But then the reports started coming in from hikers and campers, sightings of a creature that defied explanation, a twisted, malevolent being stalking the forest, something ancient and evil. The skinwalker of Native American legend had awoken from its slumber. At first I was skeptical. Surely it had to be a misidentification, or tall tales spun around the campfire. But the encounters became more frequent and more disturbing. Campsites torn apart, belongings scattered, giant bipedal tracks sunk deep into the mud. Witnesses swore the creature could change its shape, becoming a wolf, a bear, a raven. I started to realize that I was dealing with something far beyond my park ranger training. This was no longer about trail maintenance and camping permits. An ancient terror had risen in my forest, and I was the only thing standing between it and the innocent people who came seeking adventure and beauty in this wild place. Little did I know that I would soon be drawn into a battle for my life, my sanity, and my very soul. The skinwalker was coming, and it had marked me as its prey. God help me, I had to find a way to stop it. But how do you kill a creature that defies the very laws of nature? I would have to dig deeper than I ever had before and confront the darkest shadows of these ancient woods and of my own mind. The first time I saw it, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was out on a routine patrol, walking a trail near the base of Desolation Peak. The route was a favorite spot for overnight backpackers, with a small lake perfect for fishing and swimming. As I rounded a bend in the path, an overpowering stench hit me like a physical blow. It was so vile it stole the breath from my lungs, like rotting meat mixed with burning hair, and something even more foul that I couldn't place. I nearly doubled over gagging. That's when I saw the shredded remains of the tent, strewn across the campsite like after a tornado strike. Amid the carnage was a sight I will never forget as long as I live. A huge figure crouched over the torn body of a mauled deer, steam rising from the carcass into the cold autumn air. It had the general body shape of a man, but was far larger, well over 7 feet tall. Muscles rippled under matted fur as it tore into the flesh with long, yellowed claws. Then it turned and looked directly at me, and I felt my blood turn to ice in my veins. The face was a horror, angular and elongated, like a wolf's snout, but with pale, almost human eyes filled with a terrifying intelligence. Antlers curved up from its brow, and its jaws were stained crimson. It stared at me for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a second or two. Then, to my amazement and abject horror, the creature's form began to shift and change before my eyes. The fur seemed to melt away, the snout and teeth shrinking and retracting. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic raven took to the sky from where the beast had been, letting out a harsh cry that sounded like mocking laughter. I stood there frozen, trying to process the impossible scene I had just witnessed. That is, until my ranger training kicked in and I immediately began searching the area for any injured humans, praying I wouldn't find a hiker who had become the creature's prey. Mercifully, the campsite seemed to be empty, and I found no sign of human remains. But I knew that I had just come face to face with something that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my days. The skinwalker was real, and it was here, in my forest. I raced back to my ranger station in a daze, trying to figure out how to even begin to report what I had seen. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. I decided I needed to do more investigation on my own before raising an alarm. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Over the next several weeks, the sightings and encounters continued to escalate. More butchered animal carcasses were discovered in the woods. Additional campsites were found torn apart, though still blessedly free of human casualties. I pored over everything I could find about the legends of the skinwalker. I learned of its origins in the mythology of the Navajo, Hopi, and other southwestern tribes. The skinwalker was seen as an evil witch or sorcerer who had attained the ability to shapeshift into animals through perverse rituals. Some legends claimed the skinwalker wore the pelts of the creatures it transformed into. Others described it as shifting into a half-man, half-beast form. But all agreed that it was a malevolent presence, driven to sow chaos, misery, and death. I tried to keep the other rangers and the local authorities out of it, not wanting to put anyone else in harm's way, or risk them thinking I had lost my mind. But I was starting to feel increasingly out of my depth. Then one night, everything changed. I was in my small ranger cabin, going over reported skinwalker sightings on paranormal message boards and forums. Outside, an icy rain pelted the roof and turned the forest into a blur of shadow. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night, coming from the direction of the nearby campsites. I grabbed my flashlight and vest and bolted out into the freezing downpour. My heart raced as I sprinted down the slick trail, terrified of what I might find. I broke into a small clearing, and the beam of my flashlight fell upon a scene of unimaginable carnage. An entire family had been torn apart, literally ripped to pieces. Crimson blood painted the leaf-strewn ground, mixing into the mud and pooling in the rain-filled depressions. In the center of it all crouched my nightmare made manifest, the skinwalker, its furred form heaving, its mouth dripping scarlet. It swung its massive horned head towards me and let out a roar that sounded like a landslide. Then it charged. I fumbled for my sidearm and fired off the shots, but they did nothing to slow the creature's advance. I turned to run, but with horrifying speed it was on me. I felt a giant clawed hand close around my ankle and yank, sending me face first into the muck. I rolled over in time to see the beast's jaws lunging for my throat. Somehow I got my flashlight up in time, jamming it into the creature's gaping maw. It howled and reared back as the hard steel dented its snout. I scrambled backwards desperately in the mud, but the skinwalker quickly recovered and prepared to spring again. I knew this was the end. I was about to die, torn apart like that poor, innocent family. I sent up a desperate prayer and prepared for the pain of its claws and teeth shredding my flesh. And then, miraculously, from the depths of the forest, a chorus of wolf howls cut through the night. The skinwalker snapped its head up to look in the direction of the call, then back down to fix me with a stare of pure malice. It was as if it was saying, "Another time, Ranger." Then, like a wisp of smoke dissipating into the chill night air, the creature shifted into the form of an immense timber wolf and disappeared into the forest, leaving me bruised, bloodied, and alone with the atrocity it had committed. My entire world shattered and inverted in that moment. This was no longer about me. The skinwalker had murdered innocents, and it had to be stopped at any cost. Little did I know just how high that cost would be. In a state of shock, I called in the murders, and the scene was soon swarming with local police, game wardens, and the county coroner. I numbly gave my statement, saying it appeared to be a vicious animal attack. I couldn't bring myself to tell the truth of what I had seen. They'd have thought I was insane. In the following days, I fell into a deep despair. The weight of responsibility and guilt for failing to stop the skinwalker crushed down on me. I drank myself into oblivion every night, anything to dull the pain and keep the nightmares at bay. But deep down, the glowing embers of resolve hardened into a bitter obsession. I knew what I had to do, even if it meant the end of my career, even if it meant I might not come back from the confrontation alive. This abomination had to meet its end. I started to prepare, much as a soldier would for battle. I used my ranger access to acquire gear: night vision goggles, trail cameras, high-power rifles. I even managed to get my hands on some military-grade armor-piercing rounds. If conventional weapons couldn't bring the skinwalker down, I had to hope that something could punch through its unnatural hide. It was time to become the hunter. I took a leave of absence, telling my superiors that I needed some personal time to deal with the trauma of discovering the bodies. But every waking hour was spent preparing for my crusade. I studied the pattern of attacks and sightings, mapping them out, trying to predict where the skinwalker might strike next. I spent my nights camped out alone in the icy woods, jumping at every snapped twig, huddling in my sleeping bag with my rifle clutched to my chest. After 2 weeks of this, madness crept at the edges of my consciousness. sleep deprivation, constant terror and adrenaline, and the nagging doubts of whether one man could hope to bring down a supernatural monstrosity had corroded my psyche. But then, I found the lair. Deep in a forsaken corner of the park, in a lightless cave that seemed to swallow my flashlight beams, I discovered the skinwalker's den. I knew it immediately from the overwhelming stench of death and the eerie animal bones that littered the cave floor. My hands shook as I set trail cameras at the mouth of the cave and settled into a camouflaged blind nearby. Now all I could do was wait and pray that my preparations were enough. That night, a winter storm moved over the mountains, unleashing thunder, hail, and driving sleet. I huddled shaking in the blind, wondering if hypothermia would claim me before I had a chance to confront my nemesis. Every crack of lightning cast twisted shadows through the forest, transforming trees into looming monsters. Then, as the night stretched into its darkest hours, my trail camera pinged with a silent alarm. Something very large had entered its detection range at the mouth of the cave. The moment of truth was at hand. I shrugged off my icy blanket, checked my rifle, and moved into the storm. Step by agonizing step, I inched my way towards the cavern, the ice and sleet stinging my exposed skin like 1,000 hornets. A crack of lightning lit up the night like magnesium flare, and my heart nearly seized in my chest. The skinwalker stood at the cave's entrance, its form a shifting miasma of shadow in the strobing glare. Antlers twisted up from a misshapen head, and eyes glowed like phosphorescent mold. It let out a terrible howl, then turned directly towards my position, as if scenting my presence on the wind. Time seemed to slow to a crystalline moment, slivers of ice hanging suspended before my eyes. I brought the rifle to my shoulder in a fluid motion, chambering around with hands that no longer felt connected to my body. The skinwalker took a step towards me, its outline shivering and distorting. I exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The rifle roared, belching flame into the face of the abyss. But the moment before the bullet could scythe through the space where the monster stood, its form collapsed inward, then expanded into an immense flock of jet-black ravens. The chthonic birds exploded outwards, the antimaterial round ripping through empty air and ricocheting off the stone of the cavern. Then the flock wheeled and dove towards me, becoming a writhing wall of wings, talons, and stabbing beaks. The birds enveloped me, shredding my clothing and flesh. I fell to the ground, flailing desperately, firing wildly into the flock to no avail. Hot blood ran into my eyes as cruel talons raked my skin. Suddenly the ravens drew back, settling into the branches of the surrounding trees like a scene from Hitchcock's Nightmares. Before me, the skinwalker rose from where the flock had been, now in its towering half-man form, stalking forward with a cruel intelligence glinting in its feral eyes. I fumbled for another round, but it was upon me. The creature seized me by the throat and lifted me off the ground with hideous strength, bringing my face close to its elongated, toothy snout. Its breath was a miasma of carrion, its eyes depthless black pits. I knew I was about to die, and in that moment, all I could think was that my death would be as meaningless as my life had become, a speck of suffering in an uncaring universe. But then, in a voice like rattling tombstones, the skinwalker spoke with words that seared into my mind. "No, little ranger, your torment will not end here. You are my chosen plaything now." With a vicious, humiliating ease it cast me away, my body crashing through the brush to slam against a tree trunk with bone-cracking force. As blackness closed in at the edges of my vision, I glimpsed the skinwalker's form twist and flow, and then a great horned owl swooped off into the raging night, leaving me broken and bloody in the pitiless storm. And so my true nightmare began, with the knowledge that no matter how far I ran, no matter where I tried to hide, I would forever be the skinwalker's prey, the focus for its alien and sadistic hungers. In the dark of the forest, a piece of my soul withered and died, and I welcomed its passing. Hashut Chapter 5. I laid in that hospital bed in a haze of painkillers and despair, my mind replaying the confrontation with the skinwalker over and over again. The doctors told me it was a miracle I was alive. Park Service investigators wrote my ravaged body off as yet another animal attack. If only they knew the truth. Physical therapy was an excruciating trial, but I pushed myself harder than I ever had before, because I knew that this wasn't over. The skinwalker was still out there, and it had marked me. I had to heal, had to prepare myself, because next time I faced the creature, only one of us would walk away. I dove into research with a renewed intensity. I sought out tribal elders, shamans, anyone with knowledge of the skinwalker legends. Many doors were slammed in my face, and I couldn't blame them. A white park ranger asking after their darkest myths and secrets? I'd have been suspicious too. But eventually I made a connection. A Navajo elder named John Blackhorse agreed to meet with me. Over cups of bitter coffee in his cramped trailer, he shared with me the forbidden knowledge of his people. The skinwalkers, he told me, were once medicine men who had turned to evil, twisting the tribe's most sacred rituals for personal power. They could only be killed by weapons anointed with potent mixtures of herbs and blessed by a shaman. Regular weapons were all but useless. With John's help, I crafted a dozen hand-turned wooden arrows, their obsidian heads napped to razored edges. We anointed them with sage, cedar, and yucca, murmuring the ancient prayers that John had learned at his grandfather's knee. As I watched the herbed oil soak into the pale wood, I felt something kindle inside of me that I had thought long extinguished. Hope. Armed with this new knowledge and the blessed arrows, I returned to the park, but not as a ranger. I took an extended furlough, telling my supervisors that I was not yet recovered from my ordeal. In truth, a grim determination had seized me. I would dedicate every waking moment to tracking down the skinwalker. I would learn its ways, its habits, its hidden lairs. And when the time was right, I would end its foul existence once and for all. I became a phantom haunting my own forest, a gaunt figure in ragged camouflage, carrying a handmade bow and a quiver of obsidian-tipped shafts. I slept in caves and abandoned mine shafts, eating what I could forage or trap. The occasional hiker would catch a glimpse of me, and I'd hear later about the wild man living in the woods. If only they knew my purpose. For months, I shadowed the skinwalker, learning its dark appetites and abhorrent practices. I watched it stalk the mule deer and elk, savaging them with a ravenous glee. I tracked it to hidden glens where it performed its profane rites under the black moon, shape-shifting into grotesque forms that I dare not describe. Each time I would knock an arrow to my bowstring, determined to take the shot and end this once and for all. But caution and patience always stayed my hand. I needed the perfect moment, when the beast was unaware and vulnerable. To miss would be to invite my own hideous demise. And so I waited, biding my time, until the skinwalker finally made a fatal mistake. It was deep in a moonless night when I followed the creature's eerie cries to a remote corner of the forest I had never explored before. There, in a stagnant bog, I found the scene of an atrocity. The skinwalker crouched over the remains of its latest victim, a young male hiker who had unfortunately crossed its path. The creature was distracted, glutting itself on the kill. I knew I would never have a better chance. I drew an arrow from my quiver, feeling the heft of the blessed wood and the keenness of the obsidian head. I whispered a prayer to whatever gods might be listening, begging for their steadiness in my aim and the strength to see this through. Then, in one fluid motion, I drew back the bowstring and loosed the arrow. Time seemed to crystallize into a single razor-edged moment. I watched the arrow arc through the fetid air, spinning like a sliver of the night itself. For a heartbeat, I feared I had missed. But then the skinwalker let out an unearthly shriek of pain and fury. The arrow had found its mark, burying itself to the fletching in the creature's malformed chest. The skinwalker reared up to its full, horrifying height, black blood gushing from the wound. It fixed me with a stare of pure, uncomprehending malevolence. Then, to my horror, it reached up with a taloned hand and ripped the arrow free in a spray of ichor. The creature stalked towards me, the wound in its chest already starting to close. I scrabbled for another arrow, hands shaking, cursing myself for thinking it could be that easy. The skinwalker was on me in a heartbeat, seizing me by the throat and lifting me off the ground. I felt its putrid breath hot on my face, saw the glint of triumph in its inhuman eyes. It squeezed, and I felt consciousness start to fade. But in that final extremity, I remembered John Blackhorse's parting words to me. The power of the blessed arrows lay not just in the anointing, but in the purity of purpose and strength of will of the archer. With my last ounce of strength, I drew my hunting knife from its sheath and plunged it into the skinwalker's chest, into the still weeping wound left by my arrow. The creature let out a shriek that seemed to shatter the very air. It convulsed, dropping me to the muck of the bog. I scrambled away, gasping for breath, watching in disbelief as the skinwalker thrashed and writhed, an unearthly light shining out from the wound. It staggered, then fell to its knees, black fluid geysering from its jaws. Then, with a final keening wail, the skinwalker disintegrated, its form breaking apart into motes of greasy black dust that swirled away in the chill night breeze. And just like that, the monster that had haunted my steps and my dreams for so long was gone, banished back to whatever hell had spawned it. I collapsed to the ground, my strength utterly spent, but as I labored for breath, I felt something I hadn't experienced in a long, long time. Peace. It was over. I had faced my demon and emerged victorious. But the cost had been high. I knew I could never go back to my old life, my old self. The forest and everything in it looked different to me now. The veil had been lifted, and I could never unsee the horrors that lurked in the spaces between. In time, I left the Park Service, left Montana, left everything I had known. I became a wanderer, roaming the wild places, always seeking. Because I knew now that the skinwalker was not the only nightmare to stalk the shadows of our world, and somebody had to be there to stand against them. My name is Ethan Walker. I am a ranger no more. Now I am something else, something older and perhaps more needful in this dark age. I am a guardian at the threshold, a hunter in the hidden places, a lone sentry standing watch against the night. I bear my scars with grim pride, for I know I have walked through the fire and emerged reforged. And though the road ahead is long and dark, I do not walk it alone. Years have passed since my final confrontation with the skinwalker in that forlorn and fetid bog. I'd like to say that was the end of my story, that I was able to hang up my bow, put away my anointed arrows, and return to some semblance of a normal life. But as I sit here in this dingy motel room, the scent of sage and cedar still clinging to my hands from the arrows I fletched this evening, I know that normal is a luxury I can no longer afford, because once you've seen beyond the veil, once you know the truth of the horrors that lurk in the shadows of our world, there can be no going back. The skinwalker was just the beginning, a foot soldier in an ancient and endless war that rages unseen all around us. In my wanderings, I've faced other nightmares, creatures, dark spirits, things that defy naming or description. I've become something of a legend myself in certain circles, whispered about by those unfortunate few who have glimpsed the true face of the night. Some call me a savior, others a madman. I've been cursed and spat upon by those I've tried to help, seen suspicion and fear in the eyes of those who cannot or will not understand the work that I do. It's a lonely path I've chosen, or perhaps it chose me. Some nights, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it wouldn't have been better to have died in that bog, to have let the skinwalker claim me and spare me the weight of this knowledge, this responsibility. But then I remember the lives I've saved, the evils I've thwarted, and I know that this is my purpose, my penance perhaps for the lives I failed to save when I still wore a ranger's badge. The forest taught me hard lessons, wrote those teachings in scars on my flesh and my soul, but it also forged me, honed me into a weapon against the very horrors it once inflicted upon me. And so I go on, a wanderer, a hunter in the dark places. I'll not rest while the innocent suffer and the monstrous feast. In a way, I'm closer to the wild now than I ever was as a ranger. The line between man and beast has blurred for me, and some nights I feel the call of the hunt humming in my blood, and I wonder which side of that line I truly fall on. But I know one thing for certain. Out there in the darkness, in the vast primordial wilderness that we've tried so hard to forget, there are still monsters, and as long as they walk, so too must I. For I am all that stands between the feral dark and the fragile light of civilization. My once pristine ranger's uniform has long since moldered away, Now I clad myself in the hides of the beasts I've slain, adorn myself with their fangs and claws, paint my skin with their blood and ashes. I've become a figure of myth myself, a story told around campfires to frighten children and make hardened men shudder. But that is as it must be. For when the night is at its darkest, and the monsters come crawling, the people will whisper of the ranger who walks, the hunter who emerges from the trees, the rough beast slouching towards Bethlehem to be born. And they will know that they are not unprotected, that there is still light in the world, no matter how feeble and flickering. I am Ethan Walker. I am the watcher in the woods, the guardian at the gate, and I will not falter, I will not fail, for I have seen the face of evil, and I have made it fear me. The branches whipped across my face as I ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My heart pounded against my ribs like a caged animal desperate to escape. How did I end up here? Sprinting through a remote forest in the dead of night, fleeing from something I couldn't even be sure was real. Just 2 days ago, I was Chayton Locklear, an ordinary 28-year-old from Asheville, North Carolina. An avid hiker and nature lover, sure, but this was beyond anything I'd ever experienced. It started with the usual restlessness that plagued me whenever I went too long without a trip into the wilderness. My accounting job paid the bills, but my true passion was getting lost among the towering pines and rugged mountain trails that crisscrossed the land near my small hometown. There was a freedom out there that I could never find within the confines of civilization. So I'd packed up my trusty camping gear, thrown it into my battered old Subaru, and set off for a weekend alone in the Pisgah National Forest. I knew these woods like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. But looking back now, I didn't have a clue what I was getting myself into. As I fled deeper into the shadowy timberland, a guttural bellow echoed through the night behind me. Every hair on my neck stood on end. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a primal, furious roar that shook me to my core, and it was getting closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. At first, I thought it was a bear, rearing up on its hind legs. It had to be at least 8 feet tall. But bears don't run on 2 legs like that, loping through the forest with chilling speed and agility. In the pale moonlight filtering through the treetops, I caught a glimpse of shaggy fur and strange, almost human-like features. Bigfoot. The word surfaced in my mind, but I pushed it away. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. But the burning in my heaving lungs and the branches stinging my face told me this was no dream. Spurred on by pure adrenaline and primal terror, I pushed myself to run faster, weaving between the tree trunks and leaping over gnarled roots. I didn't know where I was going anymore, only that I had to get as far away from that thing as possible. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I let out a yell as I went tumbling down a steep embankment I hadn't seen in the darkness. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Gasping, I rolled onto my back, trying to suck air back into my lungs. The bellow sounded again, so close now it made my skin crawl. I lifted my head, blinking away the stars in my vision. And there it was, standing at the top of the embankment. The creature, Bigfoot. It had stopped chasing me, but it glared down with eyes that glowed a fiery amber in the darkness. Fear turned my blood to ice. There was nowhere left to run. The thing had me cornered in this ravine. As it began to lumber down the slope toward me, a menacing growl rumbling in its barrel chest, I had never felt so small and vulnerable, so human, and so very, very far from home. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain I was living the last few moments of my life. My mind raced as I braced for the creature's attack. Would it go for my throat like a lion taking down its prey, crush me in its powerful arms, rip me limb from limb? I'd always prided myself on my wilderness survival skills and ability to keep a cool head under pressure. I'd spent countless weekends testing my mettle against the rugged terrain and fickle mountain weather. But nothing could have prepared me for this. Seconds ticked by. I could hear the Bigfoot's heavy breath, feel the vibrations of its footsteps through the ground as it stalked closer. But still, the death blow didn't come. Slowly, hardly daring to breathe, I cracked my eyelids open. The creature loomed over me, so tall that it blocked out the moon and stars. Up close, I could see that its fur was a tangled mass of reddish-brown hair, matted with leaves and twigs. Its legs were thick and muscled, and its feet, dear God, they had to be at least 2 feet long with splayed, powerful toes. But the face, those were the features that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life, however much longer that might be. It had a broad, flat nose and a sloping forehead, with deep-set eyes that bored into mine with terrifying intensity. Its mouth was open, bearing teeth that looked entirely too human, and jagged fangs that clearly belonged to a predator. It was studying me, I realized, as if trying to figure out what I was and if I posed a threat. I didn't dare move a muscle, hardly breathed. One wrong twitch could set it off. Time stretched into an eternity as the standoff continued. Sweat trickled into my eyes, and every joint ached from the impact of my fall. But still I remained frozen, meeting the creature's fiery gaze. I thought of my family, my little apartment back in Asheville, my dull but safe accounting job. If I got out of this alive, I swore I would never take any of it for granted again. Just when I thought I couldn't bear the tension a second longer, the Bigfoot let out a deafening roar. I flinched, squeezing my eyes shut again instinctively. This was it. It was going to kill me. But instead of tearing into me with fang and claw, the creature turned and crashed off into the underbrush, startlingly quick and quiet for its immense size. Within moments, the night had swallowed it up again. Only the breaking of branches and the fading thud of its footsteps gave any sign it had been there at all. I laid there for a long time afterward, my heart racing and my mind reeling as I tried to process what had just happened. Finally, on weak and shaky legs, I pushed myself to my feet. I needed to get back to my campsite and my gear so I could hike out of these godforsaken woods at first light. The creature had spared me for some reason, but I didn't intend to push my luck by hanging around. There were some things man was never meant to see. I knew that now with a bone-deep certainty. As I stumbled through the dark forest, jumping at every snapping twig, little did I know that my night of terror was far from over. The Bigfoot wasn't through with me yet, not by a long shot. Our twisted game of cat and mouse was only just beginning. Dawn was still a few hours off when I finally stumbled back into the clearing where I'd made camp the previous evening. It felt like a lifetime ago, before my perception of reality had been shattered, and the monsters that stalked my childhood nightmares had come to terrifying life. My tent was right where I'd left it, as was my camping gear strewn around the cold remains of last night's fire. It all seemed so mundane now, so naively normal, as if the world hadn't just been turned on its head. Part of me wanted to just crawl into my sleeping bag, pull it over my head, and hope I'd wake up to discover this had all been some kind of fever dream brought on by undercooked campfire chili. But I knew better. The scratches stinging my face and the deep, unnamed dread churning in my gut were all too real. I had to get out of these woods, now, before that thing came back. I started throwing my gear into my backpack with shaking hands, not bothering to roll up my sleeping bag properly or make sure I had all my scattered cooking utensils. Speed was the priority. I froze when a twig snapped in the woods nearby, my head whipping around as I scanned the tree line. But I couldn't see anything in the pre-dawn gloom. Was it out there, watching me, stalking me? I shoved the last of my gear into my bag and threw it over my shoulders. I needed to move. I set off at a quick hike back toward the trail that would lead me to my car. But with every step, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and a growing sense of unease twisted in my stomach. The forest was too quiet. No birds singing, no insects chirping, just an eerie, unnatural silence like the whole woodland was holding its breath. Something was very wrong. I had never been a superstitious man. I put my faith in topographical maps, compass bearings, and the reliability of my own 2 feet, not ghost stories and rural legends. But now I felt the weight of something ancient and malevolent all around me, as if the very trees were watching my every move. I could have sworn I heard heavy, lumbering footsteps in the distance, echoing my own, matching me stride for stride from just out of sight in the thick underbrush. My pace quickened from a hike to a jog to an all-out run, my pack bouncing wildly on my back. but everywhere I turned, there seemed to be signs of the creature. A tuft of auburn fur snagged on a broken branch, an enormous handprint pressed into the mud along a creek bank, and always, always the sense of being watched, stalked, hunted. I was lost in every sense of the word, lost in a world that no longer felt rational or recognizable, lost in a nightmare made real. Just a tiny, breakable human in a vast wilderness where I was no longer the dominant species. The sun had finally started to rise when I burst out of the tree line and found myself right back at my own abandoned campsite again. It should have been impossible. I'd been moving in a straight line for hours, I was sure of it. But there was my tent, my smoldering campfire, my tracks from earlier still visible in the dirt all around. I sank to my knees, exhaustion and desperation warring in my chest. I was trapped, going in circles, toyed with by a creature that could somehow bend the very fabric of the forest around me, until I was utterly, inescapably lost. Far off in the distance, beyond the increasingly less reassuring light of dawn, a guttural roar echoed through the waking woods. It sounded almost smug, taunting. The hunt was on again, and all I could do was run. Exhausted and rapidly losing hope, I decided to use the rising sun and my compass to orient myself and attempt to break out of the creature's trap. If matching its stride wasn't working, maybe I could find my own path. I chose a bearing that I believed would intersect the trail back to my car, and set off in that direction at a determined pace. The woods seemed to grow darker and more tangled the further I went. Thorny vines pulled at my clothes, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was wading deeper into the creature's domain with every step. The minutes dragged on as I pushed my way through the brush, straining my ears for any sign of that heavy, lumbering gait behind me. I nearly sobbed with relief when the trees began to thin, and I glimpsed open sky ahead through the foliage. I surged forward, breaking out into a clearing, and found myself right back where I'd started, again. My tent mocked me from across the campsite, my own boot prints still fresh in the dirt all around. It was like the forest itself had shifted around me, warping under the creature's influence until I was more turned around than ever. Despair threatened to swallow me whole. How was I supposed to escape a predator that could apparently bend reality around me? What was I up against out here? A flicker of movement in the trees caught my eye, and my breath hitched as I looked over and spotted a very human figure emerging from the woods at the other side of the clearing. A surge of knee-weakening relief nearly brought me down. "Oh, thank God," I called out as I started toward them. "I need help. There's something out here, some kind of animal or—" The words died in my throat as the figure stepped fully into the clearing. It was a man, wearing tattered camouflage, and with long, matted hair and a thick beard obscuring most of his face. But his eyes, there was something wrong with his eyes. They were wide and wild, darting all around like a feral thing as he moved toward me in a jerky, stiff-legged gait. I took an involuntary step back, the hairs on my arms standing up. "Hey, are you all right? Do you need—" "It's coming," the man said, his voice hoarse and thick with what sounded like dread. "It's always coming. You can't escape it out here." A pit of fear yawned open in my stomach as I stared at him, realizing just how unhinged he appeared. His clothes were little more than rags, his skin grimy and covered in scratches. He looked like he'd been out here for a very long time. Too long. What is it?" I asked, not entirely sure I wanted the answer. "That thing in the woods, what the hell is it?" The man let out a hysterical little laugh, his eyes rolling. "The old ones, the forest lords, they were here first before us. This is their land and we're trespassing." He fixed me with a wild stare, taking another staggering step forward. I fought the urge to back away. "You can't escape," he repeated. "It's marked you now. It'll never let you go." Marked me? I didn't want to contemplate what that meant. The man was clearly out of his mind, driven insane by his time in these haunted woods. But if even half of what he said was true, if there was more than one of those things out there— As if summoned by the thought, an inhuman shriek pierced the air, far closer than it had been before. The sound seemed to stab right through me, flooding my body with adrenaline. The wild man went rigid, his head swiveling toward the trees. "Run," he whispered. "It's coming. You have to run." I didn't hesitate. I bolted for the opposite tree line, my heart in my throat as I crashed through the brush blindly. The creature's roar, shook the forest behind me, spurring me to even greater speeds. I could only pray I was moving away from the threat and not right toward it. As I fled deeper into the woods, the wild man's warning ringing in my ears. No escape. It would never let me go, but I had to try. I couldn't let the forest have me. I couldn't let the Bigfoot win. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, leaving stinging lashes on my skin, but I barely felt them. All of my senses were focused on the woods around me, straining for any sign of the creature pursuing me. I had no destination in mind, no plan other than to put as much distance as possible between myself and the horror behind me. But deep down, I feared it was futile. The wild man's words echoed in my head. "You can't escape, it's marked you now." Marked me. What did that mean? And what did he mean by they, the old ones? Was there more than one creature out here stalking me through the wilderness? A guttural bellow came from somewhere off to my right, and I swerved hard to the left, leaping over a fallen log and nearly tumbling head over heels down a steep embankment. I managed to catch myself on a sapling at the last second, my arm wrenching painfully in its socket. Better than a broken neck at the bottom of a ravine. I had to pause for a moment at the top of the little cliff, gasping for breath and trying to get my bearings. These woods were different from the parts of the forest I knew so well. Older, darker, more primordial somehow. As if they hadn't changed since long before man ever set foot here. As my panting subsided, I became aware of a low sound on the edge of hearing. A rhythmic thudding, like the beating of a massive, ancient heart. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it seemed to reverberate through the ground, through the trees, through my very bones. My own heart nearly stopped when I realized that more than one creature was making that sound. Multiple sets of heavy footfalls, coming from all around me, drawing slowly closer. They had me surrounded, herded. I spun in a circle, my head swiveling as I tried to pick a direction to run. But in every direction, those lumbering footsteps grew louder, more distinct, closer. A thicket rustled to my left and I whirled to face it, my heart lodging in my throat. For a moment all was still. Then, a massive, shaggy form emerged from the underbrush. The creature from before, Bigfoot. It stared at me with those feral amber eyes, lips curling back from jagged fangs in a snarl. I took a step back, my heel scraping the edge of the embankment behind me. Nowhere to go. More rustling from my right this time. Two more hulking shapes detached from the trees, lumbering forward on long, powerful legs. They were different from the first creature, one taller and leaner, the other built like a tank with a barrel chest and arms thick as tree trunks. But they were undoubtedly of the same species, and they were all focused on me. The creatures began to close in, fanning out to block any potential escape routes. The old ones, the wild man had called them. He was right. They moved through these woods like they owned them, with the easy, loping strides of an apex predator who had never known a threat. Until me. I didn't know what I had done to draw their attention, to make them stalk me like this. But the malevolent intent in their fiery eyes was undeniable. I was prey to them, a trespasser in need of removal. The largest of the three, the one built like a linebacker, lurched a step closer to me. A menacing rumble built low in its chest. I cast about desperately for a way out, but I was encircled, trapped between the creatures and a nearly sheer 20-foot drop behind me. The beasts seemed to know it too. They tightened their net, the first creature letting out a growl that sounded almost smug, toying with me, playing with its food. I searched for anything I could use as a weapon, a large branch, a sharp rock, something, but there was nothing. I was defenseless, helpless, human. The lead creature tensed, lips peeling back in a snarl. It was going to charge. This was it. I had no escape. I sent up a desperate prayer to whoever might be listening and braced for the attack, for tearing claws and snapping jaws. I wouldn't give the monsters the satisfaction of going down easily. If I was going to die out here, I would die fighting. But before the creature could lunge, a long, ululating howl rolled through the forest. The Bigfoots froze, their heads whipping up at the sound. It came again, closer this time, more urgent, like a warning or a summons. The creatures exchanged glances, a split second of what looked almost like uncertainty crossing their brutish faces. Another howl, so close now it made my skin crawl. The Bigfoots shifted restlessly. Then, moving as one, they melted back into the underbrush as silently as they had come, leaving me standing alone and shaking on the edge of the ravine. I stood frozen for a long moment, not quite believing I was still alive. What had just happened? 1 minute the creatures had me dead to rights. The next, they were gone, spooked by a sound I couldn't even identify. I didn't understand it, but I didn't intend to stick around and puzzle it out. My knees nearly buckled with relief as I staggered away from the edge on rubbery legs. I had been granted a reprieve, however temporary. I needed to make the most of it. I picked a direction at random and started running again before I even fully caught my breath, driven by the certainty that this wasn't over. The creatures had let me go for now, but something told me it wasn't mercy that stayed their claws. There was something else out there in the woods, something that could make even monsters falter. And I had the sinking feeling I was being herded right toward it. The howls had been too perfectly timed, too precise in their effect, to be mere coincidence. I could only pray that whatever had called the Bigfoots off was a better alternative to being ripped to shreds. Because one way or another, I knew my time was running out. The noose was tightening, and I had the desperate sense that if I couldn't find a way out of this forest soon, I would never leave it again. I ran on into the waiting trees, fear and sheer stubborn defiance blending into a potent cocktail that pushed me past the point of exhaustion. I couldn't afford to slow down, not with night fast approaching and my hellish stalker still on the prowl. I just hoped I hadn't leapt out of the frying pan and into an even deadlier fire. The sun was sinking below the horizon by the time I stumbled to a stop, unable to force my battered body to take one more step. My lungs heaved as I bent double, hands braced on my thighs trying to suck in enough air to keep from passing out. I had no idea how many miles I'd run since my encounter with the creatures. 5, 10. Distance lost all meaning in the nightmarish monotony of the endless trees. All I knew was that I couldn't keep going, as much as the still rational part of my brain screamed at me to push on, to use the last of the fading daylight to put more distance between myself and my pursuers. My legs simply wouldn't obey any longer. The adrenaline that had sustained me through the long day of fleeing and hiding had finally petered out, leaving me spent and trembling. It was all I could do to stagger a few feet off what passed for a game trail out here and collapse at the foot of a giant oak. Overhead, the sky bled from orange to crimson to a deep, foreboding blue as the sun disappeared and night reached out with eager fingers. The temperature seemed to plunge 20 degrees in a matter of minutes. I shivered violently, wrapping my arms around myself. I hadn't thought to grab my jacket in my mad dash from the campsite that morning. As my breathing gradually slowed and the ringing in my ears subsided, I found myself straining into the growing darkness, questing for any hint of sound, of movement. The silence pressed down like a suffocating blanket, broken only by the occasional skitter of some small creature in the underbrush. Where were the Bigfoots? Was it possible I had actually lost them? Surely they could have overtaken me with ease during the long hours I'd spent crashing through the brush. They'd had me dead to rights before, after all, and had clearly been toying with me in the moments before that blood-chilling howl called them off. It made no sense that I'd managed to keep ahead of them all day. Unless I hadn't. Unless they had deliberately let me run, content to shadow me from a distance, herd me to some predetermined point. The thought sent a fresh wave of fear flooding through my veins like ice water. I still didn't understand what kind of deadly game I'd been thrust into the middle of, but I had no doubt that I was very much one of the pieces being moved around the board, not the hand doing the moving. Were the creatures banking on exhaustion to make me an even easier target, wearing me down on purpose? Nightmare scenarios flitted across my mind's eye in the growing dark. A pack of Bigfoots falling upon me as I slept, that massive beast with the barrel chest ripping me limb from limb with its taloned hands. My stomach churned, and I swallowed hard against a surge of nausea. I couldn't fall asleep. I had to stay alert, keep watch, conserve my strength for the next mad dash, but exhaustion dragged at me like an actual physical weight. Now that I had stopped moving, my abused muscles seized up, my joints stiffening. I could feel my eyelids growing heavier with each passing second, the events of this hellish day crashing over me in one drowning wave. I struggled against the pull of unconsciousness, but it was a losing battle. The last thing I saw before my eyes drifted shut was the first cold stars winking to life far above the swaying treetops. Then sleep reached up and yanked me under. I dreamed of running, of dark woods that moved and shifted around me with a malevolent intelligence. I dreamed of glowing red eyes in the shadows, of sharp fangs and bruising grips, and a terror so primal it defied words. I don't know what snapped me awake some interminable time later. One moment I was lost in fear-soaked nightmares. The next, my eyes flew open, my heart already racing. The woods were full dark now, the thin moon doing little to penetrate the dense canopy. Crickets sang in a continuous, shivering chorus, and something large rustled the branches somewhere far off to my left. But it was the smell that had me scrambling upright, eyes wide and darting. A rank, musty stench, heavy with animal musk. It hung thick in the air all around me, flooding my nose and mouth until I nearly gagged. I knew that smell. I had just enough time to register the hulking, shaggy forms melting out of the darkness on every side, just enough time for my pulse to leap into a staccato of pure terror, before a massive hand closed around my throat from behind, and the world winked out in an explosion of stars. When I swam back to groggy consciousness some timeless period later, the first thing I registered was the cold. A deep, penetrating chill that seeped into my bones and set my teeth chattering. I was lying on my side on hard-packed earth, the dank scent of wet stone and rotting leaves filling my nose. I pried my eyes open with what felt like a Herculean effort, squinting against the knife of pain that lanced through my skull at the motion. I saw rough rock walls on three sides, so high they disappeared into shadow far above. The fourth opened onto a recessed hollow ringed by standing stones that looked older than time, their pitted surfaces crawling with creepers and clumps of grayish moss. A cave. I was in a cave, deep underground if the fungal air was any indication. The only light came from clusters of pale blue mushrooms dotting the stone and a strange pulsating phosphorescence from no source I could determine. It gave everything an eerie, unearthly cast. I tried to push myself upright and found my wrists bound behind my back with rough rope that scraped my skin raw. My ankles had been similarly trussed. My heart, already racing, leaped into a gallop. I threw my head back, opening my mouth to scream, and choked on a tight gag cutting into the corners of my mouth, reducing my cry to a muffled whimper. Animal panic surged through me, blanking out every thought except the blind imperative to get away, to run, to hide. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped, helpless. Heavy footsteps crunched on the loose shale behind me. I froze, my breath turning to glass in my lungs. Slowly, dreadingly, I cranked my head around and found myself staring up into the face of my nightmare-made flesh, the Bigfoot, the creature. It towered over me, its huge frame even more intimidating in the close confines of the cave. But it was no longer alone. More of the beasts crowded in behind their leader, their hulking bodies filling the cave mouth. Shaggy fur in shades of brown and red and black, rippling over massively muscled limbs. Feral amber eyes that glowed in the fey light. Lips curled back from jagged fangs and expressions no human could ever hope to read. My heart thundered against my ribcage as I met that burning amber gaze. I saw no pity there, no mercy. Only a wild, inhuman intelligence, an ancient ferocity and savage intent. The lead creature reached for me with a taloned hand, a rumbling growl building low in its throat. I cringed back against the cold stone, my breath coming in panicked gasps behind the gag. This was it, the culmination of the long, hellish game of cat and mouse. I had lost. The monsters had caught me at last. And now, in the bowels of this primordial cave, a human trespasser delivered into the hands of creatures that had ruled these woods since before my kind ever dreamed of setting foot here. I would finally learn the terrible price of my intrusion. As the Bigfoot leader's claws closed around my arm in a crushing grip and fresh terror threatened to stop my heart, I could only pray that price wouldn't be the last one I ever paid. That when the beasts finished with me, there would still be enough left to find my way home, if these woods ever let me leave at all. My name is John Ravenhart. I was born and raised on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota before moving out west for college and eventually taking a job as a park ranger in the remote Wenaha-Tucannon Wilderness on the border of Washington and Oregon. I needed this job, even if it meant living alone deep in the rugged backcountry for months at a stretch. My student loans weren't going to pay themselves, and jobs were scarce on the res. Besides, there was something appealing about the solitude and simplicity of the ranger life after feeling lost in the bustle and smog of the city. But nothing could have prepared me for the spine-chilling encounter I had my first week on patrol. Something I still have nightmares about to this day. It started as an unremarkable October evening. I was 3 days into my first backcountry shift, camped beside the raging whitewater of the Wenaha River, when a blood-curdling scream startled me awake. At first in my drowsiness, I thought it may have just been a fox or cougar. Their cries can sound eerily human-like, but then I heard it again, louder, closer, an agonized howling wail that echoed through the river valley, bouncing off the rock walls of the gorge. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. That was no cougar. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and tent, hand on my holstered pistol as I peered into the darkness with my headlamp. The towering fir and spruce stood like silent sentinels in the night, the undergrowth a tangle of shadows. The rushing of the river filled my ears. Then I saw it, 2 glowing yellow eyes staring back at me from the brush about 50 yards downstream. The eyes were forward, facing like a human's rather than on the sides of the head like a deer, and they were set wide apart and high up, maybe 8 feet off the ground. No human was that tall. My heart felt like it would punch through my ribcage as I drew my gun with a shaking hand. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound authoritative even as my voice wavered. "This is Ranger Ravenhart with the Forest Service. Are you hurt? Do you need help?" Only silence greeted me, other than the babbling river. I crept a few steps closer, sweeping my light across the brush where I'd seen the eyes. But now there was nothing. Just an empty thicket beside the churning river. Swallowing hard, I ventured downstream, following the muddy bank. Rounding a bend, my light fell upon a horrific sight that made my blood turn to ice in my veins. A tent lay shredded, the nylon torn to ribbons and strewn about the small clearing. Gear was scattered everywhere, and blood, so much blood smeared across the rocks and leaves, but no body. Whoever had been camping here was gone without a trace. I stood paralyzed, not wanting to imagine what could have done this, remembering those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. Then the howl came again, so loud this time it felt like the creature was right behind me. I whirled around, gun drawn, but saw nothing in the shadows of the forest. The leaves rustled and twigs snapped under a heavy tread, footsteps far bigger than any man's. Something was out there in the night, something huge, and it had already claimed one victim. A primal terror swept through me, and I bolted back upstream towards my camp, crashing through the undergrowth in a frenzied attempt to escape an unseen pursuer. By the time I reached my tent, my lungs were bursting and sweat poured down my face, despite the chill of the autumn night. I threw my gear into my pack with shaking hands as that unearthly wailing echoed through the valley once more. Gun clutched tightly and headlamp stabbing into the night, I abandoned my camp and took off at a run along the trail, fleeing through the shadowed forest as a primeval terror as ancient as these woods nipped at my heels. I didn't know what manner of creature I had just encountered on my first week as a ranger, but already I knew one thing with grim certainty. Out here in the untamed wilderness, far from the city streets I once called home, there were things that defied explanation, dark things, hungry things, and I had just become their prey. I barely slept a wink that night, jumping at every sound in the woods around me as I huddled in a makeshift camp I'd made 5 miles downstream. Part of me wanted to keep running all the way back to civilization. But I was a ranger now, and a ranger doesn't abandon his post, not to mention a potentially injured person out there who needed help. Whatever had destroyed that camp and made those god-awful screams, I knew I couldn't just turn my back. The next morning, still shaken but determined to do my job, I radioed back to the ranger station to report what I'd found. Within a few hours, 2 other rangers, Mike and Allison, arrived with backup and search dogs. We returned to the shredded campsite as a group. "Jesus," muttered Mike as he surveyed the scene, scratching his beard. "Never seen anything like this. What could have done it? A bear? Cougar?" "I'm not so sure," I replied uneasily, images of those glowing eyes still haunting me. "I saw something out there last night. Something big." "Well, the dogs will sniff it out, whatever it was," Allison said. But I noticed an uncertain hitch in her voice. We fanned out in a search grid, combing the dense forest for any sign of the missing camper or the creature that had taken them. The dogs seemed unusually spooked, whining and staying close to their handlers, rather than roaming far afield as they usually would. It was as if they sensed something unnatural lurking in the shadows. By late afternoon, we still hadn't turned up any clues. No tracks, torn clothing, or blood trails to follow. It was like the camper had simply vanished into thin air. As the daylight began to fade, a sense of unease spread through the search party. We all felt it, that prickle on the back of the neck as unseen eyes watched from the undergrowth. I kept my rifle close and found my gaze drawn again and again to the deepening gloom between the towering trees. "Let's make camp for the night," Mike finally declared. "Pick up the search again at first light. I want a big fire and eyes on the perimeter at all times. No one goes off alone." We set up a central camp in a small meadow, big enough for us to see anything approaching. The rangers seemed relieved to stop for the night, but I was dreading the coming darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching, waiting, the same sort of sensation I'd get sometimes back on the reservation when the elders spoke of dark spirits haunting the hills and gullies, hungry, malevolent things, older than time. As the last shreds of dusk faded into night, we sat in a circle around the snapping campfire, cradling our rifles and peering into the blackness pressing in from all sides. The dogs lay close to the fire, heads on their paws, hackles raised. No one spoke much, the unspoken fear hanging thick in the air, despite our reassurances to one another that there was nothing to worry about. But I knew better, and I had a terrible feeling the others would soon find out for themselves. We split into shifts to keep watch, 2 awake while the others slept. I volunteered for first watch, knowing there would be no rest for me tonight anyway. Mike joined me, his lined face flickering in the firelight as he scanned the tree line, thumbing the safety of his rifle. "I've been a ranger for 15 years, he said in a low voice after a while. "Seen some strange stuff out here. Grizzly bears that could appear and disappear like ghosts, lights in the sky at night. Weird sounds no animal should make. But this," he shook his head. "Something's not right this time. I can feel it in my bones." I nodded grimly, knowing exactly what he meant. As if some primordial terror had awoken in this ancient wilderness. A fear as old as the first men to walk these virgin forests in search of game and shelter. Something that should not be, yet still lurked in the dark places between civilization's islands of light. We sat in silence then, watching the night, straining to hear past the crackle of the fire. An owl hooted in the distance. Wind sighed through the treetops. All seemed still, but I couldn't shake the uncanny feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, of something huge and hungry out there in the darkness, circling, considering, picking its moment to strike. And then, just as I thought the night couldn't get any more eerie, a scream ripped through the forest. The scream sliced through the night like a knife, shattering the hush that had fallen over the forest. It sounded like Allison. Mike and I leapt to our feet, rifles snapping up to aim into the darkness. The dogs erupted into frantic barking. "Allison!" Mike shouted, his voice edged with dread. No response came from the silent woods. I swept my flashlight beam in a frantic arc, expecting at any moment to see a pair of glowing eyes materialize out of the shadows. But there was nothing. just the trembling light catching on leaves and branches. Then we saw it. On the far side of the clearing, just at the edge of the firelight, Allison's rifle lay abandoned in the dirt. A few paces away, her hat rested forlornly on the forest floor, but no sign of the woman herself. Mike's eyes met mine, and I saw my own sickening realization reflected back at me. In the space of a few heartbeats, she had been snatched from our circle without a sound. An icy fist of fear clenched in my gut as I thought of those shredded tent walls, the blood smeared across the rocks. What chance did Allison stand against a creature that could take a person in the blink of an eye and leave no trace? We had to find her, and fast, or I feared we'd never see her again. Heedless of the danger, Mike charged off into the undergrowth, shouting Allison's name, his light bobbing crazily between the trees. I cursed and sprinted after him, my own breath ragged in my ears. The dogs ran at our heels, whining and sniffing the air for any scent. But some instinct told me it was hopeless, that no trail would be found, that we were chasing a ghost. We crashed through the forest for what felt like hours, thorns tearing at our clothes, branches slashing our faces, all the while calling until we were hoarse. But the only reply was silence, broken now and then by an owl's mournful hoot or the skitter of night creatures in the brush. It was as if Allison had been spirited away to another realm entirely. Finally, we stumbled to an exhausted halt in a small clearing, chests heaving, sweat running into our eyes despite the October chill. I sank back against a tree trunk, my legs turned to rubber. Mike stood in the center of the clearing, hands balled into fists, face twisted in anguish and rage. "We have to go back," I managed to gasp out between breaths. "Regroup, call for backup. We're no good to Allison if we get taken too." Mike looked at me like I'd spoken blasphemy. "I'm not leaving her out here with that thing." The rawness in his voice told me they were more than just co-workers. "We're not leaving her," I said, trying to make my voice calm and firm despite my hammering heart. "But we won't do her any good charging around blind in the dark. Whatever took her, it's playing with us now. We need help." For a long moment I thought he would argue, but then his shoulders slumped and he scrubbed a hand across his stubbled face. Nodding once tersely, he turned and trudged back the way we'd come without another word. The hike back to camp was silent and subdued, defeat hanging heavy over us. I expected at any moment to hear that terrible howl again, to see those glowing eyes materialize in the brush. But the forest stayed eerily quiet, as if mocking our efforts to find our friend. When we reached the clearing, I nearly choked on my own spit. The campfire was a cold bed of ashes. All our gear, tents, packs, food, was gone like it had never existed. Even the dogs were nowhere to be seen. Mike and I stared at each other in disbelief, the sick realization dawning on us that we were utterly alone out here, that in our absence something had erased every trace of us from this place. "What the hell is going on?" Mike muttered, but there was no response I could give. An icy finger of fear traced its way up my spine as I slowly turned in a circle, scanning the tree line. The night seemed to draw in close, smothering, full of unseen menace. Out here, miles from any other living soul, it felt like we were the last two people on Earth, trapped in the hunting grounds of an impossible creature. At my feet, I spotted something. A tuft of coarse black hair snagged on a thistle bush, seeming to glisten in the moonlight, unlike anything I'd seen on any native animal. A fresh spike of adrenaline shot through me. "Mike," I called softly, but he was already loping toward me, eyes wide as he took in the find. With shaking fingers, I disentangled the matted hairs and held them up. In that moment, I knew the truth, with grim certainty. The old tales the elders used to tell around the fire at night, legends I'd dismissed as myth and fancy, were real. And now we were going to experience them firsthand, like generations of my people before me. We were in Bigfoot's territory now, and the hunt was on. Mike and I huddled together in the darkness, back to back, guns pointed out at the smothering night. My heart jackhammered against my ribs as my eyes strained to penetrate the inky shadows between the trees. But the night revealed nothing. "We have to get out of here," Mike said, his voice cracking. "Hike down to the trailhead, bring in reinforcements." I shook my head even though he couldn't see. "It's 10 miles to the trailhead. Through terrain like this, at night with that thing out there, we'd be picked off one by one. Then what? A note of hysteria bled into Mike's voice. We just sit here and wait to be next? I swallowed, my mind racing. What did I know about the creature that could help us survive the night? Fragments of stories surfaced from memory. Tales I'd overheard as a boy when I should have been asleep. The elders speaking in hushed tones around the fire. The old ones say it's a spirit creature. Physical, but not entirely of our world, I said slowly. It can disappear and reappear at will. No use trying to outrun it. Oh, great, Mike muttered. Should we try asking it nicely to leave us alone then? An idea sparked in my brain. The legends also say it's tied to its territory, bound by spiritual borders it can't cross. You're saying there's some magic line in the woods it won't go past? That's crazy. Any crazier than what we've already seen tonight? I shot back. Mike fell silent, and I knew he took my point. I looked out into the night, picturing the narrow gulch that cut through the heart of the wilderness area, a natural border between two worlds. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We struck out through the brush, following the incline of the land as it sloped down to the stream bed I knew flowed out of the creature's supposed territory. The night pressed close and hungry, rustling all around us, but nothing leapt out of the shadows. It was toying with us, I knew, savoring the fear rolling off us in waves. By the time we staggered out onto the stony bank of the gulch an interminable time later, streaked with sweat despite the cold and treacherous dark, I was near delirious with terror and exhaustion. Every snapped twig and shifted stone had sounded like the heavy tread of the creature. But as I slumped against the curved sandstone wall of the ravine, gasping for air, a strange sense of calmness washed over me. We had crossed the border, I realized, stepped out of its hunting grounds into a place it could not follow. For tonight at least, we were safe. But Allison was still out there, along with who knew how many other victims over the long years. Though to my shame, part of me wanted nothing more than to flee this primordial nightmare. I knew I couldn't abandon them to that fate. The legends were real. Our world was bigger and more mysterious than I'd ever dared imagine. And now that I knew the truth, I had a duty to protect others from what stalked these ancient woods. I looked over at Mike, seeing my own resolve mirrored in his eyes, and I knew he'd reached the same conclusion. Silently we shook hands, an unspoken pact. Come morning, we would bring the fight to the creature. Dawn found us still huddled in the meager shelter of the gulch, eyes gritty and muscles cramped from the cold ground. But we were alive. The creature's territory remained an eerie green stillness on the other side of that invisible line. We'd spent the long hours of the night piecing together a plan from the fragments of lore I could remember. It was a desperate gamble, but the only hope we had of saving Allison and putting an end to the creature's long reign of terror. As the pale light seeped into the ravine, we hauled ourselves up on aching joints and picked our way carefully back into the creature's domain. Despite the daylight, dread sat like a cold stone in my belly. We would have only one chance at this. The ancient tales were sparse on details of how to fight the creature. No one who had tried had ever lived to tell of it. But a common thread spoke of driving the spirit back to its lair, the dark heart of its power, and there binding it with rituals and talismans. A feat far easier said than done. But I remembered also a story of a brave who had once stolen a scrap of the creature's matted fur, and so bound a piece of its essence to an arrow. When shot with the enchanted arrow, the legend claimed, the creature had loosed an unearthly howl of pain. It could be hurt, I realized, bound to our world by the bits of itself it left behind. And so I clutched that glistening tuft of hair like a talisman as we crept through the towering forest, senses straining for any hint of the creature. We would hurt it, drive it before us like the beast it was, and lure it to its lair, where we would bind it or die trying. We found the first sign near a deadfall, where the undergrowth grew thick, a cluster of broken branches where something heavy had pushed through, and the damp leaves crushed into the shape of an enormous footprint. A musky, wild scent hung in the air, like wet fur and earthy caves and something else. Something not of this world. My eyes met Mike's. The track was fresh. The creature was close. I pulled an arrow from my quiver and carefully wound the tuft of coarse fur around the head, my fingers trembling slightly as they tied it off. No turning back now. We followed the trail, the sign of the creature's passage growing clearer and more frequent, the scent thicker and more overwhelming. My nerves stretched, bowstring taut, jumping at every forest sigh and tick. Then a scream split the shadows, bouncing off the hills, close and terribly human. Allison! We charged toward the sound, caution forgotten, crashing through the brush in a headlong rush. The scream came again, weaker and more desperate, and we stumbled out into a clearing to find Allison crumpled on the carpet of leaves, clothes torn and muddied, her leg bent at a sickening angle. She stared at us in shock and disbelief, tears leaking from wide eyes. "How?" she croaked through a raw throat, but I was already spinning in a circle, arrow knocked to string, scanning the too quiet clearing. This was wrong, all wrong. Why had the creature left her here, in the open, instead of dragging her back to its lair? Unless we were meant to find her. Unless she was bait in a trap. "Mike," I barked, "it's a trick. We have to—" Then an unholy roar shook the forest, and the creature burst from the underbrush in an explosion of leaves and flying dirt. It moved in a horrible loping gait, all shaggy fur and corded muscle, arms too long, head too misshapen to be human or animal. Time did that funny, skipping thing it does in moments of ultimate terror, and I found myself staring into a pair of red, very intelligent eyes in a leathery face. Eyes that held the promise of a cruel and easy death. Then the moment broke, and I was screaming at Mike to get down as I brought my bow up in one smooth motion, drew back until the fletching touched my cheek, and fired straight at the monster's heart. The arrow sank to its shaft in the matted fur of the creature's chest. It stumbled, loosed a shattering cry that was pain and rage and ancient malice in one voice, black blood gouting from the wound. But it didn't fall. With terrible swiftness it ripped the arrow free, snapped the shaft, and fixed me with a murderous glare as it stalked forward. The binding had only made it angrier. I was out of tricks, out of options. We couldn't fight this thing, couldn't outrun it. As it lunged for me, a clawed hand swiping for my head, a strange calm settled over me. At least I would meet my death on my feet, for something I believed in. I raised my bow like a staff, ready to strike at the monster's face in one final, futile act of defiance. When a rifle boomed across the clearing, the creature's head snapped back, a black hole appearing above one red eye. It staggered, a look of almost comical surprise on its inhuman face. I risked a glance over my shoulder to see Mike braced on one knee, face grim as he chambered another round. Of course, in the mad dash after Allison's scream, I had forgotten the guns. Stupid rookie mistake, but one that might just save us now. I dove aside as the creature charged at Mike with a roar. Its movements slower, clumsier. Thick black blood ran down its face. Mike got off another shot, taking it in the shoulder, before a swipe of one huge paw sent him sprawling, and the rifle spinning. But it was all the opening I needed. I snatched up the gun, rolled to one knee, and put the barrel against the back of the monster's head as it loomed over Mike's prone form. "Hey, ugly," I snarled. The creature whirled with a speed that belied its bulk, lips peeling back in a snarl, and I pulled the trigger. The report was deafening, the recoil slamming my teeth together. The creature's head snapped forward, its eyes going wide, almost shocked. Then slowly, ponderously, it toppled backward and lay still. The red light faded from its eyes, leaving only a dull animal blankness. In the sudden, ringing silence of the glade, I could only stare at the fallen beast, the gun trembling in my hands, not quite believing. We had done it. We had slain the monster. A soft groan drew my attention, and I saw Mike struggling to sit up, helped by a weeping Allison. As I hurried to their side, a giddy laugh bubbling up my throat, I spared a final glance for the creature. It looked smaller in death, diminished, like any other animal. Yet I knew the truth. We had stood against a legend, an ancient terror, and emerged victorious. The impossible had touched our lives, and nothing would ever be the same. The story of what happened in the Wenaha Tucanon wilderness that October night quickly spread, told in ranger stations and hunting lodges, around campfires and barroom tables. The tale of three brave rangers who went into the woods and slew a monster. Oh, the official version was more prosaic. A rogue bear, deranged and unusually aggressive. The shredded campsites the result of its savagery. Never mind that no one could quite explain how a bear had snatched Allison from under our noses. But I didn't much care what the higher-ups chose to put in their reports. I knew the truth. More importantly, I knew my duty now that I had seen that truth firsthand. I requested a permanent ranger posting in the most remote districts, the places where the edges of the map started to fray and legends crept in to fill the blank spaces. If there was one creature, there were sure to be others. Ancient things, dark things, slipping through the veil to leave mysteries and nightmares in their wake. But now there was also someone who knew they were real, and who would stand against them. Around the fire at night, when the wind sighed through the trees and the darkness pressed close, I would take out that matted tuft of hair, all that remained of the creature, the trophy of my first hunt. It was a reminder of the new world I found myself in, where the line between myth and monster was thin and porous. A world that needed guardians on that shadowed borderland. I would be that guardian. The ranger who hunted legends and protected the innocent. And the next time a cry sounded in the night, I would be there to answer it. Even if it took me, like that fateful night a year ago, to the very edge of everything I knew and understood. Even if it meant descending into a primal, unholy terror older than these ancient hills. Because out here, in the untamed places, someone had to walk that line. Someone had to keep watch in the long, dark night, so others could sleep safe and untroubled. And I couldn't think of any job I'd rather have. Dakota Whitefeather stood on the creaking front porch of his remote ranger cabin, staring out at the misty green expanse of the ancient forest surrounding him. He took a long pull from his coffee mug, the bitter taste giving him a jolt as the first gray light seeped through the thick canopy of leaves. This was Dakota's favorite time of day, before the clamor of campers and hikers broke the profound stillness. Just him in the woods, and the whispers, those murmuring voices that curled on the edges of his consciousness, sounds he told himself were just the wind in the trees. Another day, he sighed, stepping off the porch and trudging towards the ranger station, a half-mile up the dirt path. Dakota had been working as a ranger in these remote woodlands for going on 12 years now. He'd taken the post straight out of college, lured by the promise of solitude and a chance to immerse himself in nature after 4 years cooped up in lecture halls. The pay was meager and the work sometimes grueling, but Dakota loved it out here, or he used to anyway. Lately an uneasiness had settled over him, an itch between his shoulder blades he couldn't shake, like he was being watched. He scanned the shadows between the towering Douglas firs and hemlocks, but saw nothing. He picked up his pace, fallen pine needles crunching under his boots. His mind wandered to the stack of unpaid bills, shoved in the top desk drawer back at the cabin. His ancient pickup needed new tires before winter, and propane prices kept climbing. Dakota shook his head. He'd figure something out. He always did. As the ranger station came into view through the mist, Dakota noticed an unfamiliar vehicle parked out front. A sleek black SUV with government plates. His curiosity piqued. Dakota jogged the last few yards. He pushed open the door to find his supervisor, Karen, and two men in dark suits huddled around the radio console. "Morning, Dakota," Karen said, voice strained. "We've got a situation." The taller of the two suited men turned to face Dakota, jaw set. "I'm Agent Rollins with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have reason to believe there's an animal in these woods. Something big, and it's hostile." Dakota frowned. "An animal? What kind of animal?" Rollins and his partner exchanged a loaded glance. "You ever hear about Bigfoot, Ranger Whitefeather?" Dakota barked a laugh, but it died in his throat when he saw their expressions. "We have credible reports of aggressive interactions and—" Rollins paused, choosing his next word carefully. "Disappearances? In these woods, going back decades. We need your help tracking this thing." Dakota looked to Karen, who gave him a solemn nod. The whispers at the edges of his mind grew louder, more insistent. He took a deep breath of the loamy forest air. "Okay," Dakota said. "Tell me everything." The sky hung heavy and gray over the treetops as Dakota steered his pickup along the winding access road into the most remote areas of the forest. Agent Rollins sat silently in the passenger seat, inscrutable behind mirrored sunglasses. They'd spent the morning going over maps of the area, marking reported sightings and encounters. Most of the incidents had occurred within a 10-square-mile radius, clustered around a particularly dense and rugged stretch of old-growth forest. "What makes you so sure this is Bigfoot and not just a rogue bear, or a puma?" Dakota asked. Rollins slid a manila folder from his bag and handed it to Dakota. "These were taken by trail cameras 3 weeks ago." Dakota flipped the folder open and felt his blood run cold. The grainy black and white photos showed an unmistakably bipedal creature, fur-covered and massive, lumbering between the trees. But it was the eyes that chilled him, glinting with a dark intelligence peering out from the shadows. "We've never had definitive proof like this," Rollins said. "The agency has spent decades chasing tall tales and blurry photos. But this," he tapped the picture, "this changes things." Dakota swallowed hard, his gaze tracing the creature's hulking outline. The silence stretched between them as he steered the pickup along a narrow dirt track. He opened his mouth to reply but was cut off by a piercing shriek echoing through the forest. He slammed on the brakes, and the two men sat frozen, listening. Another anguished cry rang out, unmistakably human, and close. "Help! Someone help me!" Dakota threw the truck into park and leapt out, Rollins close on his heels. They plunged into the underbrush, thorns tearing at their skin as they ran towards the screams. They exploded into a small clearing and skidded to a halt, chests heaving. A woman's crumpled form lay at the base of a massive tree. Deep gouges scored the trunk, fresh sap oozing from the wounds, but no sign of her attacker. Dakota dropped to his knees beside her, fingers flying to the pulse point at her neck. He exhaled sharply when he found it, thready but present. "She's alive, barely." As he rolled the woman gently onto her back, he saw the deep lacerations across her shoulders and torso, the flesh flayed savagely open. Claw marks. The hairs on the back of Dakota's neck prickled, and he looked up slowly. There at the edge of the clearing, a pair of dark eyes glinted from the shadows of the forest, watching, waiting. Rollins drew his sidearm, the click of the safety deafening in the stillness. "We need to move. Now." The woman, who Dakota now knew was named Lyra, had been airlifted to the nearest trauma center after they'd carried her back to the pickup. The medics said it was a miracle she'd survived the blood loss. Dakota sat on the tailgate, staring at the rust-colored stains on his hands. Rollins paced in agitated circles, yelling into his cell phone. "I'm telling you, it was here," he shouted. "We've got a Vic headed to Mercy General who's lucky to be breathing, and you're telling me to wait?" Dakota tuned out the agent's diatribe, his mind reeling. He'd come to these woods seeking peace, solace. But now that tranquility had been shattered by a horror he was still struggling to comprehend. He thought of the bone-deep gouges in that tree, the inhuman intelligence in those dark eyes. Thought of the voices forever whispering at the edges of his perception. Had they been trying to warn him? "Backup's on the way," Rollins said, snapping Dakota from his reverie. "But I don't think we can wait for them." The agent pulled a second pistol from an ankle holster and held it out to Dakota. "You know how to use one of these?" Dakota accepted the gun, the weight of it cold and heavy in his palm. He thought of his father teaching him to shoot tin cans off the back fence when he was a boy a lifetime ago. "Yeah," he said hoarsely, "I can shoot." Rollins nodded grimly. "Good, because we're going to track this son of a bitch down. End this now." He checked his watch. "We've got maybe 3 hours of daylight left. Clock's ticking." They gathered supplies quickly. Rope, lights, first aid kit. Dakota hesitated only a moment before sliding the pistol into the waistband of his pants at the small of his back. The forest seemed to darken ominously around them as they set out, angling west towards the creature's last known location. The trees grew older as they hiked deeper into the backcountry, trunks thickening and underbrush choking the forest floor. Dakota fought down the atavistic terror rising in his gut. He knew these woods, had walked this land for years. But now, each shadow seemed to conceal a menace. Each whisper carried on the wind a portent of doom. A twig snapped in the trees to their right, and both men froze, hands dropping to their weapons. A breathless moment passed. 2. A large buck stepped into view, eyeing them placidly before bounding away. Dakota exhaled shakily. They trekked onwards, senses straining against the dimming light. It was Rollins who found the footprints, if they could even be called that. Indentations in the loam nearly 2 feet long, toes tipped with jagged claws. Dakota's blood ran cold at the sight. They followed the trail as it wove through the trees, the forest unnaturally silent around them. No birdsong, no skittering of small creatures in the undergrowth, as if all life had fled before the predator's advance. The trail terminated abruptly at the yawning mouth of a cave, a black wound in the hillside. A fetid stench wafted from the depths, and Dakota's stomach clenched. The whispers in his mind rose to a fever pitch, indistinct but insistent. Rollins unholstered his weapon with a grim set to his jaw. He caught Dakota's gaze, inclining his head towards the cave. Dakota swallowed against his heart, hammering in his throat, and followed the agent into the roiling darkness, gun drawn. The shadows swallowed them whole as they moved deeper into the belly of the mountain. The close-pressed walls seemed to drink the feeble beams of their flashlights, leaving only a sphere of dim illumination around them. Bones crunched under their boots, and Dakota tasted bile at the back of his throat. They couldn't have been in the tunnel for more than 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. The darkness and dread pressing against Dakota's skin like a living thing. And then the passage opened into a broad cavern, and his heart seized in his chest. A massive form crouched against the far wall, fur matted and fangs glinting in the flashlight's glow. The creature rose slowly to its full, towering height, muscles rippling under shaggy hide. Rollins opened fire, the cracks of gunshots deafening in the confined space, but the beast charged forward with shocking speed, heedless of the bullets piercing its bulk. A taloned hand swatted the agent aside like a rag doll, his body striking the wall with a sickening crunch. And then that dark gaze locked on Dakota, and his blood turned to ice in his veins. Because beneath the feral glint, he saw a flicker of something horribly, impossibly familiar. As if his deepest, most primal fears had been given flesh. The creature lunged, and Dakota stumbled backwards, his heel catching on a rock and sending him sprawling. Fetid breath scorched his face as a maw bristling with jagged teeth yawned before him. His cry was swallowed by the roaring in his ears as those jaws descended, and the world went black. Pain dragged Dakota back to awareness, white-hot and blinding. He blinked against the blood obscuring his vision, head pounding with each labored beat of his heart. His face felt shredded, flayed open by the creature's claws. Dakota struggled to sit up, biting back a moan as agony lanced through his ravaged body. The dank air of the cave pressed against him, thick with the coppery tang of blood and something fouler. He fought down the urge to vomit, knowing it would likely kill him in his condition. Memories flooded back. The beast's charge, the glint of fangs, Rollins' crumpled body. Dakota squeezed his eyes shut against the onslaught. He had to move, to run, but his limbs felt leaden. Hopelessness crashed over him in a smothering wave. What chance did he stand against a monster out of legend? As if conjured by the dark turn of his thoughts, a low growl rumbled through the cavern. Dakota's head snapped up, adrenaline spiking. The creature crouched at the mouth of a branching tunnel, more sensed than seen, a hulking silhouette against a deeper darkness. "Okay, you bastard," Dakota rasped, rage kindling in his chest. "Let's dance." He fumbled for the gun at his back, joints screaming in protest. His questing fingers brushed cool metal, and he almost sobbed with relief. Dakota ripped the pistol free, swinging it up to aim at the beast with trembling hands. The creature regarded him, utterly still. Seconds stretched into a small eternity, and then it turned away, padding into the tunnel on silent feet. The darkness swallowed it whole. Confusion warred with fear in Dakota's battered skull. Was this some game to the creature, a twisted prelude to the kill? Anger surged through him, eclipsing his pain and terror. He'd be damned if he'd die cowering in this hole. If this was to be his end, He'd meet it head-on, like his ancestors. Gritting his teeth, Dakota hauled himself upright. He swayed alarmingly, stomach lurching, but locked his knees and remained standing. Inch by tortured inch, he staggered towards the tunnel. The passageway was narrow, the uneven floor treacherous under his stumbling feet. Dakota braced himself against the clammy wall, stones snagging on his torn flesh. He could feel the weight of the mountain above, cold and indifferent, waiting to become his tomb. The whispering voices in his mind had risen to a maddening susurrus, just below the threshold of understanding. Time lost all meaning in that endless dark. There was only the rasp of his breath, the drum of his pulse in his ears, the next agonizing step, and then the next, and the knowledge that the beast lurked ahead, drawing him ever deeper into its lair. After an eternity, or only minutes, the tunnel broadened into a chamber. Dakota nearly wept as a whisper of fresh air brushed his raw cheeks. An exit. His eyes strained against the gloom, searching for the telltale glimmer of daylight. But all he found was a seeping darkness too thick for even the wan beam of his flashlight to penetrate. A rumbling growl echoed from the shadows, and dread knotted in his gut. Eyes glinted in the blackness, feral and unfathomable. The creature's bulk detached from the deeper dark, looming over Dakota's battered frame. He steadied his gun with numb fingers, muzzle wavering. Inhuman features twisted into something like a grin, a nightmare given flesh. And in that moment, staring into the abyss of the beast's gaze, Dakota understood. This hadn't been a hunt. It had been a test. The creature had weighed him, measured his resolve against the yardstick of his fear, and found him wanting. Shame scalded through him, chased by a foolhardy surge of defiance. Summoning the last dregs of his strength, Dakota spat a mouthful of blood at the creature's feet. "Do your worst, hellspawn," he snarled. "But know that I die unafraid." Dark laughter shivered through the cavern, raising the hairs on Dakota's nape. The beast's form contorted, limbs elongating and snout shortening in a grotesque flux. Dakota's gun fell from slack fingers as a scream caught behind his teeth. Where the creature had loomed now stood himself, a perfect mirror image, from the fall of his dark hair to the familiar planes of his face. But the eyes, God, the eyes, depthless voids swallowing light and hope and sanity. The whispers in his mind crescendoed to a deafening roar, and in an instant of terrible clarity, he finally understood their words. "We are coming, Dakota Whitefeather. Your world will be ours." And then the darkness took him, and he knew no more. Consciousness returned in fits and starts, a gradual surfacing from the depths of oblivion. Dakota groaned, the sound scraping like gravel in his parched throat. Mustering his strength, he cracked his eyes open, immediately squinting against the harsh fluorescent glare. Confusion swamped him as he took in the sterile white walls, the quietly beeping monitors. A hospital. How? Memory slammed into him like a freight train, and he jackknifed upright, a strangled cry tearing from his throat. The creature, the cave, his doppelganger. "Whoa, easy there, Ranger." Dakota's head snapped towards the voice, heart thundering against his ribs. Agent Rollins sat slouched in a plastic chair beside the bed, one arm bound in a sling. "You're lucky to be alive," Rollins said, leaning forward with a wince. "Found you unconscious at the mouth of the cave. Thought you were dead at first." Dakota shook his head, immediately regretting it as pain spiked through his skull. What happened? The creature." Rollins's face shuddered. "Gone. Tracked it for a day after the rescue team airlifted you out. Trail went cold at the river." Ice slithered down Dakota's spine. "It's still out there." "And we'll find it," Rollins said, voice hardening. "I've already requested additional personnel and resources from HQ. This has become a top priority." Dakota fisted his hands in the thin hospital blanket, knuckles aching. He could still feel the darkness of the cavern pressing against him, still see those fathomless eyes boring into his own. "You don't understand," he whispered hoarsely. "It's not just some animal. There was something in my head." Dakota looked up at Rollins, desperation clawing at his chest. "It spoke to me. At the end, said they were coming for our world." The agent blew out a sharp breath, scrubbing a hand over his jaw. After a long moment, he met Dakota's gaze squarely. Then I suggest you rest up, Ranger, because if what you're saying is true, we're going to need all hands on deck for what's coming. The forest was too quiet. Dakota stood at the edge of the tree line, a rifle heavy in his hands. 3 months had passed since his confrontation with the creature in the cave. 3 months of feverish preparation against the coming storm. After his release from the hospital, he'd thrown himself into the hunt with singular focus, scouring the woods for any trace, any whisper of the beast's passage. But the trails had run cold, the forest holding its secrets close. The government had mobilized in force, fortifying ranger stations into makeshift command posts ringed with razor wire. They'd tried to keep a lid on the truth, but whispers had a way of spreading. A creeping dread had settled over the small towns and logging communities dotting the region as the shadows grew long, because the forest was too quiet. No birdsong threaded the air, no small creatures rustled the undergrowth. An unnatural stillness held sway, the calm before the storm, and storm it would be. Reports had begun to filter in, missing hikers, mutilated livestock, whole hunting parties vanishing into the green never to return. Each incident pushing the invisible border of the creature's domain outward. They were coming, just as the beast had promised in Dakota's darkest hour. An army of nightmares poised to crash over humanity like a black wave. He could feel it in his bones, in the atavistic dread prickling his nape in these two silent woods. The soft crunch of a footfall behind him had Dakota spinning, rifle snapping up to his shoulder. Agent Rollins stepped out from the shadow of an ancient spruce, hands raised in appeasement. "Any sign?" the agent asked quietly. Dakota lowered his weapon, the tension in his shoulders easing fractionally. "Nothing. You?" Rollins shook his head grimly. "Perimeter's secure for now, but—" "Only a matter of time," Dakota finished bleakly. The agent's lips thinned. "The first refugees from Milburn just arrived. It's gone, wiped off the map." Ice crystallized in Dakota's veins. Milburn had been a logging town some 50 miles distant. Hundreds of souls now lost to the hungry dark, the vanguard of the horde. "What do we do?" he asked softly, half to himself. Rollins looked out over the trees, granite jaw flexing. "We fight. Hold the line as long as we can." Dakota swallowed past the tightness in his throat. He thought of the small cluster of houses tucked in the wood's embrace, full of civilians too stubborn or afraid to evacuate. Thought of Karen and the other rangers grimly manning their posts. They would be the first to fall when the wave broke. "It's not enough," he whispered. "We can't stop this. Can't even slow it down." Rollins turned to him, something bleak and resigned in the set of his shoulders. "Then we make sure the world knows what happened here. Give them a chance to prepare for what's coming." And in that moment, staring out at the waiting trees, Dakota understood what they had to do. The terrible calculus of triage in the face of annihilation. They would be the sacrifice, the first blood spilled in a war they couldn't hope to win. But in dying, they might buy time for others to live, to fight. It was a cold equation, but the only one left to them. Dakota met the agent's eyes, saw the same grim resolve reflected back. In another life, they might have been friends, brothers in arms. In this one, they would be the first to fall. A whisper of movement in the underbrush froze them both. A shadow detached from the deeper gloom, massive and horrifyingly familiar. Dark eyes, far too knowing, found Dakota's. Held them. The whispers in his mind surged to a screaming crescendo. "We are here, Dakota Whitefeather. Your world is ours." The creature threw back its head in a soundless roar as the trees came alive with nightmare forms, the world fracturing at the seams. It had begun, and the forest would weep. The old cabin creaked and moaned as the wind howled through the towering pines, their inky silhouettes nearly blotting out the moonless sky. Dakota Youngblood sat hunched over the flickering kerosene lamp, poring through yet another stack of missing persons reports. In his 5 years as a park ranger in the vast expanse of the Nantahala National Forest, he had never seen so many disappearances. Something was very wrong in these ancient woods. Dakota had taken this posting straight out of college. eager to escape the chaos and noise of modern life. He had grown up on the Cherokee Reservation not far from here, listening to his grandfather's tales of the great spirit animals and the wisdom they bestowed. But there were also stories of darker entities that lurked in the primordial forest, being spoken of only in hushed whispers around dying campfires. Beings like Sulkalu, the ancient Bigfoot. As a kid, Dakota had shrugged off the Bigfoot stories as mere folklore, just scary stories to keep little kids from wandering too far into the woods. But now, after seeing the fear in the eyes of the grizzled old hunters who came to him with shaky voices and unbelievable accounts, he wasn't so sure. The missing person cases were piling up like autumn leaves, with no clues and no closure for the grieving families left behind. The ranger leaned back, rubbing his tired eyes. His gaze fell upon the faded photograph of a smiling couple that he kept taped above his desk. Mom and Dad, their faces full of so much hope and promise. 2 weeks after that photo was taken, they had died in a car crash, leaving Dakota an orphan at the age of 10. He had come to the forest seeking peace and purpose after so much loss. But now the forest only seemed to promise more heartache. The radio at his hip crackled to life, startling him out of his dark reverie. "Dakota, come in. Over." It was the voice of Wally, the wildlife biologist from the ranger station about 10 miles away at the entrance to the park. Dakota reached for the receiver. "I rid you, Wally. Go ahead." There was an uncomfortably long pause, filled with static. Then Wally's voice came through, tight with barely restrained emotion. We found another one. A body. You better get out here quick. Over." Dakota closed his eyes and swallowed hard. God, not another one. How was he going to keep this park open if tourists kept winding up dead under mysterious circumstances? "Roger that, Wally. Send me your coordinates. I'm on my way. Over and out." As Dakota shrugged on his jacket with the faded ranger patch and headed out into the night, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The towering trees felt like silent sentinels guarding ancient secrets. Secrets he was starting to believe might be better left buried. He trudged to his battered Forest Service Jeep and turned the key. The old engine groaned to life reluctantly. Dakota rubbed the dashboard affectionately. At least this old beast hadn't abandoned him yet, unlike his last girlfriend. She had split 6 months into his posting out here, unable to handle the isolation, the odd hours, and Dakota's growing obsession with the unexplained disappearances. He couldn't really blame her. This job had a way of consuming a person. The Jeep bounced down the old fire roads that snaked through the national forest as Dakota directed it to the coordinates Wally had provided. His stomach churned, and his mouth was dry as the white beam of his headlights sliced through the heavy veil of night. Up ahead, red and blue lights strobed against the thick canopy, signaling that he was nearing the crime scene. Dakota parked next to the other ranger vehicles and took a deep breath before stepping out into the damp night air that hung thick with the loamy scent of leaves in various stages of decay. Wally was waiting for him at the edge of a ring of floodlights that lit up a patch of forest floor covered with a shock of crimson. The young woman had been savagely torn apart. "Damn shame she's just a kid," Wally said grimly, handing Dakota a paper cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. "Some campers found her a couple hours ago. Looks like an animal attack, but..." The biologist paused, his lips pressed in a thin line as his flashlight beam played across the grotesque scene. "I've never seen wounds like this before. Not from any creature that's supposed to live in these woods anyway." Dakota crouched down to inspect the deep, ragged lacerations that had nearly cleaved the poor girl in two. His heart seized in his chest, and his blood ran cold as he noticed the enormous, humanoid footprints impressed into the blood-soaked soil around what was left of her body. This was the work of no ordinary animal. The stories were true. Sulkalu was real, and it was hungry. As Dakota stood up slowly on shaky legs, he wondered if he would be the next meal. The first rays of dawn were just starting to paint the sky in pastel shades of pink and orange by the time Dakota climbed back into his Jeep outside the county coroner's office. He had spent the past several hours dealing with the grim details that came with a murder investigation, helping bag evidence, giving statements, notifying the next of kin. But this wasn't a typical murder. He couldn't very well put out an APB on a homicidal Sasquatch. Still, the public needed answers, and the Forest Service couldn't afford any more bad press. Tourism was already down, and the budget was stretched thinner than an overused camping tarp. Dakota would have to come up with a plausible story, and fast. Animal attack was the obvious choice. Black bears or mountain lions weren't unheard of in these parts. But anyone who had seen those massive footprints would know that was a lie. Dakota rubbed his bloodshot eyes, gritty from lack of sleep and the adrenaline crash that always came after dealing with something so horrific. He knew he should drive back to his cabin and try to rest, but his mind was spinning. How was he supposed to track a creature that was only supposed to exist in myth and folklore? He was a park ranger, not Van Helsing. The radio crackled to life once more, Wally's voice even more haggard than before. "Youngblood, come in. Over." Dakota sighed heavily as he picked up the handset. "I'm here. Go ahead, Wally. What now? Over." "Got some campers that a search party just brought in. Couple of good old boys from out of state. Pretty shook up. Babbling about seeing the monster that killed that girl. I figured you'd want to talk to him. Over." Dread settled like a stone in Dakota's gut. If civilians had seen the creature and lived to tell about it, all hell was about to break loose. "All right, I'll head over to the station. Sit tight and don't let them talk to anybody else. Over and out." The ranger station was a hive of activity when Dakota arrived, with various law enforcement personnel bustling about. He made a beeline for the small room in the back that they used for interviewing witnesses. Inside, he found two very shaken men still wearing camo hunting gear, and the unmistakable expressions of people who had seen true terror. "I'm Ranger Youngblood," Dakota said, taking a seat across the battered metal table from them. "I know you fellas have been through a lot. I need you to tell me exactly what you saw out there. Don't leave anything out, no matter how crazy it sounds." The older of the two, a grizzled man with a salt and pepper beard, shook his head slowly. "Ranger, you'll think we're nuts, but I swear on my mama's grave it was Bigfoot. Me and Lester here have been hunting these woods for years, and we ain't never seen nothing like it. It chased us for like 2 miles. The younger man, Lester, piped up, his eyes wide and haunted. "I ain't never run so fast in my life. It was huge. Had to be at least 8, maybe 9 feet tall, covered in shaggy fur. And the smell, oh God, the smell. Like wet dog and rotting meat," the old hunter finished, his weathered face pale. "Sounded like a pig being gutted alive when it roared. We only got away 'cause it stopped to..." He swallowed hard, looking like he might be sick. "To eat that poor girl." Dakota's blood ran cold at the thought of the creature messily devouring human flesh. This was so much worse than he had imagined. He had to find a way to stop this thing before it killed again. But how could he fight something he couldn't even begin to understand? Pushing down his growing sense of dread, Dakota thanked the hunters for their time and cooperation before stepping out into the main room of the station. He needed to develop a plan, and fast. The forest wasn't safe for anyone with that creature on the loose, but a nagging feeling told Dakota that nowhere would truly be safe until Tsul Kalu was stopped, or appeased, and Dakota had a sinking suspicion that a handful of park rangers would not be enough to subdue an ancient mythological being. They were going to need help, but who could possibly be equipped to deal with a threat like this? As he stepped back out into the thick, misty air, Dakota knew deep in his bones that they were running out of time. It had been 3 days since the last sighting of the creature, and an eerie quiet had settled over the national forest. To the untrained eye, things might have seemed peaceful, but Dakota could feel the undercurrent of tension that ran through the towering trees like an electrical charge before a lightning strike. It was the calm before the storm, and if he didn't act soon, that storm would break in a shower of blood and viscera. After poring over every piece of lore and historical record he could get his hands on, Dakota was starting to understand what they were up against. Tsul Kalu wasn't just some wild animal or even a bizarre cryptid. It was a figure of ancient legend, a powerful spirit of the forest that had been revered and feared by the Cherokee people for generations. And for good reason, it seemed. The story spoke of Tsul Kalu as a guardian of the wilderness, a protector of the delicate balance between man and nature. It was said to watch over the animals of the forest and punish those who took more than their fair share. Dakota thought of all the poachers and litterers he had dealt with over the years. Could the creature be acting out some sort of twisted justice? But there was more to the lore than that. Darker tales of Tsul Kalu's insatiable hunger for human flesh, of its ability to mimic the voices of loved ones, to lure unsuspecting people deep into the woods where they would never be seen again. Dakota shuddered at the thought of the creature using his own mother's voice to entice him into its deadly embrace. No wonder the Cherokee had been so wary of this thing. What Dakota couldn't figure out was why it had waited until now to start openly attacking people. There had always been the occasional strange sighting or unexplained disappearance around the forest, but nothing on this scale. What had changed? Why was Tsul Kalu suddenly so bold and so bloodthirsty? He knew he needed help, answers that couldn't be found in dusty library books or fading online databases. And there was only one place he could think to turn: the reservation. It had been years since Dakota had been back, not since his grandfather's funeral. The old man had been the last of his family, and the only one who had really understood Dakota's fascination with the ranger service. Dakota's chest ached with a sudden pang of longing for his grandfather's quiet wisdom. He would have known what to do, how to approach the tribal elders for guidance without overstepping cultural boundaries. But Dakota would have to muddle through on his own now. He just hoped his rusty knowledge of the proper protocols wouldn't offend anyone. The last thing he needed was to piss off both Tsul Kalu and the Cherokee Nation. The drive to the reservation was achingly familiar, the winding mountain roads a bittersweet reminder of childhood summers spent chasing his cousins through the Emerald Hills and listening to his grandfather's seemingly endless fount of traditional stories. Had the old man known, even then, what slumbered in the forests of Dakota's future? He couldn't be sure, but he sensed that his grandfather's choice to teach him the ways of the woods had been deliberate, a way to prepare Dakota for the dark day that had now arrived. The weather-beaten sign welcoming him to the Qualla boundary, the official name for the Cherokee lands, filled Dakota with a strange mix of homecoming and dread. This is where he would find the key to stopping Tsul Kalu one way or another. He just prayed that the price wouldn't be more innocent lives, or his own. As he pulled up outside the community center, Dakota took a deep breath of the crisp mountain air, trying to calm his nerves. He had called ahead to request a meeting with some of the tribe's historians and storytellers. Now he just had to convince them that the fate of the national forest, and everyone who set foot in it, might very well depend on the knowledge locked away in their most ancient oral traditions. Dakota stepped out of the Jeep, his heavy ranger boots crunching on the gravel of the parking lot. The sun-bleached wooden facade of the community center stood before him like a relic of a simpler time, before Tsul Kalu's reign of terror had begun. With a silent prayer to the spirits of his ancestors, Dakota pushed open the weathered door, ready to face whatever truths awaited him on the other side. He would need their guidance now more than ever if he hoped to make it out of these woods alive. The air inside the community center was heavy with the scent of sage and cedar, a testament to the cleansing rituals that had taken place there over the decades. Dakota felt a strange sense of comfort wash over him, almost as if the spirits of his ancestors were welcoming him back into the fold after so many years away. But the tense expressions on the faces of the elders gathered in the large central room quickly chased away any feelings of warmth. Dakota Youngblood, a wizened old man with long silver braids, greeted him solemnly. "Your grandfather spoke of you often. He had high hopes for you, said you had a strong spirit. I am glad you have finally found your way back to us, though I wish it were under better circumstances." Dakota nodded respectfully, suddenly feeling like that awestruck little boy who had hung on his grandfather's every word again. "Thank you for agreeing to see me," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "I know I have been away too long, but I need your help. We all do." The elders exchanged heavy glances before the old man spoke again. "You have come about Tsul Kalu, haven't you? About the missing people, the bodies found in the woods." Dakota's heart leaped into his throat. So they did know something. "Yes," he managed. "I've seen the signs. I know the legends are real. And I'm afraid that if we don't find a way to stop the creature, more innocent people are going to die. Another elder, a woman with keen eyes, leaned forward. Sul Kalu is not just a creature, Dakota Youngblood. It is a force of nature, a spirit of the wild that has existed since the beginning of time. It cannot be stopped, only respected and appeased. But why is it killing now? Dakota asked desperately. The stories say it protects the forest, that it only punishes those who abuse the land. Most of the victims were just innocent campers and hikers. The elders looked at each other again, a heavy silence settling over the room. Finally, the old man sighed. There is a prophecy, he began, his voice low and grave, a warning that has been passed down through generations. It says that when man's greed and disregard for the earth reaches a tipping point, Sul Kalu's rage will know no bounds. It will feast on the flesh of the innocent and guilty alike until the balance is restored. Dakota felt his blood run cold. Balance? What do you mean? The woman with the keen eyes spoke again. The forest has been crying out in pain for years now, Dakota. The logging, the mining, the pollution, it's all taken a heavy toll. Sul Kalu is the spirit of the land itself, and it can no longer bear the wounds that mankind has inflicted. There have been protests against the logging company for months now, another elder chimed in, but they have fallen on deaf ears. The hunger for profit has drowned out the voice of reason and respect for the land. Dakota's mind was reeling. He had always tried to be a good steward of the forest, to teach campers and hikers to tread lightly and take only what they needed. But he knew that in the grand scheme of things, his efforts had been a drop in the bucket compared to the rampant exploitation that had been going on for decades. What can I do? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. How do we stop the killing, restore the balance? The old man fixed him with a piercing gaze. You must journey into the heart of the forest, Dakota Youngblood. You must find Sul Kalu and make an offering, a sacrifice to show that you understand the gravity of man's crimes against the earth. Dakota swallowed hard, fear and determination warring in his chest. What kind of sacrifice? That is for Sul Kalu to decide, the old man said cryptically. But know this, the journey will test you in ways you cannot imagine. You will have to confront not only the darkness in the forest, but the darkness within yourself. Only then can you hope to appease the spirit's anger and put an end to the bloodshed. Dakota nodded slowly, understanding now what he had to do. It wouldn't be easy, and there was no guarantee he would even survive the encounter with Sul Kalu. But he knew he had no choice. He was the only one who even stood a chance of reasoning with the creature, of making it understand that not all humans were enemies of the land. I'll do it, he said, his voice growing stronger with resolve. I'll make the journey, face Sul Kalu, but I'll need your prayers and your wisdom to guide me. The elders nodded solemnly, rising to their feet. We will prepare the sacred herbs and the offerings for your journey, the old man said. At dawn tomorrow, you must set out for the place where the shadows grow thickest and the trees whisper of ancient secrets. Trust in the spirits, Dakota Youngblood. Trust in yourself. As Dakota left the community center, the heavy weight of his task settled on his shoulders like a burial shroud. He was walking into the maw of a nightmare, and there was no telling if he would ever walk out again. But for the sake of the forest, for the sake of the innocent lives hanging in the balance, he knew he had to try. The night air was thick with the promise of rain as he climbed into his jeep and headed back to his lonely cabin to prepare for the ordeal ahead. The elder's words echoed in his mind. A sacrifice, a reckoning. Dakota could only pray that when the time came, he would have the strength to face the terrible truth that awaited him in the heart of the forest. For he knew now that it was not only the fate of the land that hung in the balance, it was his own soul. Dawn broke over the misty mountains like a bloodstain spreading across gauze, staining the world in shades of crimson and shadow. Dakota had hardly slept, his mind spinning with visions of gnashing teeth and ancient eyes glowing in the dark. But as he loaded his backpack with the offerings the elders had prepared, bundles of sage and tobacco, a pouch of sacred stones, a hunting knife passed down through the generations, a strange calm settled over him. This was his destiny, he realized. All the pain and loss of his life, All the years of wandering and searching had led him to this moment. He was the only one who could walk the line between the worlds, the only one who might be able to soothe the spirit's rage and restore the delicate balance. It was a heavy burden, but one he knew he had to bear. With a final glance at the faded photograph of his parents, Dakota set out into the waiting forest. He had told Wally and the other rangers that he would be offline for a few days, tracking down some leads in the more remote areas of the park. It wasn't exactly a lie, but he knew they could never understand the true nature of his mission. This was between him and Sul Kalu now. The woods seemed to grow thicker and darker with every step, the trees pressing in on all sides like silent sentinels guarding the way to a forbidden realm. Dakota moved carefully, his senses attuned to every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the undergrowth. He knew that Sul Kalu could be anywhere, watching and waiting for the right moment to strike. By midday, he had reached a part of the forest he had never explored before, a place where the shadows pooled like stagnant water and the air hung heavy with an unseen menace. It was here, the elders had told him, that he would find the heart of Sul Kalu's domain, the place where the veil between worlds grew thin and the ancient spirits walked the earth. Dakota set up a small camp in a clearing, carefully arranging the offerings on a flat stone. He lit the sage and tobacco, letting the fragrant smoke curl up into the canopy like a prayer rising to the heavens. And then, with a deep breath, he began to chant the words the elders had taught him, an ancient invocation to the spirit of the forest. At first, there was nothing but the sound of his own voice echoing through the trees. But then, as the chant grew louder and more insistent, something began to stir in the shadows. A presence, vast and ancient, that made the very earth tremble beneath Dakota's feet. He looked up, his heart pounding, as the undergrowth parted and a massive figure emerged into the clearing. It was Sul Kalu, and it was even more terrifying than Dakota had imagined. Standing nearly 9 feet tall, its body was covered in shaggy, matted fur that seemed to writhe with a life of its own. Its face was a twisted mockery of human features, with blazing red eyes and a maw filled with jagged teeth. But it was the smell that hit Dakota like a physical blow, an overwhelming stench of decay and rotting flesh that made his eyes water and his gorge rise. This was a creature born of nightmares, a manifestation of nature's darkest impulses, and it was looking right at him. "Sul Kalu," Dakota managed to choke out, fighting down his terror. "I come to you as a humble servant of the land, seeking to understand your pain and your anger." The creature let out a low, rumbling growl that shook the very bones of the earth. Dakota could feel the weight of centuries of bloodshed and destruction in that sound, the agony of a world out of balance. "I know that man has wounded the earth," he continued, his voice shaking. "And I know that you seek to restore what has been lost. But this killing, this wanton slaughter, it will not heal the land. It will only breed more fear and hatred." Sul Kalu took a step forward, its massive form looming over Dakota like a mountain. The ranger fought the urge to run, to scream, to beg for his life. He had to see this through, no matter the cost. "I offer myself as a sacrifice," he said, his voice ringing out clear and strong. "A life for the lives that have been taken. If my blood can soothe your rage and bring an end to this cycle of violence, then I give it freely." He held out his arms, exposing his throat to the creature's hungry gaze. For a long, terrible moment, the only sound was the ragged rasp of Dakota's breathing and the thunder of his heart. And then, slowly, inexorably, Sul Kalu reached out one massive clawed hand towards his waiting flesh, ready to claim its due. In that frozen moment, suspended between life and death, Dakota saw his entire existence flash before his eyes. The joyful summers spent chasing his grandfather through the emerald hills of the reservation, the wrenching grief of his parents' funeral, the hollow ache of the empty days that followed, the quiet peace he had found in the forest, the sense of purpose that had filled him as he devoted his life to protecting the wild places that had always called to his soul. And he saw, with startling clarity, the truth that had always lurked beneath the surface of his being. The reason he had been drawn to the ranger service, to the ancient legends of his people, to the mysteries that lurked in the shadows of the forest. He was a guardian, a bridge between the worlds of man and nature. And this was his ultimate test, his chance to fulfill the destiny that had been written in his blood since the day he was born. As Sul Kalu's claws pierced his flesh, Dakota felt a searing pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was as if the creature's rage, its ancient hunger, was pouring into him like molten lead, burning away everything that was human and mortal. He screamed, his voice echoing through the trees like the cry of a wounded animal. But even as the agony threatened to consume him, Dakota held fast to his purpose. He fixed his gaze on Sul Kalu's blazing red eyes, his own vision blurring with tears of pain and understanding. "I see you," he whispered, his voice raw and barely human. "I see your pain, your anger, your grief, and I forgive you." For a single, breathless moment, the world seemed to stop. The wind stilled in the trees, the birds fell silent in the branches. And in that perfect, crystalline silence, something shifted between the man and the beast. A connection, a bond that transcended the boundaries of flesh and spirit. Slowly, incredibly, Sul Kalu withdrew its claws from Dakota's chest. The ranger fell to his knees, gasping and shuddering as the pain receded to a dull, throbbing ache. He looked up at the creature, expecting to see rage, hunger, a lust for his blood. But instead, he saw something that made his heart catch in his throat. Tears, glistening on the matted fur of Sul Kalu's cheeks. The creature was weeping, its massive shoulders shaking with a grief that echoed through the ages. "You understand," Sul Kalu said, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "You have seen the truth of the land's pain, the price that must be paid for the sins of man." Dakota nodded, struggling to his feet. His shirt was soaked with blood, but he barely felt the wounds. All he could feel was a sense of overwhelming clarity, a certainty that he had found his true purpose at last. "I will be the voice of the forest," he said, his words ringing out like a vow. "I will teach others to walk softly on the earth, to honor the delicate balance that sustains us all, and I will never forget the sacrifice that was made here today." Sul Kalu regarded him for a long, silent moment. Then, with a final, solemn nod, the creature turned and vanished back into the shadows of the forest. Dakota knew, with a certainty that went beyond words, that the killing was over. Sul Kalu's rage had been appeased, the balance restored, but he also knew that his work was just beginning. The world was changing, the old ways crumbling in the face of man's relentless march of progress. It would take a guardian, a bridge between the worlds, to ensure that the lessons of the forest were not forgotten. And he would be that guardian, no matter the cost. With a final, reverent glance at the blood-stained earth of the clearing, Dakota shouldered his pack and began the long trek back to civilization. He had a story to tell, a message to spread, and he would not rest until the whole world understood the truth that he had learned in the heart of the forest. For he was Dakota Youngblood, the last of the Rangers, and he would be the voice of the wild, the guardian of the balance, until the day he drew his final breath beneath the ancient whispering trees. The old-timers always said these woods were alive. As a park ranger tasked with patrolling the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest, Sequoia Longshadow figured they meant it in some abstract, spiritual sense, that there was an energy here, an ancestral presence you couldn't quite explain. She never expected it to be so literal. Sequoia had taken this job 5 years ago, desperate for a fresh start after her life in the city had fallen apart. Her graphic design business had gone belly up. Her boyfriend had left her drowning in debt, and she found herself longing for the forests of her youth, where she had felt most at peace. When a ranger position opened up at Pinnacle National Park, a rugged expanse of ancient Douglas firs and towering redwoods, she jumped at the chance. The solitude suited her. Sequoia moved into the modest ranger cabin, nestled in a remote grove a half-day's hike from the nearest road. She spent her days maintaining trails, assisting lost hikers, and communing with nature. The majestic landscape soothed her weary spirit. For the first time in years, she felt like she could breathe again. But there was something strange about this place, an unsettling energy permeating the time-worn trees. Sometimes, out of the corner of her eye, Sequoia swore she saw a huge shadowy figure moving between the trunks, watching, waiting. When she turned to look, it would be gone. The local tribe spoke of a creature they called Sasquatch, a giant ape-like being said to roam these woods. Most dismissed it as myth, but a few of the elders swore they had encountered the beast. They described an odor like rotting fungus, an ear-splitting howl that echoed through the night, a towering silhouette glimpsed in the moonlight. Sequoia wasn't sure what to believe. As a woman of science and reason, she had always scoffed at such fantastic tales. But alone out here, enveloped by the ancient forest, she couldn't shake the eerie feeling that she was being watched by some primeval presence, a guardian spirit, or perhaps something far more sinister. Locking the cabin door each night, Sequoia's thoughts would drift to the latest stories on Reddit's r No Sleep forum, where hikers described brushes with the unknown in the great American wilderness. The stares in the woods, the whistlers, the smiling men with dead eyes. She used to read them for fun. Now they kept her awake, staring at the moon-dappled wall until dawn. Little did Sequoia know her private struggle was about to become a waking nightmare. Because deep in the old growth, something ancient was stirring, something hungry, and it had caught her scent. The morning mist clung to the ferns as Sequoia set out on patrol, the damp chill penetrating her fleece jacket. These early fall days were her favorite, when the forest came alive with fiery hues and the spawning salmon filled the creeks. But today, an unsettled feeling gnawed at her gut. Something seemed off about the woods. The usual chittering of squirrels and trilling of varied thrushes was replaced by an oppressive silence, like the calm before a storm. Even the wind held its breath. The hair on the back of Sequoia's neck prickled. As she rounded a bend in the trail, an odor hit her like a brick wall, like roadkill skunk marinated in rancid compost. Sequoia gagged, covering her nose. In all her years in the wilderness, she had never smelled anything so foul. Tracking the stench, she veered off the path into a dense copse of spruce. She stopped dead in her tracks. Before her stood a gruesome sight, the shredded remains of an adult bull elk, its entrails strewn across the tangled undergrowth. Sequoia had seen animal carcasses before. Bears, wolves, and cougars were common in these parts, but they didn't leave a kill like this. The flesh was torn away in massive chunks, as if by brute strength rather than precise fangs and claws. Broken ribs jutted from the bloody ribcage at unnatural angles. And the head, where was the head? A twig snapped behind her. Whirling around, Sequoia scanned the mossy trunks. She sensed a presence lurking just out of sight, watching her. The forest fell eerily silent again. Then she heard it. A guttural rumble, like a growl crossed with a human moan. A huge shadow shifted in the mist. "Hey!" Sequoia shouted, trying to project authority despite the waver in her voice. "This is a protected wilderness area. Show yourself." The shadow stilled. For a moment, the only sound was blood dripping from the elk carcass. Then, with astonishing speed for its size, the dark figure crashed off through the brush, trampling everything in its path. Sequoia's knees buckled, and she caught herself against a spruce trunk, heart thundering against her ribs. What in God's name was that thing? Part of her didn't want to know. She glanced back at the grisly remains. If some hiker stumbled on this. She needed to report this incident, but what would she tell her superiors? That Bigfoot was on a rampage in the park? They'd laugh her out of the service. She thought of the stories on Reddit, the ones she used to dismiss as silly internet lore. The accounts were eerily similar to what she had just witnessed. With a shudder, Sequoia marked the location on her GPS and began the long hike back to the ranger station. She would quietly search for answers on her own, because one thing was certain: a dark force had awakened in these ancient woods, and heaven help anyone who crossed its path. Over the next week, Sequoia scoured the internet for information on Sasquatch sightings in the Pacific Northwest. What she found chilled her to the bone. Across Reddit and obscure cryptozoology forums, dozens of witnesses had shared their terrifying encounters with the elusive beast. Hikers stumbling upon colossal footprints sunk deep in the mud. campers besieged by thunderous knocks on their tent in the dead of night, park rangers discovering shattered animal bones and foul stench in the underbrush. And then there were the historical accounts, passed down through generations of indigenous tribes. They spoke of the creature by many names: Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Oma, Skookum. But the descriptions were always the same: a towering, ape-like being that walked on two legs, covered in thick fur. A wild man of the woods, imbued with supernatural strength and cunning. Some tribes revered the Sasquatch as a guardian spirit, a keeper of nature's sacred balance. Others feared it as a vengeful outcast, cast from the human world for its insatiable bloodlust. Prayers were whispered and totems carved to keep the creature at bay. But when the Sasquatch chose to reveal itself, no man could stand in its path. As she pored over the chilling reports, Sequoia couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of dread. If even a fraction of these stories were true, then the beast that haunted her forest was far more than a flesh-and-blood animal. It was a force of primal nature, as old as the moss-shrouded stones and towering firs, an echo of a primordial world lost to the ages. The following morning, Sequoia was jolted out of a fitful sleep by the ding of an alert on her phone. Another hiker had gone missing overnight near Hell's Ridge, a rugged backcountry zone just south of her ranger district. A search party was being assembled. With grim resolve, Sequoia laced up her boots and shouldered her gear pack. She had a sinking feeling that this was no ordinary lost hiker case. The ridge abutted the same gloomy grove where she had found the butchered elk, where she had felt the Sasquatch's hot gaze upon her neck. As she set out alone into the misty dawn, Sequoia couldn't shake the uncanny sensation that she was walking into the creature's trap, that it knew she was coming and had laid plans for her in the untamed depths of its wooded lair. But Sequoia was bound by duty to protect all who entered her forest, even from the horrors that defied human understanding. She would find this lost soul and lead them back to safety, or die trying. The fog swirled around Sequoia's boots as she left the trail behind, bushwhacking through salal thickets and clambering over rotten nurse logs. The terrain rose sharply as she neared Hell's Ridge, a jagged series of granite bluffs infamous for soaring cliffs and lethal snags. One misstep could send her plummeting to a brutal end. Every broken branch and trampled fern told a tale as Sequoia forged on. A mile in, she found the hiker's first provisions scattered on the moss behind a tangle of devil's club, a smashed granola bar, a ripped stuff sack, then a lone boot, the heel marked by what looked like teeth. Sequoia shuddered. She was on the right track, but a sense of foreboding enveloped her like the dank mist. Onward she trekked, following the path of destruction while senses tuned to the rhythm of the ancient woods. A biting stench wafted on the breeze. Carrion birds circled above a rocky bluff in a dizzying black cyclone. The Sasquatch's trail led directly into their midst. As Sequoia scaled the rock face, a murder of crows alighted from the stones with indignant caws. Cresting the rise, she recoiled at the gruesome scene before her. The missing hiker, or what was left of him, lay splayed across a stone altar like a pagan sacrifice. Shattered bones and shredded viscera were strewn in a wide radius, picked over by the feasting birds. Blood-tinged feathers drifted in the morning breeze. The man's mangled head sat on a twisted neck, eyes frozen open in primal terror. Sequoia's knees buckled and bile rose in her throat. Never had she witnessed such wanton savagery. No human could have done this. As she scanned the grim tableau, her eye caught a glint of metal in the gore, a smashed lantern, the hiker's last futile attempt at defense against the raging colossus. A low, keening moan cut through the fog behind her. Sequoia stiffened. She knew that sound, bone deep, the same unearthly keen that had quickened her heart that day in the killing coppice. It was here, watching, waiting. With painful slowness, Sequoia turned to face her tormentor. At the edge of the bluff, shrouded in roiling mist, stood a towering silhouette. It loomed at least 8 feet tall, arms hanging like gnarled branches at its sides. Sunken eyes glinted with feral cunning from a grim, almost human face. The Sasquatch had revealed itself at last, and she was trapped on the precipice with it blocking the only escape. Sequoia's blood ran cold as the creature lumbered forward, a low growl rumbling in its chest. There was nowhere to run. This was the beast's domain, and it had deemed her a trespasser. The creature advanced, footfalls echoing like thunder on the granite bluff. Sequoia shrank back, mind reeling. Every primate instinct screamed to flee in the face of this apex predator. But there was nowhere to go. The cliffs fell away to jagged rocks behind her. Sequoia's hand crept to the bear spray on her belt. A pitiful defense against a force of nature, but it was all she had. The Sasquatch halted, black eyes boring into her soul. Its nostrils flared, lips rippling back to reveal yellowed fangs. Studying, considering. I don't want to hurt you, Sequoia managed, voice quavering. Please, let me go. The Sasquatch cocked its massive head, akin to a curious hound. Did it understand? For a heartbeat, woman and beast locked eyes. Two immeasurably different minds, trying to commune across an immeasurable divide. With glacial slowness, the creature raised one great paw. Sequoia flinched, but it made no move to strike. Instead, it pointed meaningfully behind her, toward the bloody altar where the hiker's body lay ravaged. Sequoia followed its gesture, uncomprehending. The creature wanted her to look? Knees quaking, she shuffled backwards, gaze flicking from the Sasquatch to the grisly scene. There was something odd about the wounds, the shattered ribcage, the splintered femurs, as if a blunt object had caved them in, rather than claws or teeth. Realization hit Sequoia like a freight train. She whirled to face the Sasquatch, eyes wide. "It wasn't you," she breathed. "You didn't kill him." The beast uttered a low rumble, almost a purr. It blinked slowly, watching the truth dawn on the ranger's ashen face. Sequoia's mind raced as the pieces fell into place. The hiker's wounds were like those inflicted by the bear mauls she had seen, but no grizzly could scale these cliffs or toss a body so high. And that lantern, smashed near his hand, had he struck the beast in some scuffle, thinking it the threat? She looked back at the Sasquatch with new eyes. No longer a merciless predator, but a dark protector, guarding an ancient balance, weeding out the fool who dared raise a hand to the forest's elder kin. Perhaps the hiker, addled with terror, had lashed out in final madness, and paid the ultimate price. Sequoia swallowed hard, lowering her bear spray. She couldn't explain it, but she sensed that she now stood on sacred ground, an unspoken accord beyond the realm of human law. She was not the Sasquatch's judge. "I trust you," she said softly, wondering at her own calm. "This is your forest, and I need to go now." The creature huffed, gaze penetrating. Then, slowly, it stepped aside, unblocking the narrow path back down the cliffs. Sequoia held her breath. Every fiber of her being longed to plunge past and race pell-mell back to her cabin, to safety and sanity. But instead, she extended one hand in tentative truce, palm upraised and empty, an offering of peace or at least mutual understanding here in this liminal place between worlds. Did the Sasquatch sense the wildness in her too? Was that why she remained alive when so many others had fallen? The creature hesitated, nostrils flaring to catch her scent. Then, with impossible gentleness, it brushed one rough knuckle against her palm, a gesture at once alien and achingly human, connecting for an instant across the void between their kinds. Tears springing to her eyes, Sequoia stepped back and passed like a ghost into the embracing mists. As the vast shadow faded behind her, she knew nothing would ever be the same, because now there was no going back from the truth. These were not her woods. They never had been. And perhaps those eerie old stories, the ones that haunted campsites and subreddits alike, held more ancient wisdom than modern arrogance could fathom. The Sasquatch was still out there, watching from the timeless trees, and Sequoia Longshadow was sworn to keep its secrets, until the stars winked out and the deep forests crumbled to dust and dreams. A year has passed since I stood on that fateful bluff, locked in silent accord with a creature out of myth and shadow. Not a day goes by that I don't question what happened, turning it over in my mind until the lines blur between real and unreal, between fact and folklore. The official inquiry declared the hiker's death a bear mauling, case closed. I filed my report and held my tongue, knowing full well no one would believe the truth, maybe not even myself, had I not stared into those fathomless black eyes and felt the touch of that great hand. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the isolation of these great woods has finally cracked my last tether to the rational world. But then I look out at the endless carpet of green treetops undulating to the misty horizon, and I know something ancient and inscrutable still walks these timeless paths, something that defies explanation or classification. I'm no longer the person I was when I first set foot in this wilderness. The forest has changed me, or perhaps it simply peeled back the veneer of civilization to reveal some primal core I never knew existed. Out here, the lines between human and animal, natural and supernatural, seem as flimsy as cobwebs. We are all part of an intricate dance as old as stone. There are nights when the wind keens through the eaves and the chitter of nocturnal creatures swells to a dark symphony that I swear I can hear it calling. A long, mournful howl that seems to echo from another age, when giants walked the earth and man was but a murmur in the shadows. It raises the hairs on my neck and sends my heartbeat stuttering, because I know I will answer that summons one day. I've stopped trying to convince myself that the Sasquatch isn't real. I know what I saw, what I felt in that eternal moment of connection. The truth is out there, stalking the blank spaces on the map where few dare to tread, and I've made my peace with being one of its keepers. So I remain at my post, walking that liminal line between the known and the unknowable, watching over the forest and all those lost souls who wander into its primeval grasp, never suspecting the mysteries that lurk just out of sight. I'll guide them back to safety if I can, but if they stray too far into the wild abyss, well, that's between them and the Sasquatch. There are older laws in these woods than those of men. Maybe you'll venture out here yourself someday, seeking adventure or solace in the cathedral hush of towering firs and limpid streams. If you do, tread lightly and keep a weather eye on the tree line, for you never know what might be watching back, hidden in the dappled shadows. And if you catch a glimpse of something impossibly tall and dark from the corner of your eye, or feel an uncanny prickle on the back of your neck, don't be afraid. Simply offer a nod of respect and go in peace. You're a guest in its domain, after all. As for me, I'll be here keeping vigil, caught between two worlds yet belonging to neither. The last bastion of a secret older than history itself. Because out here, the line between myth and monster wears perilously thin, and I walk it every day. The crunch of pine needles beneath Ramon's boots echoed through the still forest as he hiked the winding trail. Towering cedars and firs surrounded him, their canopy blotting out the fading evening light. A park ranger in the remote North Cascades wilderness, he had grown accustomed to the solitude and rugged beauty, but tonight felt different. An unsettling stillness hung in the air. The usual chorus of birdsong and insect chatter was eerily absent. Even the wind seemed to be holding its breath. Ramon's neck prickled. Something was out there watching, tracking, hungry. As shadows lengthened, he quickened his pace toward the rustic ranger cabin he called home this time of year. The simple one-room structure had a welcoming, weathered charm. Smoke curled from the stone chimney. Golden light spilled from the windows, a beacon in the gathering dusk. But as he approached, an odor stopped him cold. Not the comforting scent of wood smoke, but something sour, musky, and disturbingly feral. He froze as an unearthly howl shattered the silence. It started low, then rose in pitch, an anguished, angry wail that no known creature could utter. Heart-pounding, he scanned the underbrush, searching for any sign of movement. Then he spotted it. A massive shape detaching from the shadows of the tree line, lumbering toward his cabin with horrific speed and purpose. 2 weeks earlier, Ramon had left his home on the Quileute Reservation, seeking solitude and direction. Times were lean, and the seasonal ranger position helped keep him afloat. More than that, it was a chance to reconnect with nature and the ways of his ancestors. Growing up, his grandmother had filled his head with the legends of their people, tales of powerful spirit animals, shapeshifters, and the mighty Sasquatch who roamed the pristine old-growth forests. As a boy, Ramon had begged to hear those stories again and again, especially ones of Blackfoot, the giant benevolent ape-man. Stick Indian, some call him, his grandmother would say. Shy folk of the deep woods, part man, part beast, rarely seen except by those with the gift. She claimed their family descended from a proud line of shamans and trackers who befriended the gentle giants. One day, you too will walk those wilds, she'd smile cryptically, and you'll understand. Ramon had long ago relegated those tales to myth and children's fantasy. Now, alone in this untouched wilderness, he felt time melt away. The old stories took on a strange, shimmering plausibility. He often found himself studying the landscape, wondering what secrets it held. A roar shook the cabin walls as the creature hurtled into view. 8 feet of matted fur and corded muscle, it reared up to its full height, fixing Ramon with a baleful glare. Red-rimmed eyes burned with feral rage above a leathery broad nose. Yellowed canines flashed as its jaw fell open in a savage hiss. The Sasquatch had come, but not as the gentle giant of legend. No benevolent Blackfoot stood before him, but a nightmarish vision, scarred, half-starved, and mad with pain. Ramon's mind reeled. For a ludicrous second, he wondered if he should try to communicate with it, like in his grandmother's stories. Offer it food, shelter. But the creature's heaving breaths and murderous stance left no doubt of its intentions. Slowly, every nerve jangling with terror, Ramon reached for the bear mace on his belt. He'd stared down his share of ornery grizzlies and moose, but nothing could have prepared him for this mythological fury come to life. It lunged, a 1-ton mass of matted fur and fury. Ramon backpedaled wildly, nearly tripping on a rotten log. Fumbling with the canister, he ripped out the safety clip and pressed the trigger. A stream of stinging red mist engulfed the beast's head and shoulders. The Sasquatch howled in surprise and agony, pawing at its face. Ramon seized his chance, racing for the cabin door. If he could just get inside, grab his rifle. But the creature recovered with shocking speed. Dropping to all fours, it galloped after him, the ground shaking with each stride. A giant's paw swiped for him, missing by inches and splintering the door frame. Heart pounding, Ramon burst into the cabin, slamming the flimsy door and throwing the bolt. Not that it would do much good against the enraged behemoth outside. The creature's bulk thudded into the walls, rattling the log structure down to its foundation. Lungs burning, he frantically scanned the room, taking stock of his meager options. The ancient shortwave radio perched in the corner, useless. It would be hours before he was missed, and no one could reach this remote wilderness until morning. His gaze landed on the gun rack mounted above the fieldstone fireplace. A weathered Winchester hunting rifle rested in the smooth depressions left by the outpost's previous occupant. Possibilities raced through his adrenaline-fuzzed brain. Tranquilizer darts, he had none. A well-placed lethal round. He cringed at the thought. If the legends held truth, these creatures were more man than animal, intelligent, even sacred. But the shrieks of rage and wood timbers groaning under assault left little room for folklore ideals. Trembling, he plucked the rifle from the rack and checked the chamber. Loaded. The cold math settled over him. It was him or the beast. The Sasquatch's onslaught relented for a breath. An uncanny intelligence shone in its eyes as it circled the cabin, searching for a weak point, a broken window, an unlatched cellar hatch. Ramon had precious moments to form a plan before it exploited an opening. Think. He paced the rough-hewn floorboards. What had the old story said? There had to be a way to calm the creature, to show he meant no harm. In the tales, the Sasquatch had always retreated to their mountain dens to lick their wounds and regroup. If he could just buy himself a little time. Then it hit him. The jerky. Each ranger was issued a stash of high-calorie homemade venison jerky for emergencies. It hung in a tattered burlap sack from one of the roof beams. If the creature was starving or hurt, maybe the offering of food would show he wasn't a threat. Maybe it would be enough to convince the beast to return to the deeper woods. Heart hammering, he grabbed the sack and moved to the window. The Sasquatch crouched in the cabin's shadow, nervously shifting its weight from foot to foot. In the fading light, Ramon could make out more details of the creature's plight. Ribs protruded from its patchy fur. A festering wound marred its right thigh, the flesh around it inflamed and seeping. No wonder it had been driven to such uncharacteristic aggression. It was hurt, starving, and clearly terrified. Slowly, telegraphing his movements, Ramon unlatched the window and pushed it open. The Sasquatch whirled to face him, lips curling back from its tombstone teeth. Ramon froze, then gently tossed the open sack of jerky out onto the grass. "Easy now," he murmured, hoping his tone would soothe the agitated beast. "No one's gonna hurt you. Just take it and go." The creature's nostrils twitched as the savory scent of cured meat reached it. For a long moment it remained tensed to spring, gaze flicking between Ramon and the peace offering. Then, to Ramon's overwhelming relief, it reached one shaggy arm out and snatched the bundle. In 3 economical bites, it wolfed down the contents. A plaintive groan escaped it, clearly still unsatisfied. Acting on instinct, Ramon ducked out of sight, grabbed the second emergency supply bag of jerky, and lobbed it through the window. The Sasquatch grunted in what sounded like surprise, then quickly downed the additional rations. As it chewed, it studied Ramon, head cocked to the side. He tried not to wither under the intensity of that stare, forcing himself to meet its eyes. Something weary and almost sorrowful passed over the creature's face. Then, casting one last look at the cabin, it turned and loped into the tree line. Ramon sagged against the wall, rifle slipping from his numb hands. Adrenaline drained from him in a dizzying rush. He'd survived, and more than that, he'd gotten through to the beast, proven he wasn't a threat. The only question now was, what would the creature's next move be? 3 days passed without further sign of the Sasquatch. Ramon went about his ranger duties in a distracted haze, jumping at every noise, every rustle in the undergrowth. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of some unseen guardian tracking his every move through the trees. On the 4th morning, he emerged from the cabin to find an offering on his porch. The broken carcass of a mature mule deer, its throat neatly torn out. A macabre gift, but a gift nonetheless. He understood the message clearly. The Sasquatch was trying to return his kindness, however gruesomely, to feed him as he had fed it. Seeing that vulnerability, that capacity for connection in a creature out of legend, rattled him. It brought his grandmother's parting words back with startling clarity. "One day, you will walk those wilds," she'd said, "and you'll understand." Now, staring at the peace offering at his feet, Ramon finally did. The Sasquatch was no bloodthirsty monster, no campfire fiction. They were a piece of this forest as much as the pines and cliffs and glimmering mountain streams. Something to be respected, not feared. Stooping beside the deer, Ramon pressed his palm to its coarse pelt and bowed his head. "Thank you," he murmured, to the creature he now knew was observing from the pines. "I understand now." Miles away, Blackfoot stood concealed in a copse of cedars and watched the human kneel beside his gift. The man-creature's scent was not like the others. Something of the deep woods clung to him, a mark of kinship. One of the quiet ones, who had long shared this forest in reverent stewardship. He huffed in satisfaction. The human had proven himself a friend, an ally from the other side of the mist. Loping into a shaft of sunlight, the Sasquatch let the forest swallow him up. For now he would rest and let his wounds heal. But he sensed his path would cross with the odd, kind human again. After all, they were both creatures of the wilds, and the wilds looked after their own. The autumn chill seeped through my jacket as I drove along the winding road into the forests of northern Alberta. The towering pines closed in around me, their branches swaying in the evening breeze. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 6:34 p.m., September 12, 1998. My name is Michael Benson, and at 32 years old, I thought I had seen everything these woods had to offer. I'd been coming out here for solo camping and hunting trips for over a decade now, relishing the solitude and escape from city life back in Edmonton. But this trip would be different. As I navigated the pothole-strewn dirt road leading to the trailhead, I couldn't shake an unsettling feeling deep in my gut. Something about the way the shadows seemed to lengthen unnaturally in the fading light. The eerie stillness that had fallen over the forest. The usual sounds of birdsong and chittering squirrels were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of my tires on the gravel. I tried to brush aside the unease as I parked the truck and hoisted my camping pack from the back. Just nerves, I told myself. Too many late nights watching horror flicks. But as I set out along the trail, my boots thudding softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, the feeling only intensified. The forest felt different somehow, unwelcoming. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the old cabin where I'd be spending the next 2 nights. Inhaling deeply, I savored the sharp, earthy scent of pines and damp soil, trying to ground myself in the familiar. As I hiked, my mind wandered to the strange stories I'd heard whispered around town in the days leading up to my trip. Tales of unnatural creatures stalking these woods, spoken in hushed tones over beers at the local dive bar. The old-timers swore up and down that they were more than just legends, that there was something out there, something ancient and malevolent. They had a name for it, Skinwalker, a shapeshifter born from the darkest witchcraft, able to take on the form of any animal, or even mimic human voices to lure in its prey. I'd laughed it off at the time, dismissing the stories as drunken nonsense and superstition. Fairy tales to scare kids around the campfire. But out here, miles from civilization with only the trees and lengthening shadows for company, those tales didn't seem quite so far-fetched anymore. A twig snapped behind me and I spun around, my heart pounding. But there was nothing there, just the silent woods stretching out in every direction. Get a grip, I chided myself, forcing my feet to keep moving. You've been out here 100 times, nothing to be scared of. Night had fallen by the time I reached the cabin. The small, weathered structure huddled in a clearing, its wooden slats silvered with age. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to illuminate the sagging porch and single-shuttered window. Something about the cabin felt off, even more so than the rest of the forest. A heaviness hung in the air, a sense of foreboding that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. For a moment I hesitated, considering turning back, hiking the 4 miles back to my truck, and getting the hell out of there. But exhaustion won out over unease. I had been walking for hours with a heavy pack and my legs felt like rubber. The next town was nearly 50 miles away. Resigned, I climbed the creaking steps and shouldered open the door, wincing as it groaned on rusted hinges. Inside, the cabin was musty and thick with cobwebs. I swept my flashlight beam around the single room, a moth-eaten cot in one corner, a cracked wood stove, a table and chairs coated in a thick layer of dust. As I stepped inside, the floorboards protested loudly underfoot. Setting my pack down, I focused on the familiar routine of making camp, laying out my sleeping bag, building a small fire in the stove to chase away the chill. But even as I went through the motions, that sense of being watched never left me. It felt as if the very walls were pressing in, as if something in the darkness beyond the tree line had its eyes fixed on me. Shaking off the unease, I forced myself to eat a meager dinner of trail mix and jerky. But the food sat heavy in my stomach, my appetite gone. All I could think about was crawling into my sleeping bag and praying for a dreamless sleep. As I banked the fire and readied for bed, I retrieved the old hunting rifle from my pack, checking that it was loaded before propping it within easy reach of the cot. Just a precaution, I told myself, against bears or whatever might be out there. But as I laid down and closed my eyes, I couldn't quite convince myself. Sleep eluded me that night. I laid on the narrow cot, staring up at the shadowy rafters, every creak of the old cabin setting my nerves on edge. Outside, the wind had picked up, whistling through the chinks in the walls and rattling the shutters. But underneath it, I swore I could hear something else. The soft tread of footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. My rational mind dismissed it as a deer or maybe a raccoon foraging in the underbrush. But another part of me, the primal part that recognized the sound of a predator, knew better. The footsteps drew closer until they sounded just outside the walls. I strained my ears, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Then came the breathing, low and guttural, a rasping sound that sent chills skittering down my spine. It was coming from just beyond the door, as if someone or something was standing there, listening. I held my own breath, not daring to move. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. I didn't know how long I laid there, frozen, before the sound moved on, footsteps fading around the side of the cabin. But even as they receded, I couldn't relax. Every instinct screamed danger. A sudden bang on the roof had me jolting upright, a strangled cry escaping my throat. Something heavy was moving overhead now, thudding from one end of the cabin to the other. It sounded huge, far too large to be any animal I'd encountered in these woods before. Adrenaline surging, I groped for my rifle in the dark, clutching it to my chest like a talisman. The thudding continued, moving in a deliberate pattern, as if searching for a way in. A loose shutter, an open window. I briefly considered making a run for it, but quickly dismissed the idea. Out there in the darkened woods, I'd be utterly at its mercy. I strained my ears, trying to track the sounds over the hammering of my heart. Suddenly, they stopped. For a few tense seconds, there was silence. Then a low keening began, an agonized rumbling that seemed to come from deep in the creature's throat. The keening rose in volume until it was nearly deafening, a howl of hunger and malice that reverberated through the cabin. The hellish wailing lasted what felt like ages, filling my head until I thought my skull might split open. I clamped my hands over my ears, eyes squeezed tightly shut, and prayed to a God I wasn't even sure I believed in. If it gets in, I promised myself, I'd put a bullet in my own head before I let it take me. Then, abruptly, the howling ceased. The night lurched back into eerie silence, broken only by the frenzied drumming of my heart, minutes sketched by torturously, with no sound but the rasp of my own panicked breathing. Eventually, I must have drifted into an exhausted, fitful sleep, because the next thing I knew, pale fingers of sunlight were filtering through the cracks in the shutters. I sat up groggily, entire body aching, momentarily confused about where I was. Then the memories of the night before came rushing back, and I leapt to my feet, rifle at the ready. On shaky legs, I made my way to the door and eased it open, dreading what I might find. Early morning mist clung to the ground, the air heavy with damp and an earthy petrichor scent. Everything looked reassuringly normal. The same gnarled trees, the same carpet of russet leaves. No hulking beasts crouched in the underbrush, ready to pounce. But as I stepped off the porch, I froze. There, in the soft dirt around the cabin, were footprints. Dozens of them, far too large to belong to any normal forest creature. And beside them, as if in macabre contrast, was a second set, the unmistakable tread of hiking boots. Human footprints. My own footprints, walking around the cabin. But that was impossible. I knew I'd never left the cabin in the night, not even to relieve myself. I'd been far too terrified to even approach the door. So how? As I knelt to examine the prints more closely, my blood turned to ice water in my veins. Because there, pressed deep into one of the larger tracks, was the clear impression of a human handprint. As if the creature, whatever it was, had planted its hand on the ground to push itself up, and the print was a mirror image to my own. I don't remember packing up camp. The next clear memory I have is of crashing through the woods at a dead run, my pack abandoned, clutching my rifle like it was the only real thing in a world that had suddenly tilted into madness. Branches tore at my face and clothes as I ran, but I barely felt them. All I could think about was putting as much distance as possible between myself and that accursed cabin. By the time I reached my truck, my lungs were bursting, and a stitch stabbed like a knife in my side. I practically flung myself into the cab, slamming the door and locking it as if that flimsy barrier could actually keep the horrors at bay. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The truck roared to life, and I gunned the accelerator, spraying a hail of gravel as I fishtailed back onto the dirt road. I didn't let up on the gas until the turnoff for the trailhead had receded in my rearview mirror, the dark tree line swallowing it from view. Even then, I kept glancing in the mirror, unreasonably terrified that I might see a twisted figure in the road behind me, loping along on misshapen limbs. its features a monstrous echo of my own. It was only when I reached the main highway, the familiar asphalt unfurling like a promise of sanity, that I began to breathe normally again. I drove straight through to Edmonton without stopping, not wanting to be alone with my thoughts. Every time I blinked, I saw those footprints burned on the insides of my eyelids. The implications of it wormed insidiously through my brain, sickening me. It wasn't until I stumbled through the door of my apartment, exhausted and strung out, that the enormity of what I'd experienced hit me. I stripped off my filthy clothes with shaking hands and stepped into the shower, cranking the water as hot as I could stand it. As if I could somehow sear away the memories, the primal terror that still had me in its grip. I stayed in there until the water ran cold and my skin was reddened and raw. Then I collapsed into bed, burrowing under the covers like a child afraid of the dark. When sleep finally came, it was thin and restless, plagued by dreams of grasping shadows and the guttural howl of something wearing my own face. In the days that followed, I threw myself back into my work at the accounting firm, desperate for any distraction from the incessant replay of that night in the woods. My coworkers commented on my haggard appearance, the dark circles carved under my eyes, but I shrugged off their concern. How could I even begin to explain? It hardly made sense in my own mind. I found myself jumping at shadows, whirling around at the slightest sound, convinced that the skinwalker had somehow followed me back to the city. Mirrors became an intolerable dread. I couldn't look at my own reflection without picturing that handprint in the mud and wondering what kind of twisted imitation might be staring back at me. Weeks dragged by in that state of twitchy hypervigilance. I knew I was unraveling, could feel my grip on reality becoming more and more tenuous. I began thinking about trying to track down some of the natives who had been hinting at the dark history of those woods. Maybe someone would understand, would have some answers. But the idea of even speaking about what had happened filled me with a superstitious dread, as if voicing it aloud might somehow summon the creature back into my life, give it power. So I stayed silent, the secrets festering like poison inside of me, until one night, almost 2 months after my trip to the cabin, I was jolted out of a restless doze by a sound that turned my blood to slushy ice, a low scratching at my window like nails dragging across glass. For a panicked moment I was back in that clearing, huddled in the darkness with a nameless horror clawing at the walls. Then my eyes flew open and I saw it. Just beyond the window pane, silhouetted against the orange glare of the streetlights, was a shadowy figure. At first glance it looked human, but there was something horribly wrong with its proportions, its angles, like a reanimated corpse, putrid and misshapen. As I watched in mute paralytic terror, it raised one twisted hand and rapped on the glass. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as if pulled by invisible marionette strings. The hand was bloated and mottled gray, the fingers ending in jagged black claws. Bile burned the back of my throat as I realized they were the exact size and shape of those impossible footprints. "Let me in," it rasped, and the voice was a guttural parody of my own. "Let me in, let me in, let me wear your skin." A scream clawed its way up my throat, but it emerged only as a whimper. I lunged for the gun I now kept on my nightstand, but my fear-clumsy fingers fumbled uselessly at the drawer handle. By the time I yanked it open and grabbed the pistol, the figure had vanished, melted back into the shadows as if it had never been. That was the final straw. The next morning, I was in my manager's office, stammering through a half-coherent request for an extended leave of absence. I'm not sure what he saw in my haggard, haunted face, but he didn't press for details. Just quietly approved my request and told me to take all the time I needed. I went home and booked the first flight out to Vancouver. From there, I rented a car and began driving east with no clear destination in mind. All I knew was that I needed to get as far away from Edmonton, from those damned woods, as possible. I barely slept, surviving on a steady diet of black coffee and gas station snacks. Every time I closed my eyes, that grotesque face swam up from the depths of my nightmares. The road became my only constant, an endless ribbon of asphalt unspooling before me. I lost track of the days, the miles bleeding together. But no matter how far I ran, I couldn't escape the growing certainty that it was only a matter of time before the skinwalker found me again. That twisted imitation of myself, driven by some malevolent hunger I couldn't begin to comprehend. It wasn't until I found myself on the outskirts of a small town in Ontario, exhausted and nearly out of gas, that I finally stopped running. In a dingy motel room that smelled of mildew and stale cigarette smoke, I faced the grim truth. There was nowhere left to run. Whatever this thing was, it wouldn't stop until it had me in its grasp. In that moment, I nearly put my pistol to my own temple and pulled the trigger. At least that way, I'd cheat the creature of its twisted prize. But some stubborn flicker of self-preservation stayed my hand. If I was going to go down, it wouldn't be like a dog in some seedy motel. I owed myself that much. So I began to research, trawling through internet forums and obscure occult texts, looking for anything that might give me an edge. I learned the skinwalkers were dark shamans, practitioners of a twisted magic fueled by the consumption of human flesh. That once they'd caught your scent, they'd never stop hunting you. But I also learned there might be ways to fight back. Old rituals and protective charms, handed down through generations of native lore. I began amassing a collection, bundles of sage and cedar, fetishes of bone and animal hide. I learned the proper rituals, the prayers and invocations meant to ward off evil. And all the while, I felt the skinwalker's presence, hovering just at the edges of my awareness, waiting for me to let my guard down. Armed with my newfound knowledge and talismans, I set out for one final confrontation. I wouldn't let this creature dictate my life any longer. I returned to those cursed woods, to the very cabin where my nightmare had begun. As I stepped into the clearing, the night seemed to hold its breath. The moon cast an eerie silver glow over the derelict cabin, shadows lurching across its sagging walls. With shaking hands, I laid out my fetishes, murmuring the protective incantations under my breath. No sooner had I finished the last charm than a bone-chilling howl rent the air. It was close, so much closer than I'd anticipated. Heart-hammering, I whirled to face the tree line, my rifle at the ready. The creature emerged from the shadows, a grotesque mockery of human form. Its misshapen limbs twitched and jerked as if pulled by unseen strings, its flesh pitted and oozing. But worst of all were its eyes, pitch black and utterly soulless, burning with a feral, insatiable hunger. It lunged at me with startling speed, a blur of mottled flesh and cruel claws. I fired on instinct, the shot going wide in my panic. We collided in a tangle of thrashing limbs, the stench of decay overwhelming. Claws raked my arms, my face, as I grappled with the monster. I could feel my strength flagging, my vision blurring at the edges. In desperation, I grabbed for one of the fetishes, thrusting it at the creature's distorted face. To my shock, it recoiled with an unearthly shriek, flesh sizzling where the charm touched it. Emboldened, I pushed myself to my feet, brandishing the fetish like a holy relic. I began to chant, the ancient words pouring from my bloodied lips like a battle cry. The skinwalker writhed and howled as if in agony, its form seeming to waver and distort. With each word it diminished, folding in on itself like a nightmarish origami. And then, between one blink and the next, it was simply gone, leaving only a patch of scorched earth and the echo of its screams. Exhausted and bloodied, I nearly collapsed where I stood. It was over. After months of terror, of running and hiding, I was free. The skinwalker's curse had been broken. I staggered back to my car, barely remembering the drive back to town. In the following days, as my wounds healed and my story spread, I was hailed as a local hero, the man who had faced down a monster and lived. But I knew the truth. I was no hero, just a man who had been lucky enough, or perhaps crazy enough, to survive. Years have passed since that fateful night, but the memories remain vivid, seared into my mind like a brand. I left Edmonton, left the life I had known, in search of some semblance of peace. But deep down, I know the skinwalker is still out there, waiting in the shadows of forgotten places, hungering for new prey. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I swear I can hear its howls on the wind, a chilling reminder that evil never truly dies. It simply waits, patient and eternal, for the unwary to stumble into its embrace once more. I never expected to find myself the owner of my father's farm. After his sudden death from a stroke last August, I discovered he'd left it to me in his will. My older brother Michael had no interest in rural living, preferring his corporate life in Boston, and our youngest sibling, Hannah, was finishing her master's degree in California. That left me, Thomas Bennett, 34 and recently divorced, to decide what to do with a property I'd only visited a handful of times. The farmhouse sat isolated at the end of a long, dusty road in western Pennsylvania, bordered on two sides by dense woodland that stretched for miles. A dried-up creek bed cut through the property, once a pleasant feature that had completely vanished during the severe drought of 2022, the year before Dad died. When I arrived that September evening, the setting sun cast long shadows across the overgrown fields. The two-story farmhouse looked smaller than I remembered, its white paint peeling and gray shutters hanging askew. Dad had purchased it 8 years ago after retiring, drawn to its seclusion and the opportunity to grow his own food. My mother had refused to leave their comfortable suburban home, creating a strange arrangement where they'd visit each other monthly. I pulled my Toyota to a stop beside Dad's old pickup truck, which I couldn't bring myself to sell. Dust swirled around my feet as I stepped out, the air still and uncomfortably warm despite autumn's approach. The house had been vacant for nearly a month since Dad's death, and it showed. Inside, the farmhouse smelled of dust and abandonment. I flipped on lights as I moved through the small living room with its outdated floral sofa and Dad's worn leather recliner positioned perfectly in front of an ancient television. The kitchen was clean but sparse. Dad had never been much of a cook. Upstairs, 3 small bedrooms and a single bathroom completed the modest home. After bringing in my suitcases, I opened windows to air out the musty rooms. As twilight deepened into darkness, I heated a can of soup on the stove and settled into Dad's recliner, flipping through channels until I found the weather forecast. More drought was predicted. Bad news for the small vegetable garden Dad had maintained, now withering from neglect. A strong gust of wind suddenly rattled the windows, making me jump. The weather report hadn't mentioned storms. I got up to check outside, but the sky remained clear, stars visible in the moonless night. As I turned to go back inside, I noticed something odd. The soil around the foundation had deep cracks running through it, some so wide I could have fit my fingers inside. That night I slept in the master bedroom surrounded by Dad's things. His reading glasses still sat on the nightstand next to a dog-eared Louis L'Amour Western. I fell into a troubled sleep, dreaming of running through endless cornfields while something tall and dark pursued me. I awoke to silence, the digital clock reading 3:27 a.m. The farmhouse creaked and settled around me in the darkness. Then I heard it, footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Slow, deliberate, and oddly wet, like someone walking in soaked shoes. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly small in the darkness. The footsteps stopped immediately. I told myself it was just the house settling or my imagination working overtime in an unfamiliar place. But as I lay there, heart pounding, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was standing just outside my door, listening. By morning, I'd convinced myself the footsteps were just a product of stress and exhaustion. I spent the day exploring the property, assessing what needed repair, and going through Dad's paperwork. The drought had taken a visible toll. The fields were barren, the soil cracked and hard as concrete. The creek bed that gave the property its name, Creek Farm, was nothing but a dry, dusty channel cutting through the eastern edge of the land. I found Dad's journal in his desk drawer. He'd documented everything meticulously: rainfall amounts, crop yields, wildlife sightings. What struck me was his repeated mention of how peaceful he found the place, how well he slept here compared to the suburbs. "Never felt more at home," he'd written just weeks before his death. That evening, I called my brother Michael. "How's the haunted farmhouse?" he joked. "It's not haunted," I replied, though the memory of those wet footsteps lingered. "Just quiet. Too quiet sometimes." "You're not actually thinking of staying there, are you? I thought you'd sell it." I hesitated. "I might stay a while. I can work remotely, and after the divorce, I could use some space." Michael sighed. Just don't turn into Dad. He got weird out there by himself. Weird how? You didn't notice. The last couple years he seemed, I don't know, distant. Like he was half somewhere else when we visited. Mom noticed it too. I hadn't noticed. But then I'd been dealing with my own collapsing marriage during those visits. Too preoccupied to pay close attention to Dad's behavior. After hanging up, I went to bed early, exhausted from the day's work. This time I left the bedroom door slightly ajar and the hallway light on. If there were any strange noises, I wanted to see their source. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to that same sound, wet, shuffling footsteps in the hallway. The digital clock read 3:16 a.m. The footsteps moved rhythmically back and forth, from one end of the hallway to the other. Through the crack in my door, I could see nothing but the empty hallway, illuminated by the dim light I'd left on. I forced myself to get up, moving slowly to avoid making the floorboards creak. As I approached the door, the footsteps continued, oblivious to my movement. With one quick motion, I yanked the door open wide. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued for a split second before stopping abruptly, now seemingly coming from directly in front of me. I felt a cold spot in the air, as though I'd walked into a pocket of winter in the otherwise warm house. I stood frozen, straining to see something, anything in the empty space before me. The house went silent except for the hammering of my heart. "Dad?" I whispered, feeling ridiculous, even as I said it. No response came, but as I turned to go back to bed, I noticed something on the hardwood floor, a single wet footprint, much larger than my own foot, elongated and narrow. Before I could examine it closer, it evaporated, leaving no trace. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning I called Hannah. Unlike Michael, she'd been close to Dad, visiting the farm more frequently. "Did Dad ever mention anything unusual about the house?" I asked after our initial greetings. "Unusual how?" I hesitated. "Like noises at night, or, I don't know, weird feelings?" Hannah was quiet for a moment. "He told me once that he felt like he wasn't alone there, even when he was. But he said it comforted him, especially after the drought started." "Why? Are you experiencing something?" I couldn't bring myself to describe the footsteps. "Just getting used to all the nighttime sounds. It's different from the city." "Tom," Hannah's voice grew serious, "there's something else. The week before Dad died, he called me, sounding disoriented. He said something about the creek coming back, which made no sense because of the drought. When I pressed him, he got confused and changed the subject. I meant to drive out and check on him, but then, 'It's not your fault,' I said quickly. No one could have predicted he'd have a stroke." After we hung up, I walked out to the dried creek bed. The drought had only worsened since Dad's death. There wasn't a drop of moisture in sight, just cracked earth and dead vegetation. But as I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from the tree line that bordered the property. That night, I decided to stay awake. I stationed myself in Dad's recliner with a book and a pot of coffee, determined to catch whatever was making those footsteps. The hours crept by, and my eyelids grew heavy despite the caffeine. At precisely 3:14 a.m., I heard it, the wet, shuffling sound. But this time it wasn't coming from upstairs. It was in the kitchen. I rose slowly, grabbing a flashlight from the side table. The shuffling continued, a methodical back-and-forth pattern. I moved toward the kitchen doorway, flashlight gripped tightly in my trembling hand. When I reached the doorway and pointed the beam inside, what I saw made me drop the flashlight, which clattered to the floor and went out. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, was pacing back and forth across the kitchen floor. It was pitch black, not just dark-colored, but seeming to absorb the light around it. Its proportions were wrong, limbs too long, torso too narrow, and its head a featureless void that nearly brushed against the ceiling. Each step it took left a glistening wet footprint that evaporated seconds later. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The entity continued its pacing, showing no awareness of my presence. In the darkness, I could make out what looked like a long, thin appendage trailing behind it, a tail, or perhaps some kind of tendril. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to back away, fumbling blindly until I reached the front door. I spent the rest of the night in my car, doors locked, too terrified to go back inside. Dawn found me still in my car, stiff and exhausted. In the light of day, my experience seemed absurd, impossible. I briefly considered leaving, packing up and never returning, but something held me back. This was my inheritance, my responsibility now. And if Dad had lived here for years, presumably with this thing, then it couldn't be immediately dangerous, could it? After a cautious return to the house, finding everything normal, I drove into town. Millfield was small, just a few thousand residents, with a single main street of businesses. I found the local library, a brick building from the early 1900s, and approached the elderly librarian. "I'm looking for information about Creek Farm," I explained. "My father, Robert Bennett, owned it. I've inherited it now." The librarian, who introduced herself as Mrs. Wallace, nodded sympathetically. "I remember your father, quiet man, came in for farming books mostly." She hesitated. "Creek Farm has an interesting history. Are you researching anything specific?" I chose my words carefully. "I'm curious about any stories associated with the property, local legends, historical events, that sort of thing." Something flickered across her face. Recognition, perhaps even concern. "Let me show you our local history section." Mrs. Wallace led me to a small room in the back, filled with archives, bound newspapers, and local history books. She pulled several volumes from the shelves, along with a folder of newspaper clippings. Creek Farm gets its name from Blackwater Creek, which used to run much stronger before the recent droughts, she explained. The property has changed hands many times over the years, which is unusual for this area. Families tend to hold on to farmland for generations. I skimmed through the materials she provided. Creek Farm had been established in the 1870s by the Wilson family, who sold it unexpectedly in 1894 after a series of crop failures. Subsequent owners rarely stayed more than a decade. The property had been abandoned entirely between 1967 and 1978, until a developer purchased it, renovated the farmhouse, and flipped it. "Was there ever any mention of unusual occurrences at the property?" I asked. Mrs. Wallace's expression became guarded. "What kind of occurrences?" "Anything out of the ordinary, unexplained phenomena." She sighed, then reached for a book on a higher shelf. "This is a collection of local folklore compiled in the 1950s. There's a chapter on Creek Farm." The book, bound in faded green cloth, contained hand-typed accounts of local legends. I found the relevant chapter, "The Drought Walker of Blackwater Creek." According to the account, dating back to settler days, during particularly severe droughts, something would emerge from the deepest part of Blackwater Creek. Described as a tall, shadow-like figure, it would appear when the creek dried completely, walking the property at night with the sound of water following its steps. The entity wasn't described as malevolent. Rather, it seemed to be searching for something, pacing endlessly until the rains returned and the creek flowed again. "This is just old superstition," Mrs. Wallace said, though her tone lacked conviction. "Every rural area has these kinds of stories. Has anyone else reported seeing something like this? Recently, I mean?" She hesitated. "I shouldn't say, but your father mentioned something to my husband once at the hardware store about footsteps at night. Joseph thought he was joking, but your father seemed genuinely puzzled by it." I felt a chill despite the library's warmth. "Did he describe what he heard?" "Just that they sounded wet, like someone had been swimming. He found it strange because of the drought." She looked at me intently. "Are you hearing things out there, Mr. Bennett?" I nodded slowly. "And seeing things too." Mrs. Wallace didn't seem surprised. "The old-timers used to say that the drought walker appears when the creek is at its driest, searching for water. They said it's been trapped here since the land was first settled, cut off from wherever it came from when the settlers redirected part of the creek for irrigation." "Is it dangerous?" "Not according to the stories. It's described more as a lost soul than a malevolent entity. But it's just folklore, Mr. Bennett." She didn't sound convinced of her own words. I checked out several books, including the folklore collection, and thanked Mrs. Wallace for her help. As I was leaving, she called after me. "Mr. Bennett, The stories also say that the drought walker is most active just before the drought breaks, like it can sense the coming rain. I drove back to the farm with my mind racing. The forecast showed no rain for at least another week, and meteorologists were calling this the worst drought in 50 years. If the folklore was to be believed, the entity, the drought walker, would be particularly active. That night, I set up a makeshift monitoring system. I positioned my laptop to record the kitchen, turned on all the lights, and settled into the living room with a clear view of the kitchen doorway. I decided that if I saw the entity again, I would try to communicate with it. As 3 a.m. approached, I felt myself growing drowsy despite my determination to stay awake. My eyelids grew heavy, and I caught myself nodding off repeatedly. At 3:12 a.m., the lights in the kitchen flickered once, twice, then stabilized. And then I heard it, the familiar wet footsteps. I forced myself to stand, to move toward the kitchen. The sound grew louder as I approached, shuffle, drip, in a steady rhythm. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the doorway. It was there just as before, impossibly tall, inhumanly thin, a silhouette of perfect blackness pacing methodically across the kitchen floor. With each step, water seemed to seep from its feet, creating those wet footprints that evaporated moments later. "Hello," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The entity stopped abruptly, its featureless head turned toward me, though it had no visible eyes. I felt rather than saw its attention focus on me, a pressure, a weight of observation that made it difficult to breathe. For several seconds we regarded each other in silence. Then, slowly, it resumed its pacing, as though I were of no consequence. Back and forth, leaving those ephemeral wet footprints. I stood watching it for nearly an hour, until suddenly, at 4:17 a.m., it simply vanished. One moment it was there, the next gone, leaving the kitchen empty and dry. When I checked my laptop, the video showed nothing, just an empty kitchen throughout the night. Whatever this entity was, it didn't register on digital media. As September gave way to October, the drought intensified. News reports called it historic and unprecedented. Water restrictions were implemented throughout the county, and farmers watched helplessly as their livelihood withered. I maintained my small vegetable garden using collected rainwater from the rare, brief showers that passed through. The drought walker, as I'd come to call it, appeared every night like clockwork. Always at 3:14 a.m., always pacing for exactly 1 hour and 3 minutes before vanishing. I'd grown accustomed to its presence, even setting my alarm to observe it. Sometimes I spoke to it, though it never responded. I'd grown bold enough to enter the kitchen while it paced, standing still as it moved around me, close enough that I could feel a damp coolness emanating from its form. I tried to document its existence, cameras, audio recorders, even motion sensors, but technology failed to capture any evidence. The entity existed in a blind spot of modern instrumentation, visible and audible only to human senses. One morning, after another night of observing the entity, I decided to explore the dried creek bed more thoroughly. The October sun beat down relentlessly as I followed the cracked earth that had once been Blackwater Creek. The main channel ran along the eastern edge of my property before disappearing into the woods, but smaller tributary channels spread across the land like veins. As I walked the largest channel into the woods, I noticed the trees growing denser, older. These weren't the same species as the rest of the forest. These were cypress and water oaks, trees that belonged in wetlands, not the mixed hardwood forest that dominated the area. About a half-mile in, the creek bed widened into what must have once been a substantial pool, possibly a small pond. Now it was just a depression in the earth, cracked and barren. At its center stood the remains of a stone structure, a small dam or weir partially collapsed. I approached the structure cautiously. It was clearly old, the stonework reminiscent of 19th century construction. Carved into one of the larger stones was a date, 1893. As I examined the structure more closely, I noticed something odd. The ground immediately around it wasn't cracked like the rest of the creek bed. It remained smooth, almost moist-looking, though it was dry to the touch. And there was something else, a symbol carved beside the date, worn by time but still visible, a crude representation of a tall, thin figure. I took photos with my phone, then continued exploring. Beyond the old dam, the creek bed narrowed again and descended into a ravine. The temperature seemed to drop as I made my way down, the air becoming notably cooler. At the bottom of the ravine, I found what appeared to be a natural spring, though now it was just a small depression in the rock, bone dry. Surrounding the spring were more carvings, these much older than the dam. They reminded me of Native American petroglyphs I'd seen in museums, stylized figures and animals. One figure appeared repeatedly, tall, elongated, with what looked like water flowing from its feet. A sound behind me made me turn suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush. I scanned the woods but saw nothing, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the same sensation I'd experienced near the house. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" Only silence answered, but as I made my way back to the farm, I repeatedly glanced over my shoulder, certain that something was following me from a distance. That evening, I drove back into town to search for more information. The local historical society was housed in a Victorian mansion at the edge of Millfield. The curator, a retired history professor named Dr. Harper, greeted me with interest when I mentioned Creek Farm. "The Bennett property," he nodded. "One of our more historically significant farmsteads, though few people realize it." I showed him the photos I'd taken of the stone structure and the carvings. His expression grew serious as he examined them. "This confirms something I've long suspected," he said. "The original Wilson farmstead was built on what was once a sacred site to the indigenous Lenape people. This spring you found was likely considered a spiritual place." "What about the stone structure? The dam?" "That would be the Wilson Dam. Historical records indicate that Thomas Wilson diverted part of Blackwater Creek in 1893 to create a reservoir for irrigation. There was a significant drought that year." Dr. Harper pulled a large map from a drawer. "See here? He essentially cut off this section of the creek, which used to flow in a different pattern." The map, dated 1890, showed Blackwater Creek following a different course through what was now my property, with the spring serving as one of its primary sources. The following year, 1894, the Wilson family abandoned the property quite suddenly, Dr. Harper continued. Local newspapers attributed it to crop failures, but private correspondence I've uncovered suggests another reason. Apparently, the family was experiencing what they described as a haunting after building the dam. What kind of haunting? The accounts are vague. Footsteps at night, a sense of being watched, strange noises from the dried portions of the creek bed. Thomas Wilson became convinced that by damming the creek, he had trapped or angered something that lived in the water. His wife described him as becoming increasingly paranoid, insisting that something was pacing outside their bedroom at night. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. And no other explanation was found? None that satisfied historical scrutiny. The Wilson family fled, selling the property at a significant loss. Subsequent owners reported similar experiences during drought periods, when the creek's flow was diminished. Dr. Harper studied me. "Are you experiencing anything unusual, Mr. Bennett?" I considered lying, but decided against it. "Footsteps at night, and I've seen something. A figure that doesn't seem quite human." Instead of dismissing me, Dr. Harper nodded thoughtfully. The Lenape had stories of water spirits, Manitou associated with specific bodies of water. When European settlers arrived and began altering the landscape, damming streams and draining wetlands, many of these stories evolved to include elements of entrapment or displacement. You think this drought walker could be something like that? A water spirit trapped when the creek was dammed? I'm a historian, Mr. Bennett, not a folklorist or paranormal investigator. But I will say this. Across cultures, there are remarkably consistent stories about entities associated with bodies of water, particularly in cases where those water sources have been disrupted by human activity. Before I left, Dr. Harper gave me copies of the Wilson family letters and several academic papers on Lenape water folklore. "Whatever you're experiencing," he said, "it seems to be connected to both the drought and the historical alteration of Blackwater Creek. Be careful out there." That night, as 3 a.m. approached, I felt a growing sense of dread. For the first time since I'd begun observing it, the entity's appearance frightened me. Was I sharing my home with a displaced spirit, trapped and searching for its lost water source for over a century? At precisely 3:14 a.m., the wet footsteps began, but not in the kitchen. They were outside, moving around the perimeter of the house. I went to the window and, in the dim moonlight, saw it, the tall, black figure walking slowly around the farmhouse, its movements more deliberate than its usual pacing. It paused at each window, as though looking inside, before moving to the next. When it reached my window, it stopped. Though it had no eyes, I felt it looking directly at me. It raised one impossibly long arm and pressed what might have been a hand against the glass. Water seemed to flow from its touch, running down the window pane like tears. I stumbled backward, heart racing. The entity remained at the window for several minutes before resuming its circuit of the house. By dawn, it had vanished, but the window where it had touched remained fogged, as though viewed through a light rain. I couldn't sleep after the entity's display. As soon as businesses opened, I drove into town, determined to learn more. My first stop was the county records office, where I requested all historical documents related to Creek Farm and Blackwater Creek. The clerk, a middle-aged woman named Beverly, raised her eyebrows at my request. "That's a lot of material. Some of it's quite old, not even digitized yet. Mind if I ask why you need it?" "I inherited the property," I explained. "I'm trying to understand its water rights history, especially given the current drought." This practical reason seemed to satisfy her. "Give me a few hours to pull everything together. In the meantime, you might want to talk to Howard Jennings. His family has been here since before the town was founded. He knows more about local water history than anyone." Beverly directed me to a small coffee shop where Howard, a man in his 80s, could reliably be found each morning. I located him easily, white-haired, weather-beaten, holding court among a group of similarly aged men. When I introduced myself as the new owner of Creek Farm, a hush fell over the table. "Bennett's boy," Howard said, sizing me up. "Heard you moved in after your daddy passed? Staying through the winter, are you?" "That's the plan. I'm trying to learn more about the property, especially Blackwater Creek and its history." The old men exchanged glances. Finally, Howard gestured to an empty chair. "Sit down, son. There's things about that creek you ought to know." Over the next hour, Howard and his friends shared stories passed down through generations about Blackwater Creek. According to local lore, the creek had never run dry before European settlement. The Lenape considered it sacred, believing it connected to underground rivers that led to the spirit world. When the first settlers came, they tried to redirect the creek for their mills, Howard explained. That first winter, nearly half the settlement died of mysterious illnesses. The survivors blamed it on something they'd disturbed in the creek. The drought walker, one of the other men introduced as Bill, interjected. Howard shot him a warning look, but continued. The settlement relocated further downstream, leaving that section of land untouched for decades. Then came the Wilsons in the 1870s. Thomas Wilson was an educated man, didn't believe in superstitions. He built that dam in 1893 during another drought to create a reservoir. "And they abandoned the farm the next year," I said, recalling Dr. Harper's information. Howard nodded. "Left in the middle of the night, according to my grandfather. Thomas Wilson came into town raving about something that walked the creek bed at night, looking for the water he'd stolen. Every owner since has had troubles during droughts," Bill added. "Some worse than others. Your daddy was smart. He never interfered with what was left of the creek. Just farmed the upper fields, left the creek bed and woods alone." I described the entity I'd been seeing, the wet footsteps, its appearance at my window. The old men didn't seem surprised or disbelieving. "It's getting bolder," Howard said grimly. "This drought's the worst in living memory. That thing, whatever it is, must be desperate. Has anyone ever tried to, I don't know, help it? Restore the creek?" "Walter Jenkins tried in the 60s, Bill said. "Demolished part of the old dam, tried to reroute the water back to its original course. Place was abandoned after that. He disappeared one night during a storm. They found his body in the creek bed weeks later, completely dry despite the rain, like something had drained every drop of moisture from him. I felt sick. So this thing is dangerous. Only to those who try to interfere with it, Howard said. It wants the creek restored, but on its terms, not ours. Best to just wait out the drought, son. Once the rains come, it'll go dormant again. And if the rains don't come, climate change is making these droughts more frequent, more severe. The old man had no answer for that. When I returned to the records office, Beverly had assembled a substantial collection of materials. Maps, deeds, water rights documents, even old newspaper clippings. I spent hours going through them, piecing together a more complete history of Blackwater Creek and my property. The original creek had indeed followed a different course, with multiple springs feeding it from the ravine I'd explored. The Wilson Dam had effectively cut off these springs from the main channel, redirecting the water. Subsequent owners had further altered the landscape, installing drainage tiles in the 1920s that lowered the water table even more. What struck me most was a pattern in ownership changes. Every time there was a severe drought, the property changed hands shortly afterward. The timing was too consistent to be coincidence. As I was preparing to leave, Beverly handed me one final folder. Found this in the restricted archives. It's a case file from the Sheriff's Department, 1967, the Jenkins disappearance. It was never officially closed. The file contained investigation notes, photographs, and interview transcripts. Walter Jenkins had indeed attempted to restore Blackwater Creek to its original course, removing portions of the Wilson Dam and digging out channels that had silted in over decades. According to his wife's statement, Jenkins had been experiencing phenomena similar to what I'd been witnessing. Footsteps at night, a tall figure seen near the creek bed. But unlike me, Jenkins had interpreted these as signs of approval. He believed the entity was guiding his restoration efforts. The night he disappeared, a sudden localized storm had hit Creek Farm, a downpour that affected only his property according to weather records. Jenkins had rushed out to see if his work was holding up under the rainfall. His wife reported hearing a terrible scream, followed by silence. When authorities found his body 3 weeks later, the medical examiner's report noted something disturbing. Jenkins's body contained almost no water. It wasn't decomposed or desiccated in the normal sense. Rather, it was described as completely dehydrated, as though every drop of moisture had been systematically extracted. The cause of death was listed as unexplained. I drove back to the farm with a growing sense of dread. The entity, the drought walker, was not simply a displaced spirit. It was something potentially lethal, something that had killed before. As I pulled into the driveway, fat raindrops began to hit my windshield. Within seconds, it became a downpour so intense I could barely see through the glass. Lightning flashed, illuminating the farm in stark white light. And there, standing in the middle of the yard, was the entity. In the rain, it seemed more substantial, more physical. Water streamed down its black form, pooling at its feet. It was facing the house, facing me, its featureless head tilted slightly upward. I remained in the car, engine running, too terrified to move. The entity stood motionless in the deluge for several minutes. Then, slowly, it turned and walked toward the dried creek bed, disappearing into the darkness. The rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun, leaving the farm wet and glistening in the evening light. I cautiously exited the car and examined the ground where the entity had stood. The rain had indeed fallen. Everything was wet. But when I checked the weather radar on my phone, there was no storm system anywhere near Millfield. The entity had created the rainfall somehow, and it had wanted me to see it. That night I barricaded myself in the bedroom, pushing a heavy dresser against the door. I didn't expect it to actually stop the entity if it wanted to enter, but it gave me some small comfort. I kept the lights on and tried to stay awake, but exhaustion eventually overcame me. I awoke to wet footsteps, not in the hallway or kitchen, but in my room. My eyes snapped open to see the entity standing at the foot of my bed, water dripping steadily from its form onto the hardwood floor. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The entity leaned forward, its featureless face hovering just feet from mine. Then it raised one long arm and pointed, not at me, but toward the window. Fighting my terror, I turned to look. Through the window I could see the creek bed illuminated by moonlight. For a moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then I noticed movement, water. A trickle at first, then stronger, flowing through the long dry channel. I looked back at the entity, which remained pointing. Its message seemed clear. It wanted me to see the waters return. Then, as I watched, it simply faded away, like mist dissipating in sunlight. When morning came, I rushed outside to examine the creek. The channel contained water. Not much, just a small stream, but definitely flowing. I followed it to its source, the ravine where I'd found the spring. There, water bubbled up from the ground, cool and clear. The drought hadn't broken. The weather remained hot and dry. This water had another source, one I couldn't explain, and somehow I knew the entity had created it. Over the next few days, the water in Blackwater Creek steadily increased. What had been a trickle became a substantial stream, flowing along the original creek bed that had been dry for decades. The water bypassed the Wilson Dam entirely, finding a new path that somehow matched the course shown on the pre-1893 maps. The local news reported it as a miracle and a mystery, a single creek flowing during the worst drought in recorded history. Geologists and hydrologists descended on the area, setting up monitoring equipment and taking samples. Their preliminary findings only deepened the mystery. The water was unusually pure, with mineral content that matched no known local source. The entity continued to appear nightly, but its behavior had changed. Instead of pacing restlessly, it now stood at various points along the creek, as though guarding or observing the water's flow. It no longer entered the house. I kept my distance, watching from windows or the porch. Despite the scientific activity during daylight hours, no one else reported seeing the entity. It remained visible only to me. One evening, a week after the creek's mysterious revival, Howard Jennings appeared at my door, accompanied by an elderly Native American man he introduced as Joseph Redhawk. Joseph's grandfather was Lenape, Howard explained. His family never left the area when the others were forced west. He knows the old stories better than anyone. Joseph was direct. "You've seen the water keeper." The name sent a chill through me. The tall black figure. "Yes, I've been seeing it for weeks." Joseph nodded gravely. "It is very old, from before my people came to these lands. It belongs to the water, not just any water, but this specific waterway." Joseph explained that the waterkeeper was a guardian spirit bound to Blackwater Creek for millennia. When settlers dammed and diverted the creek, they trapped the entity in a diminished form. During droughts, it would emerge, desperately searching for its water. "It's not evil," Joseph said, "but it's not human either. It doesn't understand us. It only knows its purpose, to protect the water." "Then why did it kill Walter Jenkins?" I asked. "He was trying to restore the creek." Joseph shook his head. "The waterkeeper doesn't want human interference. The water must return naturally or through its own power." Howard added grimly, "Jenkins made the mistake of trying to control it. The waterkeeper took his body's water as punishment." Before leaving, Joseph warned me, "It's showing you the water's return as a gift, but be careful. Drought or no drought, it's still dangerous. It exists to protect the water, not people." The next morning, I woke to dark clouds gathering despite forecasts of continued drought. The newly flowing creek had swelled overnight, now rushing with force. The entity had somehow conjured this water, creating its own solution to the drought. Scientists were baffled. News crews arrived, reporting on the Millfield miracle. Through it all, the waterkeeper remained invisible to everyone but me. That night, as rain finally began to fall across the region, I ventured to the creek. The entity stood in the center of the now substantial flow, water cascading around its black form. "Thank you for bringing the water back," I said, keeping a safe distance. The entity turned toward me. For the first time, I noticed features forming in its face, hollow depressions where eyes might be, a vertical slit suggesting a mouth. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed upstream toward the ruined dam. Understanding dawned on me. "You want the dam completely removed? You want the creek fully restored?" The entity lowered its arm and nodded, a single deliberate motion. Over the next day, as rain continued to fall, I contacted authorities about removing the remains of the Wilson Dam, citing historical records and environmental concerns. The drought was breaking across the region, but I felt an urgency to complete what the waterkeeper wanted. That night, a massive storm hit. Lightning struck repeatedly near the old dam while the entity paced the property's boundaries. I watched from the house as water rose rapidly in the creek, threatening to flood. Around midnight, I heard a tremendous crack. The old dam had finally collapsed completely under the force of the water. The creek surged forward, reclaiming its original path. The house shook with the force of the storm. Wind howled, rain lashed the windows, and through it all, I could hear something else. A sound like rushing water, but deeper, more primordial. The waterkeeper was changing. By morning, the storm had passed. Blackwater Creek now followed its original course perfectly, flowing strong and clear. The drought had broken, but something else had changed too. The waterkeeper appeared to me one final time, standing in the middle of the restored creek. Its form had transformed, still tall and black, but now fluid, like animated water rather than a solid shadow. Its features were more defined, its presence less menacing. It raised both arms in what seemed like a gesture of gratitude, then slowly merged with the flowing water, dissolving until nothing remained but the natural movement of the creek. In the months that followed, I researched water restoration and ecology, eventually establishing the Blackwater Creek Conservation Trust. The property became a protected watershed, ensuring the creek would never again be dammed or diverted. Sometimes, during heavy rains, I still hear wet footsteps circling the house. Not threatening anymore, just checking, making sure its water remains protected. And on particularly still nights, if I watch the creek long enough, I occasionally glimpse a tall, fluid shadow moving with the current, guarding its domain. The waterkeeper never truly left. It's part of the creek now, as it always should have been. And as long as the water flows freely, it remains peaceful. A guardian rather than a haunting presence. I've come to understand that not all terrors stem from malevolence. Sometimes they arise from desperation, from being cut off from what sustains us. The entity that once filled me with dread now fills me with a strange sense of responsibility to protect this land, this water, this ancient relationship between spirit and place. The locals have accepted me now, sharing more stories about the creek and its guardian. They no longer fear Creek Farm. Instead, they respect it as a place where the ancient and modern worlds maintain a careful balance. As for me, I've found an unexpected peace here. The divorce, my father's death, my former life, all seem distant now. I've become the keeper of more than just a farm. I'm the steward of something ancient, something that will continue long after I'm gone. And each night, as I drift off to sleep, I listen for those wet footsteps, not with fear, but with reassurance. The waterkeeper walks its restored domain, and all is as it should be.